Chapter 804. Extermination. Rumble. At that moment, Lin Ling waved his left hand, and countless black shadows sprayed out like heavenly maidens scattering flowers. They landed heavily on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Countless people stared at the coffins. They were all black coffins. A total of 375 people. The voice sounded like it came from the underworld. Some people carefully counted the number of coffins and discovered that there were 375 coffins. Lin Ling's revenge was crazy. He didn't leave a single one alive. He even left a coffin for everyone. The square was dead silent. At this moment, everyone was motionless. They could only stare at the numerous coffins and the young man in the middle of the coffins. He was holding a magnificent sword. His blue and white robe was fluttering in the wind. The young man was domineering. His killing intent was so strong that it made many people tremble in fear. It didn't seem like a human. It seemed like a sword that floated out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Only Lin Ling knew why this sword wanted to kill. It wanted to kill Old Man Xiao. Do you know who you are facing today? The messenger of Heavenly Dragon Empire stared at the coffins around him. Blue veins were popping out on his forehead. Lin Ling was too arrogant. He actually prepared coffins for everyone. Messenger of Heavenly Dragon Empire, you don't need to show off your status. I can promise you that I will let you die in the end. Lin Ling raised his sword, and his murderous aura was unabashedly released. Die in the end? The messenger of Heavenly Dragon Empire trembled. He was trembling with anger. Lin Ling seemed to think that they were going to die in the end. You are very frivolous, but unfortunately, you are also very stupid. You are lucky to not die. You did not hide and cultivate bitterly. Instead, you can't hold back your desire for revenge. You came here to die. Lin Ling, according to the rumors, you are brave and smart, but after seeing you today, it seems that you are not worthy of your reputation. Hai Jusher also looked at Lin Ling coldly, but he was not angry. Maybe in his opinion, Lin Ling was just digging his own grave. The crowd recovered from their shock and scanned the square. On the square, there were countless experts from the Fighting Evil faction, in addition to the two envoys from the ancient countries, but Lin Ling seemed to be alone. Sure enough, the Hai family's patriarch was right. Lin Ling was too reckless. Kill. Hai Jusher indifferently waved his hand, and all the experts of the fair family rushed out in unison. Their imposing manner was magnificent as they pounced towards Lin Ling. In the square, Xianxia and ghosts covered the sky as if it had turned into the Nine Serenities hell. The terrifying power of the Spectre clan was unleashed. Although this reclusive clan kept a low profile, once they surfaced from the dark, their aura was incomparably terrifying. They're all Emperor Spirit Realm experts. Many people left the square quietly, afraid that they would be implicated. They looked at the young man in the square with anticipation. Lin Ling was as arrogant as the clouds. 3 months ago, he was hunted down, and 3 months later, he came back with revenge. However, the time was too short, and Lin Ling did not cultivate for a longer period of time. Wasn't it too reckless for him to wait until he was strong enough to take revenge? However, Lin Ling was the most dazzling monster in the 100 territories. He shouldn't be that stupid. Xiaoyan. Boom. At this moment, a low shout resounded in the square. Soon after, an enormous beast appeared. Its ferocious chi made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling actually controlled such a terrifying beast. Could it be his trump card? Xiaoyan, you're in charge of putting the corpses into the coffins. Boom. However, a tyrannical voice floated in the air again, making the crowd's face stiffen. The ferocious beast was not there to support the battle, but to put the corpses into the coffins? Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to face the entire Fighting Evil faction alone? Arrogant, kill him. This time, Hai Jusher was also furious. Lin Ling was going too far. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold, and he slowly raised his sword. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's sword actually became very heavy. Moreover, the ground was shaking, as if it couldn't bear the power that erupted from Lin Ling's body. That kind of extreme power even made time stop at this moment. It was very strange. Lin Ling didn't explode with a powerful aura, but it seemed that his body alone was enough to make the ground shake. Chi-Chi. At this moment, Lin Ling's sword emitted a cold light. The sword was very cold. Many people felt that the coldness wasn't the coldness of ice, but the coldness of killing. Many people even saw that Lin Ling seemed to have disappeared, and only his sword was floating in the air. It was a sword of blood, as if it floated out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Sword of killing. Desolate killing. A low voice seemed to break the frozen time, and coldly floated out. A sword slash seemed to come from a void, bringing with it a billowing killing intent. It was so cold that people didn't dare to look at it directly. Not good. Everyone be careful. Hai Juesher stared at Lin Ling and instantly shouted. However, it was too late. When the sword slashed past, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared. The 200-plus experts of the Hai family stopped in their tracks, and the time in the square seemed to have stopped again. Family head. One of them turned his head to look at Hai Juesher with difficulty, and his voice was filled with sorrow and regret. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, the heads of the 200-plus experts flew out, and blood spurted out from their necks. It was incomparably dazzling, and it was like a dazzling firework. This sword had killed all the enemies that came. How terrifying! The crowd trembled. They didn't underestimate Lin Ling, and they knew that Lin Ling was a top genius. However, Lin Ling was only at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, and there were countless experts of the fighting evil faction who were higher than Lin Ling, but they couldn't block a single sword. What kind of sword was that? How could they know that that sword contained half a step away from 90% sword intent? It was a powerful sword that only appeared in the hands of top geniuses and ancient martial artists. No, this is fake. Hai Juesher stared at the scene in front of him, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Lin Ling's sword had killed a large number of peak Emperor Spirit Realm experts. Did this mean that other than the top geniuses of the Emperor's Spirit Realm, no one could stop Lin Ling? Look at that giant ape. Someone pointed at the square after recovering from the shock. The giant ape was like a bull from hell, and it was coldly carrying the corpses into the coffins. It was terrifying. This man and beast had really returned from hell. Moreover, many people discovered that the Heavenly Dragon Empire's previous words were even more laughable. The Heavenly Dragon Empire had said that 3 months ago, the 3 major forces had dispatched experts to obliterate more than 1,000 warriors from Lin Ling's side. However, the current situation was that Lin Ling had single-handedly slaughtered all the Hai family's experts. One person was able to kill so many experts. What if Lin Ling's side had more than 1,000 warriors? There was no need to think too much about the result. The Heavenly Dragon Empire was really trying to beautify themselves for the sake of their own dignity. The grudge between me and the fighting evil faction came from the battle with the demon god Qi Yan. It was a fair battle. I lost, I died, the demon god lost, the demon god died. However, the fighting evil faction didn't accept their loss, so they sent all their experts to kill me. Since you dare to kill me, then I dare to do the same. Lin Ling's eyes became colder as he walked forward step by step. The Hai family had suffered a great loss when they tried to kill Lin Ling last time. They no longer had any Saint Spirit Realm experts left. This time, Lin Ling had come for revenge and killed all the experts of the Hai family. The remaining people couldn't help but tremble as they looked at Lin Ling. Was the god of vengeance going to kill them all? Chapter 805. It's all your fault. How dare you? Hai Juesher angrily roared. He thought that Lin Ling was the lucky star of his fair family. Although he had caused many deaths in the fair family 3 months ago, he had at least obtained the recruitment of 2 ancient nations. He was even secretly grateful to Lin Ling for allowing their fighting evil lineage to obtain a great merit. But now, he realized that the fighting evil faction had offended the wrong person. Lin Ling was a demon, a nightmare. You don't dare. A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. He dared to come here, so how could he not dare? Taking a step forward, Lin Ling was like the shadow of the Grim Reaper, pouncing on the remaining fighting evil faction members. Swoosh! With another slash, another large number of people died. All of them were unwilling, and some even blamed the previous generation's leader and their bloodline ghost god for provoking such a terrifying existence. "I'll kill you!" Xianxia roared crazily, and his body exploded, turning into a huge ghost flame that pounced on Lin Ling bang. A powerful force slammed into Lin Ling's back, causing Lin Ling's body to sway slightly. But soon he turned around and smiled. "Sorry, you're the last one to die. It's fine." Xianxia's strength was at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. Even though he wasn't a prodigy, his years of hard work had given him a solid foundation in his cultivation. Yet, Lin Ling didn't even try to block his full-powered attack. Instead, he took it head-on and remained completely unharmed. His fleshly body was simply too powerful. Swoosh! Lin Ling did not kill Xianxia. Instead, he took a step forward and appeared in front of the other members of the Hai family, causing them to tremble. Looking at this cold young man at such a close distance, they felt like they were looking at the king of hell. Swoosh! Without saying anything, Lin Ling punched out, and 10 million points of strength exploded. With a bang, 5 people were swept away by the powerful force and turned into ashes. The innate body was so terrifying. One had to know that in the Water Moon Holy Land, Lin Ling was already unrivaled in the same realm with his innate body, not to mention that he had the king body and martial intent. "No, this has nothing to do with us. We didn't want to kill you." The remaining fair family members knelt down and kowtowed unceasingly. They were scared. The dignified fighting evil faction, a faction that caused people's expressions to change, was now afraid of a young man because the fighting evil faction was ferocious, but this young man was even more vicious. In the past, Old Master Qin also had nothing to do with you. So why did you kill him? Lin Ling's cold voice made the kneeling people tremble. Yes, they wanted to kill Lin Ling, but Grandpa Qin protected Lin Ling, so the fighting evil faction killed Grandpa Qin as well. They wanted to force Lin Ling into a dead end, but Grandpa Qin had never offended the fighting evil faction. Since they could kill him, why couldn't Lin Ling? Those kneeling people could not answer. They could only look at Lin Ling in horror. Lin Ling also knew that they wouldn't be able to answer. In fact, he didn't even need an answer, because an eye for an eye was the answer. Whoosh! The sword was drawn, and those people were killed again. Blood flowed like a river. "No, don't kill them." Xianxia chased from behind, but he could only see the bloodlines disappearing one after another. He was a dignified family leader, but he couldn't do anything. He could only watch as his family members were killed. The most painful thing for him was that Lin Ling didn't kill him. He was the last one to die. "We didn't want to kill Old Master Qin. We were just serving different masters. Lin Ling, spare our lives." The remaining members of the fighting evil faction were getting fewer and fewer. They all knelt down and begged for mercy. If you want to blame someone, blame your surname Hai. There was no other explanation for this. There was only one reason. They were from the fighting evil faction. Their surname was Hai. Whoosh! Lin Ling's sword of slaughter slashed out again. Hai was a nightmare. In the distance, many people's hearts trembled. Not long ago, the surname Hai was a proud surname. They flaunted their strength and dominated a region. If anyone didn't listen to them, they would send out their entire clan to kill them. In 100 regions, they had seized the prestige of the ghost faction. But today, the surname Hai was a nightmare. This was the ghost faction meeting the death god. Plop! The last 3 people were also killed. The square was completely silent. Previously, it had been bustling with noise and excitement. But now, because there were so few people, it seemed incomparably desolate. The only thing moving in the square was the giant ape from hell, placing the corpses into the coffins. The coffins are filled with people from the fighting evil faction. The crowd felt like they were in a dream. Lin Ling had brought a large number of coffins to prepare for the Hai family. Today, he had fulfilled his promise. There are still 7 people left. A cold voice transmitted through the plaza. The remaining 7 people were all important figures. They were the family leader of the Hai family and the emissaries of various ancient countries. At this moment, They were all standing there in a daze. Before, when Lin Ling said he was going to exterminate the Hai family, they thought it was a joke, so they quietly waited for Lin Ling to be killed. Some of them even fantasized that if they killed Lin Ling, they would be able to exchange it for great merits in the ancient countries. However, in less than an hour, the Hai family was completely exterminated. Moreover, they had seen Lin Ling exterminate the Hai family. The remaining 7 people were all experts, but they were only at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. However, when Lin Ling transformed into the Death God, it seemed like ordinary peak of the Emperor's spirit realm couldn't shake him at all. Only those at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm or the Holy Spirit realm could do anything to him. Am I the only one left from the fighting evil faction? Hai Juesher stared at the coffins around him in a daze. Before, you beautified yourselves and said I was an ugly devil. Isn't this the result you wanted? How can a devil leave you alive? Lin Ling indifferently looked at Hai Juesher. Hai Juesher's body trembled. Before, in order to convince the crowd, they had beautified themselves, but Lin Ling was said to be a devil who killed people like scything flax. Now, Lin Ling had shown them what a devil Grim Reaper was. Suddenly, Hai Juesher regretted. If you said Lin Ling was a devil, then he was a devil. You can accompany them in death. Stop, said Lin Ling coldly. Then, he walked towards Hai Juesher. He wanted to kill the last person of the fighting evil faction. Moreover, he didn't attack madly. Instead, he walked towards Hai Juesher and told him that he was coming to kill him. You will suffer retribution. Stop. Hai Juesher's pupils constricted. Lin Ling was looking down on him. You will never see it. Stop, said Lin Ling coldly. Flames surged from his left hand, and the 10,000 small worlds in his body became active. They combined with the vermilion bird's flames and formed the Tai Unity Fist. Boom! Hai Juesher wanted to block the attack with all his might. But how could he block the attack when facing a genius who was at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm? He was killed with a single punch. Hai Juesher turned into ashes. Layers of black ashes floated in the air, making the crowd's heart beat violently. Then, a gigantic ape threw some of the ashes into the coffins. The fighting evil faction had been exterminated. It was like a dream. 3 months ago, the fighting evil faction had sent experts to kill Lin Ling. 3 months later, Lin Ling had returned from hell and started his revenge. The fighting evil faction had become the first to be buried with him. The fighting evil faction had provoked an existence that should not be provoked. Chapter 806. Old Master Xiao, rest in peace. Lin Ling, you've gone too far. The envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire said coldly. The remaining 6 looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling wiped out Heavenly Dragon Empire's forces in front of them. This is looking down on them. What can you do to me? Lin Ling smiled indifferently. Went too far? They were mortal enemies. How could they go too far? Could it be that the Heavenly Dragon Empire didn't go too far by killing him, but he went too far by avenging them? So Lin Ling didn't bother to explain. Strength was everything in this world. Lin Ling had the strength to dominate everything. So why would he bother to reason with them? It was better to say, what can you do to me? This was also telling the 2 ancient countries that if I want to kill you, you can't do anything about it. The Heavenly Dragon Empire will not let you off. The envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire gritted his teeth and said, do you believe that if you say one more word, I'll be the first to kill you? Lin Ling smiled, but his smile was very cold, like a devil smile. The envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire trembled. Although he came from a noble ancient country, he didn't dare to say anything at this moment. Although people had dignity, they were afraid of death. Lin Ling said that if you say one more word, I'll be the first to kill you, so he didn't dare to say anything. The crowd's eyes flickered. Lin Ling was really domineering today. He forced the envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire to not dare to say anything. You're afraid of me? You're all afraid of me. Lin Ling laughed again, causing the remaining 6 to grit their teeth as their bodies trembled. Lin Ling was humiliating them, which also meant that he was humiliating their ancient country. They were unwilling to accept this, but subconsciously, they didn't dare to say anything. Maybe they still had a trace of hope in their hearts, hoping that Lin Ling would give face to their ancient country and spare them. The silent time was undoubtedly torturous, especially when the Grim Reaper was watching. When you never knew when you would die, the torturous torment was even more painful. Plop! Finally, one person kneeled down and said, "Lin Ling, I am not someone from the ancient kingdom. This time, I was ordered to come here to celebrate the birthday. Please spare my life." This person was a subordinate of a powerful force under the 5 great ancient nations of the upper 3 regions. He knelt down and begged for mercy. "It's too late to beg for mercy now. I can only say that you're on the wrong side." However, a cold voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. The sword of slaughter swung out with incomparable firmness. Whoosh! A sword scar appeared on that person's neck. His eyes were wide open, and he couldn't understand why he had to die, even though he wasn't from an ancient country. The pupils of the people in the distance congealed. Lin Ling's killing intent was very decisive and firm. Suddenly, they somewhat understood that Lin Ling's killing was not without principles. Although that person was not from the ancient kingdom, he walked together with the fighting evil lineage and belonged to the same faction. Therefore, he had to die. There were only 5 people left. At this moment, their hearts were trembling, and they even regretted coming here to celebrate the birthday. In the past, they were above tens of thousands of people and were respected by others. However, today they were like ants in front of Lin Ling. Whether they lived or died, it was up to Lin Ling to decide. All of this was very ironic. At this moment, Lin Ling was not looking at the 5 people. Instead, he was looking at the sky. There, the faint figure of Old Man Xiao appeared and seemed to be smiling at him. When he first appeared in the Qin clan, Old Man Xiao fully supported him. Old Man Xiao even said that Lin Ling was the same kind of person as himself. For Lin Ling, Old Man Xiao fully supported him. The mother-child worm that could lead to the great Qin Empire was given to him by Old Man Xiao. It allowed him to return to the cloud domain and summon all the family heads of the great Qin Empire. When the Holy Clan was destroyed, all the family heads left. However, Old Man Xiao was worried about Lin Ling's safety, so he went with Lin Ling. Old Man Xiao was a great benefactor to Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he died an unjust death. He did not die in a one-on-one battle, but was killed by a group of strong enemies. He even died not far from Lin Ling. At that moment, Lin Ling's heart was broken. The first senior who loved him in his life died, just like that. Old Man Xiao, Lin Ling will definitely avenge you. The Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Duan family. One day, Lin Ling will step on the imperial soil and take back everything for you. Lin Ling said word by word, and the remaining 5 people trembled. A terrifying thought suddenly rose in their minds. Lin Ling killing the fighting evil sect was just the beginning. He wanted to kill the 2 ancient countries. Die! A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. His sword came out, and heads fell. The remaining 5 people were killed in a single strike. Today, more than 300 people were sacrificed to Old Man Xiao. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining 5 corpses were placed in coffins. The entire square was empty, and it was like a dead manor. On the day of the birthday, they were all killed. In the distance, the crowd's face stiffened. They could not believe what they were seeing. Then they saw the young man take out paper money, burn it with fire, and scatter it in the air. Maybe Lin Ling was not able to pay respects to Old Man Xiao's death, so he used more than 300 people to pay respects to him. Old Man Xiao, rest in peace. The figures of the man and the beast slowly disappeared from the Hai family, and the whole Hai Han became silent. The fighting evil sect had disappeared from the world, and no one dared to touch the countless coffins in the Hai family. They could only stay there forever. Lin Ling had returned with vengeance and killed the entire fighting evil clan like a bolt of lightning. The news spread like a rolling snowball. It spread to the 2 ancient countries, to the 100 territories, and even to the rainforest sacred land. Some people believed this news, but some people were skeptical. They thought that it was just a pretense made by the great Qin Empire for revenge. However, it was undeniable that one of the forces that killed Lin Ling 3 months ago had been destroyed. It was terrifying. It was like the god of death had come for revenge. Only the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family truly knew that Lin Ling was still alive, and he had come back for revenge, especially Lord Long and Duan Xuanwang. Their anger was monstrous. 3 months ago, they had sent out all their powerhouses, but they had been completely annihilated. Even Duan Xuanwang had died, but Lin Ling had not died. This meant that their people had died in vain. And what was even more terrifying was that because of this, they had completely broken off relations with Lin Ling. Now, they would have to bear the wrath of Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a proud son of heaven that was not even 20 years old. In fact, these two powerhouses should not have feared him. However, they had watched Lin Ling rise step by step. This youth's rise was terrifying, and he was not too far away from them. If this continued, their lives would be in danger. This made them regret their actions, and they were even more fearful. But there was no turning back. So, they wanted to kill Lin Ling even more. At this moment, the Rainforest Sacred Land, 7 profound martial house. At the ancient gate, there were disciples coming in and out one after another. Lin Ling seems to be alive. I heard that he killed the fighting evil faction not long ago. This news has spread throughout the 100 territories, but I don't know if it's true or not. If it's true, then Lin Ling is the fastest growing monster in the 100 territories, but I think it's false. How could Lin Ling still be alive after being besieged by so many strong cultivators? Even if he's still alive, it's only been 3 months, and he's already killed his way back. That's too fast. I think so too. It's said that although the fighting evil faction's vitality has been greatly damaged, there are still many powerhouses. There's a peak Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator in charge, and Lin Ling is only at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. That must be a rumor. Chapter 807. Lin Ling's return shook the heavens and the earth. I have a relative in Sea Demon Town who saw it with his own eyes. At that time, Lin Ling was wearing a blue and white robe, and when his sword came out, it cut off a person's head. He was indescribably confident and arrogant, and was the idol of all proud sons of heaven. Moreover, when Lin Ling came to the 7 profound martial house, when had he ever been a nobody? At the apprenticeship ceremony, he had slapped Master Su Fan, he had wandered through the Star Sea Pagoda, the Dragon Coiling Lake Tournament, he had killed a Law Enforcement Hall disciple, his name had shaken the entire exquisite valley, and in addition to the Sky Universe Palace, Lin Ling was simply the most dazzling proud son of heaven in the history of the 7 profound martial house. He had created countless miracles, and he had stirred the hearts of all. Therefore, this matter was not impossible. Obviously, this disciple was one of Lin Ling's admirers. As he spoke, his words flowed like a river, and his interest soared. And a powerful, proud son of heaven always had admirers. Some of the geniuses that admired Lin Ling also chimed in. Frivolous, free, and unrestrained, brave, and resourceful. This is the mad god Lin Ling. Nonsense. If he meets a more powerful, proud son of heaven, he will only be a stray dog. On the other side, those that were dissatisfied with Lin Ling disdained to retort. The topic of conversation at the 7 profound martial house's front gate seemed to revolve around Lin Ling. In the crowd, Long Xiaochun and the others were excited. Whether or not the rumors were true, their boss name had once again shaken the 7 profound martial house. Lin Ling really didn't die? Ouyang Feiyong worriedly asked. Boss life is very tough. He definitely didn't die. Yes. Blue Maple firmly nodded. Although he wasn't sure, he still cheered himself on. However, it wasn't just them. In the Rainforest Holy Land, there were many people that were worried about whether or not Lin Ling was still alive. For instance, in the distant ancient Dao Martial Palace, as well as in the Great Tang Empire of the 5 great ancient countries, the 2 heavenly concubines and Yu were constantly paying attention to any news about Lin Ling. Pong, pong, pong. At this moment, the earth began to shake, as if an ancient giant beast was coming from afar. At the seven profound martial house's main gate, countless disciples' eyes turned to look. In the distance, a 5-meter-tall giant ape was striding towards them like an ancient giant. It was like a demon king had descended. Everyone's heart trembled. What a terrifying demonic beast! However, when they looked over, their pupils constricted. They saw that on the shoulder of the terrifying monster king, there was a slender figure quietly standing there. His blue and white robe fluttered in the wind, and his indifferent face held a smile as he proudly looked at the seven profound martial house. Lin Ling returned. It was very sensational. Once again, Lin Ling did not keep a low profile like he did in the past. Instead, he returned in a domineering and magnificent manner. Perhaps he also knew that his current forbearance was useless. He had too many enemies. Moreover, he had already reached the stage of immortality. Therefore, rather than forbearance, it was better to be arrogant. When he returned, he would do it openly, like a king returning. He also wanted to tell those who wanted him dead that he, Lin Ling, had returned. He also wanted to tell his friends that he, Lin Ling, had not died. It's Lin Ling. The crowd's pupils constricted. The mad god Lin Ling had returned, and he was as wild as ever. At the seven profound martial house's main gate, he had actually ridden a giant monster king and rebuked the wind and the clouds. This was the first person in the history of the seven profound martial house. Boss! Boss! Long Xiaochun and the others shouted out in surprise. The worry in their hearts had finally disappeared. Their boss was truly their sky, always supporting them. Moreover, during this time, there were people from the ancient Dao martial palace who came to ask about Lin Ling every day. This time, they could finally report back. What? Lin Ling hasn't died, boss! Within the seven profound martial house, many people's pupils constricted. This time, they were finally able to determine that Lin Ling had not died. At the same time, in the rainforest Holy Land, many people also received the news that Lin Ling, who had once dominated the world, had returned. I knew that he wouldn't leave us behind. Yes. Within the ancient Dao martial palace, the heavenly concubine looked at the mother-child insect in her hands and finally smiled. Tears flowed from her beautiful eyes, causing the nearby senior apprentice sisters to be surprised. During this time, their junior apprentice sister had been cold and indifferent, as if she had something on her mind. They could even feel that their junior apprentice sister's heart was filled with sorrow, as if she had no attachment to the world. But now, their junior apprentice sister had smiled like a spring breeze. That smile seemed to add color to the entire world. The same thing was happening in the distant Great Tang Empire of the 5 great ancient countries. Yu looked at the mother-child insect, her heart leaping with joy. She couldn't help but dance like a peacock, causing many powerhouses to narrow their eyes. This proud daughter of heaven was in a very good mood today. Lin Ling had returned, and the response was tremendous. It was like a king had returned. At this time, at the seven profound martial house's main gate, countless people were looking at the giant monster beast. They quietly stepped aside, allowing the monster beast to walk up the steps and step by step towards the gate. They didn't know why they had to give way, but the name of the mad god Lin Ling was enough to intimidate them. As for those geniuses that admired Lin Ling, they were all excited as they looked at this youth. He was just as handsome as they remembered him to be. He was peerlessly frivolous, and his aura was soul-stirring. Stop! The seven profound martial house does not allow anyone to ride a monster beast. Immediately hand over the monster beast. Otherwise, you will be violating the rules of the seven profound martial house. At this moment, at the gate, 2 figures blocked the giant ape, their icy voices sounding out at the same time. The seven profound martial house has never had such a rule. And even if it did, is it your turn to care? From atop the giant ape, the icy voice sounded out, causing the several youths below to tremble. What a terrifying aura. However, as they watched Lin Ling swagger in, they felt very uncomfortable in their hearts. These people obviously had a grudge against Lin Ling. They had powerhouses supporting them, and they wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. How could Lin Ling not know this? As for who it was, he was disinclined to guess. After all, within the 7 profound martial house, he had offended many people. Although we are not disciples of the law enforcement hall, the 7 profound martial house is the sacred temple of martial arts. How can we allow people to casually blaspheme the rules? We are here to uphold the rules. One of the youths sneered. Lin Ling was very proud. He had ridden the Monster King back, but he wanted to humiliate Lin Ling. He wanted to force Lin Ling to hand over the Monster King, and then sneak back into the 7 profound martial house with his tail between his legs. Ha! Ha! On top of the giant beast, Lin Ling faintly smiled, but did not say anything. This made the several disciples think that Lin Ling was afraid of violating the rules of the 7 profound martial house. After all, no matter how crazy Lin Ling was, there were countless people in the 7 profound martial house who were stronger than him. As long as Lin Ling dared to violate the rules, Lin Ling would die just the same. Unfortunately, they had forgotten that although Lin Ling had the title of Mad God, he was brave and resourceful. What did he need to fear? Little Flame, Little Flame, Lin Ling coldly shouted. Little Flame's giant arms swatted out, and the several disciples who were blocking the way were ruthlessly swept away. They hit a distant rock and spat out blood. Their faces were pale, and they were incomparably disgraced. But the genius who had spoken was slapped to the ground by Little Flame's other arm. "Stop me!" A disdainful voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Lin Ling was as crazy as ever, but this kind of craziness was very dazzling. A martial artist had to have this kind of drive. If anyone dared to violate their dignity, then they would use their strength to crush them. If they were as low-key as a dog, then what was the point of talking about martial arts? Worthy of Lin Ling. Chapter 808. The banner returns. How dare you? At this moment, an angry roar sounded out, and several figures appeared at the entrance with a large number of people. The one leading them was actually Elder Su Fan. "You hit a puppy, and now the old dog is here?" On Little Flame's shoulder, Lin Ling condescendingly looked down at Su Fan, his voice filled with disdain. "Lin Ling, you just returned to the 7 profound martial house, and you dare to casually humiliate others. Do you think the 7 profound martial house is your home?" Elder Su Fan angrily shouted, coldly looking at Lin Ling. His heart was boiling with anger. Why hadn't Lin Ling died? Why couldn't this bastard die? Moreover, he could see that Lin Ling's strength had broken through to the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. He hadn't died, but his strength had increased. To Elder Su Fan, this was worse than death. "Little Flame," Lin Ling shouted angrily. Little Flame, who was under his feet, let out a low roar. His right hand slapped the young man under his claws, knocking him unconscious. Even the ground cracked. This slap had an incomparably terrifying strength. Most importantly, Elder Su Fan had already arrived and told Lin Ling to stop. However, not only did Lin Ling not stop, but he became even more aggressive. In front of everyone, he had slapped Elder Su Fan. "You!" Elder Su Fan's complexion instantly turned ugly. After returning, Lin Ling was even crazier than before. How could he know that after experiencing life and death, Lin Ling's temperament had been sublimated? He knew that forbearance was useless, and only frivolity could protect everything. Therefore, if the world said that Lin Ling was crazy, then Lin Ling would be crazy for them to see. This person is a Moon Guard disciple, and I am a proud son of heaven on the proud son of heaven list. He ran out to reprimand me, and he doesn't know his own limits. Tell me, shouldn't he be punished? On Lin Ling's shoulder, Lin Ling looked down at Elder Su Fan. Elder Su Fan opened his mouth, but no words came out. The 7 profound martial house was the temple of martial arts. Although the competition was fierce, the status was strict, and there were many rules. When a Moon Guard level disciple faced a proud son of heaven, they had to have a respectful attitude. But if they provoked a proud son of heaven, then they would be injured or even killed. No one could blame them for this. After all, A moon guard level disciple's status was not higher than a proud son of heaven. Not only that, but a moon guard level disciple's strength was much weaker, and he had overestimated himself by provoking a proud son of heaven. How could a proud son of heaven be casually humiliated? If he fought back, then the 7 profound martial house would judge him innocent. Get lost, Lin Ling shouted again, letting Little Flame take large strides forward. Outside the gate, Su Fan and his disciples had ugly expressions on their faces. Lin Ling had told them to scram. Damn it! However, other than Su Fan, all the other disciples made way for Lin Ling. It was extremely embarrassing, and they did not dare to block Lin Ling's path. Elder Su Fan, shame on you. As Lin Ling passed by Su Fan, a disdainful voice sounded out. Su Fan trembled with anger, but there was nothing he could do. After all, Lin Ling had not violated any rules. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Ling proudly entered the 7 profound martial house. Boss! Long Xiaoqin and the others hurriedly followed Lin Ling, their hearts filled with excitement. This was indeed their boss. His return had alarmed the 7 profound martial house and intimidated all the enemies. Lin Ling led Long Xiaoqin and the others towards the mountain valley. Along the way, many people were in awe and did not dare to block their path. At this moment, the mountain valley was surging with people. The people of the Fire Ancient clan were settling down here one after another. During this time, the news of Lin Ling's death had spread out, causing the people of the mountain valley to be somewhat forbearing. If they went out, they would be ridiculed and humiliated by others. But now that Lin Ling had returned, the people of the mountain valley had a banner. They no longer needed to look at others. Grandfather! In the distance, Lin Ling saw Ancestor Extreme Flame. His heart was filled with excitement. Perhaps Old Man Zhao's death had caused him to cherish his family and friends even more. Linger! Outside the mountain valley, Ancestor Extreme Flame looked at Lin Ling with excitement. His old eyes were filled with tears. His little grandson really did not die. Within the Fire Ancient clan, many people of the Fire Legion were looking at Lin Ling with excitement. During this time, they had been received by the Great Qin Empire one by one. Only after arriving did they realize just how terrifying their Fire Ancient clan's Lin Ling was, and how many miracles he had created in the 7 profound martial house. Lin Ling, this youth who was not even 20 years old, was their banner and also their pillar of support. Everyone has come. Lin Ling had already jumped down from Little Flame's shoulder. As he saw all the familiar faces, his heart was filled with excitement. Everyone was here. Ancestor Extreme Flame, Qin Xiaolan, Tian Xiaoman, the Fire Ancient clan, and the Fire Legion. Elder Jian, Ouyang Feiyong, and even Elder Longdan, Elder Hu Ding, and the others had also come. These people were all looking at Lin Ling with excitement, causing Lin Ling's heart to feel warm. When he had been wrapped up in murderous intent, he had almost turned into a mindless demon. At that time, it had been these people who had supported him. When he had been helpless under the oppression of powerful enemies, it had been these people who had supported him to become stronger. His heart of martial arts was to be free and unrestrained, to stand at the peak of the world. But if he could not even protect his loved ones, then how could he be free and unrestrained? Today, he had returned. He had to cherish everything, and he had to become even stronger. And today, although he still had not reached the level where he could laugh proudly at the 7 profound martial house, he was already able to all the heroes on the 7 profound heavens chosen list. Everyone followed Lin Ling into the mountain valley. At this moment, the mountain valley was like a giant city. There were a massive number of mansions, and it was completely different from the previous desolate place. Moreover, the spiritual energy here was rich, and it was full of vitality. It was an excellent place to cultivate, but outsiders could not easily enter. They could only secretly envy. Everyone is here. Where's my big brother? Big brother? Lin Ling looked at each of his family and friends, and then said to Di Zhichuan. Di Zhichuan's face darkened. Sure, Tian, I'm fine. It's just that I can't walk out of my heart, and I don't have the face to see you. The Sword Elder sighed. It was obvious that they all knew about the second dream. It was just that the other party's status was too high, and they were both willing parties. Therefore, they were unable to find the other party to settle their accounts. After all, when it came to matters between lovers, it was true that both parties were willing parties. If you wanted to obtain the other party, then you had to pay a price. But after paying a price, if the other party betrayed you and abandoned you, then you could not blame the other party. This was because when it came to matters of the heart, outsiders could not intervene. Others would say that they did not like the other party, so they had to separate. Although they knew that the second dream came with ulterior motives, how could they blame others? They could only blame Sakura's greed for beauty, and that was why they had ended up like this. Lin Ling, perhaps you don't know, but the second dream is the Martial House Master's disciple. The Sword Elder said, and Lin Ling's pupil shrank. He knew that the second dream's origin was not simple. When Sky Universe Palace was able to summon so many experts, he could see it. But he did not expect that the second dream was the Martial House Master's disciple. No wonder the second dream said to Lin Ling that when Lin Ling and Sakura decided to challenge the Martial House Master, they were already half a step into hell, consigned to eternal damnation. This also meant that everything was the Martial House Master's idea. Martial House Master. Lin Ling clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 809. I failed too. Lin Ling, I know you want to take revenge, but we are no match for the Prefecture Master. Sword Elder sighed. If he could touch the other party, he would have taken his revenge long ago. Unfortunately, he couldn't. The second dream was backed by the Prefecture Master. The Prefecture Master even wanted them to challenge him openly. That way, the Prefecture Master would be able to kill them openly. Therefore, Sword Elder and the rest could only endure. The Prefecture Master, Lin Ling, took a deep breath. He knew that Sword Elder and the rest were worried. He even knew that if he wanted to take revenge on the two ancient countries and challenge the Prefecture Master, he still had a long way to go. However, how could he let go of the second dream just like that? I'll go take a look at Big Brother. Lin Ling didn't say anything else and walked towards the depths of the mountain valley. In the depths of the mountain valley, the spiritual energy was dense. A slender figure leaned on the spiritual root and drank wine dispiritedly. When Lin Ling saw this, his body trembled. This person's clothes were dirty, and he didn't care about his appearance. There were many wine bottles on the ground. This person's hair was white, and he was completely different from the arrogant and domineering figure in his memory. This made Lin Ling's heart ache. His big brother used to be arrogant and arrogant. However, today he had become like this. Even his hair was white, and he was dispirited. The second dream brought great harm to his big brother. That kind of harm wasn't physical, but mental. After all, the second dream was his big brother's first love. First love was always beautiful and made people yearn for it. Unfortunately, most first love was like a dream, and it was easily broken. After one was broken, the impact was undoubtedly huge. Moreover, the second dream wasn't a matter of liking or not. Most importantly, she had betrayed Sakura. From the beginning to the end, the second dream had played Sakura like an ant. To be betrayed by one's beloved, this kind of impact was even greater. Not to mention, this kind of thing happened to the arrogant Sakura. The second dream, Lin Ling clenched his fists. That sinister girl was so hateful. Defeating a person wasn't scary. The scariest thing was to make the other party lose their martial heart and become a real cripple. Sakura was his family, his brother. In the past, when he was weak, Sakura had always protected him. In the Sky Universe Palace, Sakura had even used his head as a stake to prove that he was Lin Ling. So, how could Lin Ling not feel heartache when he saw Sakura in such a state? If you had a brother in your life, you would have no more regrets in life. Lin Ling was the same. Big brother. A soft voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing Sakura, who was far away, to tremble. He lifted his head and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief as surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes. Lin Ling was still alive. He was excited, but he did not dare to look into Lin Ling's eyes. He felt guilty. After all, he wasn't a fool. In the past, Lin Ling had warned him many times to be careful of the second dream. However, he believed in the second dream. Lin Ling had given him a spirit artifact, the second dream. Now, how could he still have the face to see Lin Ling? Second brother, Sakura murmured. During this time, he didn't see anyone. This was because he always had a feeling that everyone was laughing at him. He also knew that the entire Seven Profound Martial House treated him as a joke. But when he saw Lin Ling, he was excited, he felt guilty, and he took it to heart. Sakura took a large step forward and arrived in front of Lin Ling. Then he knelt down. Second brother, I was wrong. He kowtowed heavily. Lin Ling gently sighed and helped Sakura up. Big brother, between brothers, there is no right or wrong. As long as you can wake up, nothing is more important than this. As long as a man has strength, why would he be afraid of not having a wife? The shame that the second dream gave you. Don't you want to take revenge? Ha! Sakura helplessly smiled. Revenge, I want to, but that's easier said than done. I have already become a cripple, and my king body talent has been taken away by the second dream. How can I take revenge? He bitterly smiled, even more dispirited. Lin Ling shook his head. He wanted to say something, but Sakura walked away step by step until he reached the spiritual root. He picked up the jug of wine and drank. Second brother, big brother has wronged you. You should go. Your graciousness, big brother will repay it in his next life. What he lost wasn't his talent. What was crippled wasn't his cultivation, but his heart of martial arts. Lin Ling's expression turned cold. He walked towards Sakura step by step. With a wave of his right hand, the jug of wine in Sakura's hand shattered. Sakura looked at Lin Ling in confusion. Lin Ling's eyes were ice cold. He slapped out and slapped Sakura's face. Sakura's eyes narrowed. His second brother slapped him, and he was already a cripple. He couldn't resist. Could it be that his second brother was here to mock him and humiliate him? This slap is to wake you up. Failure isn't scary. What's scary is your fear of failure. You must know that on the path of martial arts, how can there be no failures? And because of a single failure, you gave up on yourself and gave up on your beliefs. Hence, this slap is to tell you that if you continue to be so dispirited, you and I are no longer brothers. Lin Ling spoke word by word. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. I know, failure isn't scary. However, the second dream has already become my heart demon. I want revenge, but what revenge should I use? Even if I still have talent, I'm still not her opponent. She is the disciple of the Manor Lord, an existence that can never be defeated. You can mock me all you want, but I only want to say that our opponent isn't an ordinary opponent. Sakura roared in anger. His emotions were incomparably agitated. The second dream had become a huge obstacle in his heart that he would never be able to overcome. It made him believe that the second dream would never be able to win. This woman's talent was terrifying, her shrewdness was deep, and she was the daughter of the Manor Lord. She suppressed him from all angles, giving him no chance to take revenge. Not only that, he also knew that if it was someone else, they wouldn't have the chance to take revenge. After all, the second dream was perfect. She was like a perfect girl bestowed by the heavens. Hence, even if he wasn't crippled, he wouldn't be able to take revenge. And since he couldn't, Lin Ling couldn't as well. Excuses. Lin Ling walked away step by step. His voice was like thunder in the sky, causing Sakura's body to tremble. He looked at that slenderback in shock. You failed, so you became dispirited, so you believe that your opponent would never be able to win. However, you are a coward. You only failed because of your talent. But do you know I also failed before and almost died? I was entangled by killing intent. I was chased by experts from 2 ancient countries. I almost lost my consciousness, but I persevered because I knew that I couldn't lose. I had to defeat my opponent. I couldn't lose because I wanted to soar above this world. I wanted to protect the tranquility in my heart. After that, I rose up. I brought back endless glory. Lin Ling's voice was like thunder, shocking Sakura's heart. Yes, he failed. He only lost his talent, but he was still alive. The mountain valley was like the most stable home, giving him the greatest protection. As long as Lin Ling didn't fall, no one would dare to invade this place. It also gave him enough time to stand up again. However, what about Lin Ling? He struggled outside and failed. Who would protect him? Who would support him? Who would allow him to rise up from failure? No one. Chapter 8:10. The perfect, blessed daughter of heaven. At this moment, Sakura discovered that the little brother that he had always protected had also been protecting him. It was just that he didn't know it. Moreover, he discovered that his own failure and Lin Ling's failure were much more difficult. After all, that was a life or death crisis. However, Lin Ling had still stubbornly withstood it and continued to rise. The second dream is not the most terrifying. You say that she is perfect, that she is invulnerable, but I want to see just how fierce she is. Revenge. This is only the beginning. There has never been anyone that has been able to provoke me, Lin Ling, and then come out unscathed. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. When the second dream decided to attack me, she had already lost. The slender figure disappeared in front of him. That firm voice caused Sakura's body to tremble once more. His second brother was still boiling with fighting spirit, forever filled with confidence. A martial artist was free and unrestrained in the world. There was never an opponent that they could not defeat, only an opponent that they did not dare to face. The second dream once said that I have a better talent than second brother, but I am inferior to him. At this moment, I seem to know what that is. Sakura looked up at the sky. Dark clouds billowed, but through the layers of clouds, one could faintly see a faint blue sky. Was his second brother going to attack? Was he going to attack the 7 profound martial house's most talented, shrewd, and perfect daughter of heaven? Could his second brother win? At this moment, above the tallest ancient tree in the rainforest holy land, green leaves fluttered like the clouds in the sky. And above these green leaves, 2 figures quietly stood there, as if they were monarchs overlooking the endless rivers and mountains. One of them was already a monarch, but the other was a young girl that had just begun to reveal her talent. Master, Lin Ling has not died. He has returned. Yes. A soft voice floated out from the young girl's mouth, without joy or sorrow. Ha! He really is an unkillable cockroach. Dream, what do you think is so mysterious about this Lin Ling that he can't die so often? The man turned around and looked at the young girl. This man was the current 7 profound martial house master, Tian Lin. He had strength and status that surpassed everything. He was the king of the 5 great ancient countries. I don't know. There is something about him that I cannot see through. Dream, the young girl faintly said. At the same time, she tucked her hair behind her ear. Her every movement was devastatingly beautiful, as if she were a pure lotus flower. Disher Tian has already been crippled. Lin Ling luckily didn't die, but next, it should be Lin Ling's turn to attack. Meng, are you confident? The man spoke again. It's just a small matter. Lin dream. Lin, of course. She had a terrifying talent. She was shrewd. In addition to her current status, Lin Ling was mysterious. But could he compare to her? Moreover, although Lin Ling's name had shaken the rainforest holy land, it was only a trivial matter to her. In the rainforest holy land, there were many hidden powerhouses. It was just that the average person did not know of them. Lin Ling did not have the qualifications to step into such a powerful domain, but she could. Good. Lin Ling, play with him until he dies. Tian Lin faintly said. From beginning to end, he was firm in his position. He believed that the D bloodline was a terrifying existence. Lin Ling had obtained D Wuji's inheritance, but he was just a lucky boy, nothing more. The most important thing right now is for you to become an elder. Skyforest spoke again, causing Second Dream's beautiful eyes to shine with light. The 7 profound martial house had a strict hierarchy. The martial house master was first, and then there was old Xian, apprentice, elders, proud sons of heaven, moon guard level disciples, and so on. She was a proud son of heaven, but she wanted to become an elder. The 2 words elder seemed simple, but the truth was that they held endless glory and glory. Although Elder Su Fan seemed helpless against Lin Ling, the truth was that Lin Ling had not violated the rules of the 7 profound martial house. Otherwise, Elder Su Fan could easily move against Lin Ling. Moreover, a martial hall elder status was comparable to a family head of the 5 great ancient countries. Placed outside, they were above tens of thousands of people. Most importantly, the second dream wanted to rise up and shake the rainforest holy land. Her first step was to become an elder, and then become a top proud son of heaven on the proud son of heaven roll. Becoming an elder was her top priority and also one of her life's plans. She could not afford to make a mistake. She had been preparing for this for several years. As for becoming a top proud son of heaven on the proud son of heaven roll, this could not be rushed. She had to experience the great tournament, so she had to slowly wait. Moreover, if she became an elder, she would be the youngest elder of the Rainforest Holy Land's 7 great martial hall elders. Her name would inevitably shake the Rainforest Holy Land. All martial artists want to become stronger and walk higher. Becoming an elder is the first step in my life. Master, I have prepared for so many years. I will definitely succeed. Master. The second dream's long hair fluttered in the wind. She was like a queen descending to the world, controlling the world. Master also believes that you will succeed. You will be the first proud son of heaven to become an elder of the younger generation in the 7 profound martial house. Master, Skylin praised. How could his disciple be a nameless nobody? Therefore, it was time for his disciple to shine. Becoming an elder was also the first step. 3 days from now, it will be your day of glory. The 7 profound martial house will hold an elder ceremony for you. Master, a short 3 days quietly passed. The second dream was to become a new elder of the 7 profound martial house. This news snowballed, causing a sensation in the 7 profound martial house. The second dream, a proud daughter of heaven, was also a mysterious young girl. Many people longed for her, but not many knew her true identity. But during this time, the second dream had rejected Sakura and announced her identity to the public. Everyone knew that the second dream was the daughter of the current martial house master. Thus, even more people admired the second dream. This was a proud daughter of heaven who had been born with a golden spoon in her mouth. As for Sakura, everyone laughed at him. A toad wanted to eat swan meat. But now, the second dream was to become an elder. No one in the entire 7 profound martial house refused to accept this. They were all looking forward to this proud daughter of heaven creating the first miracle of the 7 profound martial house. Endless glory. Early in the morning, in the ancient square of the 7 profound martial house, a large number of people had gathered. There were Star Guard level disciples, Moon Guard level disciples, elders, scholars, and even old Xian. Everyone was quietly waiting for this moment. The second dream is younger than us, but her strength is formidable. Now that she has become an elder, everyone is envious of her. Yes, she is worthy of being the proud daughter of heaven that we look up to. She is so beautiful. I think that she deserves to become an elder. To become an elder at such a young age, perhaps she will be the next martial house master. The crowd was talking. Some admired her, some envied her, but most of them were sincerely convinced. Besides those from the 7 profound martial house, there are also powerhouses from the other major martial arts halls that had arrived. All of them were shocked in their hearts. The martial house master's disciple was truly not an ordinary person. She's come out. Chapter 811. Lin Ling had made his move. On the square, the first person to appear was a middle-aged man. He wore a loose robe, and he looked cultured and elegant. As he stepped forward, an indescribable aura of a powerhouse filled the air. This middle-aged man seemed to represent the heavens. The aura that he gave off was not overbearing and dominating, but as mysterious as the heavens themselves. This person was the current martial house master, Tianlin. The eyes of the various martial arts hall powerhouses flashed, and they were secretly surprised. This mysterious powerhouse, Tianlin, his strength seemed to have risen again. He was one step closer to the peak of the Rainforest Holy Land, the Holy King. Then, everyone's eyes turned to look behind Tianlin. Following behind him was a beautiful young girl. She wore a long black dress, and her long hair was tied up. She wore black leather boots, and her delicate ears were adorned with a pair of moon pendants. Anyone who saw her would feel that she was extraordinary. Most importantly, this girl's eyes were deep and beautiful. As they looked into her eyes, the hearts of the youths couldn't help but skip a beat. They had a feeling of prostrating themselves before her. She is the second dream. She is as beautiful as a dream. This was the first time that the proud sons of heaven from the various martial arts halls had seen the second dream. Their hearts began to violently beat. Even if this young girl said something, they would still do it. Thank you all for coming today. As they arrive at the square, Martial House Master Tianlin's voice spread out. It was very soft, like a gentle wind blowing from the horizon, but everyone could hear it. From these words alone, one could see the Martial House Master's strength. Haha, this is just our luck. The various martial arts hall powerhouses laughed. Tianlin also smiled, giving off the aura of a grandmaster. Today's goal is simple. That is to have my disciple become an elder of the 7 profound martial house. He will also be the youngest elder in the history of the 7 profound martial house. Tianlin proudly said. The crowd was silent for a moment. Then, a burst of cheers sounded out. The second dream's talent was terrifying. This was a matter that everyone knew. In addition, his background was enormous. Who would oppose him? You deserve it. Many people nodded, especially some young geniuses. They even applauded, which made the second dream smile. Her beautiful face was calm, but she was excited. After all, she was about to achieve her first goal in life. She believed that this was only the beginning, and she would go even further in the future. This was the second dream. Life was not like that of an ordinary girl. She had her own goals, her own ambitions, and she was different from others. Of course, although I am the martial house master, I am not biased. The 7 profound martial house is a fair and just hall of martial arts. Becoming an elder is not up to me, but everyone else. At the very least, he wanted to let everyone know that he had allowed the second dream to become an elder not because he was his disciple. Everyone laughed. Although the second dream was able to become an elder mainly because the mansion master was her master, the truth was that the second dream's talent was also very terrifying. Most importantly, everyone was convinced that she could easily become an elder. In a vast square, all the powerhouses and geniuses responded with applause. No one objected. Since no one objects, then this martial house master will announce this to the world. Let the world celebrate. Mansion Master Skylin faintly smiled, a satisfied look on his face. His disciple's fame had shaken the rainforest holy land. As her master, he would have a bit more face. Announcing to the world, that will be sensational. Many people in the crowd excitedly said. This announcement was not made in the 100 territories, but in the rainforest holy land and the 100 territories. At that time, both fame and fortune would be reaped. The second dream's lips curved into a sweet smile. All martial artists wanted to stand out and be admired by tens of thousands of people. She was about to achieve this. At that time, there would be even more proud geniuses that would love her and kneel before her. She loved this feeling of being in control of everything. She was a dream. She was the night. She had to control everything. The 7 profound martial house is a sacred hall of martial arts. To rashly allow a slut to become an elder, this is too shameful for the 7 profound martial house. Senior Skylin, you're only the mansion master, but you did not create the 7 profound martial house. However, at this moment, an icy cold voice sounded out, causing the entire square to fall silent. Someone was objecting. The crowd was in an uproar. After all, this objection was an existence that would offend the mansion master. This was even more terrifying than offending the 5 great ancient countries or the major powers. Under countless gazes, a large number of people arrived at the square. There was Elder Jian, Elder Longdan, Elder Hu Ding, Elder Gu Sushua, and many others. They were mighty and majestic, their aura able to swallow mountains and rivers. The one leading them was actually a youth that was less than 20 years old. He wore a blue and white robe. and his face was indifferent. His lips curved up in a taunting smile. It was shocking. There were indeed people objecting, and it seemed that there was more than one person. Lin Ling. The second dream glared at the youth, her beautiful eyes narrowing. She hadn't thought that an ant like Lin Ling would come and interrupt her. This was the same as giving her a slap in the face in front of everyone. Was she a perfect daughter of heaven? Lin Ling didn't believe it. Lin Ling had nearly been killed by her in the past, and Sakura had been crippled. How could Lin Ling endure silently? Sakura had feared this perfect daughter of heaven, but Lin Ling had not. He had said that his revenge had just begun. So today he had made his move. Lin Ling. The entire square was in an uproar. The people of the 7 profound martial house were in an uproar. Their eyes were fixed on the youth. This youth was so arrogant that his name of Mad God had once again shocked everyone. The most important thing was that Lin Ling had not come alone, but had brought a large number of people with him. Among them were many powerhouses, and many of them were the powerful Elder Xian. Lin Ling's rallying power was truly terrifying. The position of elder, is that something that a slut can do? The cold voice resounded in the square again, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble violently. Slut! They all knew who Lin Ling was scolding. He was definitely scolding the second dream. However, the second dream was the love of countless young men, and she was also the disciple of the palace lord. She was a perfect daughter of heaven, but Lin Ling dared to call her a slut in front of everyone. What a bold move. Pa pa pa. The square was silent. Everyone looked at the group of people striding over, but most of them were looking at the youth in the lead. This youth was so arrogant. He didn't even fear the palace lord, Tian Lin, Di Wuji's successor. The palace lord's eyes flickered. He was also incomparably surprised. All along, he was only afraid of the Di family. However, the strongest genius of the Di family, Sakura, had been crippled, and the Sword Elder had to swallow his anger. He knew that the Di family was no longer a threat. When Lin Ling returned, the palace lord did not place him in his eyes. He thought that he was a dead man, but who knew that Lin Ling was more terrifying than anyone from the Di family. He was a banner that brought everyone to the square to slap the palace lord's face. Lin Ling, who do you think you are? Do you think that the position of elder is something that you can decide? At this moment, someone angrily shouted from aside. It was Elder Su Fan. That is not something that a dog like you can decide. The position of elder is something that everyone can decide. It is something that the 7 profound martial house has the final say. I am only speaking on behalf of the 7 profound martial house's unwilling people. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. He was not afraid of Elder Su Fan and coldly shouted. These words caused Elder Su Fan's eyes to widen. Lin Ling had called him a dog in front of countless people, and even in front of the other martial arts halls. It's over. I'm begging for the last few days of monthly votes. I've worked very hard these days. Everyone can see it. So fight with me, students. Chapter 8:12. Heartless, unrighteous, disloyal, unfilial, this kid is crazy. Today, all the big shots are gathered here, including the chief. Isn't he afraid of death? Damn. After the initial shock, many top geniuses' eyes flashed coldly. Mad God Lin Ling was a very domineering title, but to them, he was still just an ant. After all, Lin Ling was only ranked 200 on the genius list. There were more than 100 geniuses of the same age who were stronger than him. Why did he have to be arrogant? Moreover, he had insulted the second dream in front of so many people and called her a bitch. Lin Ling was courting death. Of course, in such a big scene with so many experts gathered here, they naturally wouldn't teach Lin Ling a lesson, because they knew that the chief wouldn't let Lin Ling have an easy time since Lin Ling was so arrogant. The others also had cold smiles on their faces. That young man had offended the palace lord's dignity in public. Therefore, they also wanted to see how the young man would deal with this. Did he think that it was possible for him to interrupt the second dream and become an elder? Countless people were looking at Lin Ling, and the second dream was also looking at Lin Ling. She was angry before, but she was a shrewd person after all, so she quickly calmed down and smiled gently. Is it because I rejected your brother that you are against me becoming an elder? It's just that matters of the heart can't be forced. You are here to help your brother vent his anger, so you are here to cause trouble. Isn't this too unsightly? So that's how it is. The second dream rejected Sakura, and Sakura is Lin Ling's elder brother. No wonder Lin Ling is here. He, the disgraceful Sakura, he is simply a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Lin Ling is about the same. The crowd started to discuss. Lin Ling was here to cause trouble. It was very ugly, but he was here to help his elder brother vent his anger. And based on this statement, he wanted to stop the second dream and become an elder. Mocking and disdainful voices sounded out, causing the sword elder and the others to frown. According to the legends, the second dream had the wisdom of the heavens and was as shrewd as the sea. Today, they had seen it with their own eyes. Indeed, it was not a small matter. With just one sentence, everyone in the square sided with her, and Lin Ling became the one who was making trouble for no reason. After all, matters of the heart couldn't be forced, because he was rejected, so he came here to cause trouble. How would others care about him? Even if he was a toad, the second dream, she was more like a pure and noble swan. You're here on behalf of the D family, but aren't your actions a little too humiliating? In the high seats, the Martial House Master's expression was calm, but his voice was like a divine emperor from the highest heavens. Indeed, if Lin Ling had come here for Sakura, then not only would he not have succeeded, but he would have made a great mistake. After all, the conferment of an elder was a sacred event. Lin Ling had come here to cause trouble, and this was also a loss of face for the seven profound Martial House. Therefore, if Lin Ling did not have a good explanation for this, then his crime would be punishable by death. Everyone's eyes looked at the slender figure in the blue and white robe. Many people were gloating over his misfortune. The second dream is really as intelligent as the rumors say. I just made a move, and you have already turned the tables on me. Admirable. At this moment, a light voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the crowd's eyes to twinkle. At such a critical moment, Lin Ling was still able to maintain his calm. This boy's mentality was indeed steady. I came here to help my big brother regain his dignity. Therefore, I oppose the second dream, becoming an elder of the seven profound Martial House. Lin Ling said again, and the crowd went into an uproar. Lin Ling really dared to say this. He had clearly come here for revenge. If he did, then he would lose face for the seven profound Martial House, and his crime would be punishable by death. Even the sword elder's pupils constricted. He did not understand why Lin Ling would say this. This was the second dream's plan. The second dream's lips curved into a faint smile. Lin Ling was not as terrible as he had imagined. However, the elders of the seven profound Martial House are highly respected and respected. They are teachers that are admired by tens of thousands of geniuses. If the second dream becomes an elder, then the seven profound Martial House's elder position is too worthless. However, Lin Ling's words changed, and his cold voice sounded out again. Therefore, I came here with my own selfish motives, but I also came here to represent the voice of the masses. I know that there are many people present who support the second dream becoming an elder, but there are also a few who do not agree. The square was silent. Indeed, most people supported the second dream becoming an elder, but that did not mean that all of them did. It was just that the second dream's background was too great, so no one dared to speak. That's just your opinion. The second dream's slender eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Lin Ling was very calm and admitted his own selfish motives. But he was also very cunning. With just a few words, he had caused those who had previously hesitated to hesitate, and now they were even more hesitant to support him. My own words. Lin Ling coldly shouted and raised his hand. We oppose. Behind him, the sword elder and the others loudly shouted. Although their numbers could not compare to the Martial House Masters, their momentum was still magnificent, enough to intimidate the heavens. Becoming an elder of the seven profound Martial House is no trifling matter. You must pass a martial, literary, and moral assessment. You must pass 12 Xian elders, 36 apprentices, and all the other elders must unanimously agree. But now, there's still voices of opposition, but you still want to confer the second dream, the title of an elder. You are the one speaking. Lin Ling's cold voice once again sounded out from his mouth. His momentum was overwhelming, and the square was even more silent. The second dream's pupils shrank. Lin Ling was only an ordinary proud son of heaven, but he seemed to be very familiar with the rules of the seven profound martial house and knew the conditions for conferring the title of elder. Moreover, Lin Ling's words were frank and heroic, filled with a strong sense of righteousness. First, he stated that he had come here with selfish motives, and then he spoke openly, making it so that no one could refute him. The martial house master was also silent. He had thought that Lin Ling had come out to cause trouble, and that it had been a moment of impulse. But now he discovered that this youth was incomparably intelligent. Then what do you want? The martial house master's low voice sounded out. He faintly stared at Lin Ling. This gaze was enough to make any powerhouse tremble in fear. However, Lin Ling was fearless. He took a step forward, and his icy voice sounded out. The position of an elder is sacred and dignified. The first rule of the seven profound martial house is that only those who are unrighteous, unfaithful, and unfilial can become an elder. Everyone's pupils shrank. This was indeed the rule of the seven profound martial house, and even the rule of the seven martial hall. Unrighteous, unfaithful, and unfilial. This was not only the requirement of the martial hall's elders, but also the requirement of becoming a disciple. Therefore, there were some vicious and murderous geniuses that the martial hall would not recruit. However, the second dream was a perfect proud daughter of heaven. How could she possibly be unrighteous, unfaithful, and unfilial? As the crowd began to talk, the second dream's complexion changed. Lin Ling's words were too fierce. She had somewhat underestimated Lin Ling. How am I unrighteous, unfaithful, and unfilial? The second dream also took a step forward, and a powerful aura erupted from her. At this juncture, she could not weaken her aura. Otherwise, she would not have the face to be conferred the title of elder. In the lands of the 100 domains, there will be chaos everywhere. The strong will be revered, and the weak will be treated like ants. Have you ever thought about this? Lin Ling looked at the second dream, and his icy voice floated out. This is the truth of the world. How could I possibly change it? Therefore, I have never thought about it. The second dream lightly replied. Chapter 8:13. A battle of words, good. Then I'll ask again, how does soccer treat you? Lin Ling asked again. The second dream's eyes flashed. She didn't understand why Lin Ling would ask such a question, but in front of so many people, she had no choice but to answer. Soccer treats me very well. This is a well-known fact. But how can feelings be forced? Good. Then I'll ask again, who founded the seven profound martial house? And who were the disciples of the previous martial house masters? Lin Ling's face was calm as he asked again. Only his voice could be heard in the square. But his voice was vast and mighty, causing many people's hearts to tremble. This Lin Ling was very bold. Was he really questioning the second dream in front of the martial house master? The seven profound martial house was founded by the seven profound old man. His goal is to raise the proud sons of heaven. His disciples? The second dream frowned. She didn't pay much attention to the first-generation martial house master's disciples. She then spoke of the second-generation martial house master and the third-generation martial house master. Of course, the seven profound martial house had a long history. There were over 500 generations of martial house masters, so she didn't remember them all. After all, this wasn't an important matter. Of course, this was enough to be proud of. Compared to others, she knew much more. Then you're now the perfect proud daughter of heaven. Your name has shaken the holy land of the rainforest. May I ask where your parents are and where you come from? Lin Ling asked again. Lin Ling, don't go too far. Asking such irrelevant questions. Do you think you can interrupt the second dream's appointment as elder? In the crowd, Su Fan couldn't help but shout out as he watched Lin Ling rise step by step, shocking the crowd. Shut up. However, as soon as his words fell, Lin Ling coldly looked at him. His eyes were filled with killing intent, causing Su Fan to tremble. This was killing intent. Lin Ling actually had killing intent within his body. For a time, he was so intimidated by this killing intent that he couldn't speak. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling, today, was lawless and fearless. It doesn't matter. Whatever he wants to know, I'll answer him one by one. I want to see what he has to say. The second dream knew that there were many important people present today. If she wanted to be conferred the title of elder, she had to convince everyone. Therefore, she did not mind. She gently tucked her hair behind her ear and said, "I am nameless. Master saved me when I was young and named me the second dream. Master's kindness is as heavy as Mount Tai. A master for a day is a father for life. My father is Tian Lin." Her voice was full of pride, which made many people in the crowd nod their heads. She was loyal and righteous, as expected of the second dream. Many people were praising the second dream, but the second dream proudly puffed out its chest and faced them calmly. She didn't know why Lin Ling asked those questions, but Lin Ling's words made her beautify herself and made more people approve of her, becoming an elder. However, around the square, just as the voices of discussion rose, Lin Ling's thunderous voice followed. "How can someone who is heartless, unloyal, and unjust be an elder?" His voice was like a bell, shocking the entire square into silence. Immediately, the 100 territories were in chaos. The strong were respected, and the weak were like ants. You said that this was the law of heaven and earth, but you didn't take it to heart. This is heartless, and human lives are like ants. A dignified elder is also a generation's teacher. How can you look down on human lives? Do you have any shame? I asked you how Di Shi Tian treated you, and you said that he was very good, but matters of the heart cannot be forced. However, Di Shi Tian gave up on himself and became decadent. As his former lover, you enjoyed the gazes of thousands. This is unrighteous. Although matters of the heart cannot be forced, there is still affection. You are so heartless. How can people accept you as an elder in the past? Lin Ling took a step forward and said 2 sentences in a row, shocking the crowd until their eyes trembled. Lin Ling, what a sharp tongue. You. The second dream's delicate body trembled. She realized that the questions Lin Ling asked her before were actually prepared. A heartless and unrighteous hat was placed on her head, making many people think that she was a second dream. She had a heart of snakes and scorpions, and her natural disposition was vicious. Lin Ling's mouth was so poisonous. The second dream's expression was cold. I am an ordinary disciple. How can I change the law of the world? Hence, what you said about me being heartless is not true. Di Shi Tian treated me very well, but I will remember it in my heart. However, there are many people who treat me well, and I can't pay attention to all of them. Hence, I am not unrighteous. The second dream's expression was cold. She realized that the battle between the two of them had already begun. It was different from the usual battle of strength. This time, it was a battle of words, and she had no choice but to fight. If she admitted defeat, her reputation would be ruined, and she would even be cursed. Fine, you said that you are an ordinary disciple and cannot change the law of the world. But since you're an ordinary disciple, what qualifications do you have to be an elder? However, just as her words fell, Lin Ling coldly shouted once more, causing the second dream to grit her teeth. Lin Ling was very attentive. He had grasped her words to strike back at her. You said that there are many people who treat you well, and Di Shi Tian is only one of them. So it is impossible for you to pay attention to all of them. But let me ask you, where did that sword at your waist come from? Lin Ling shouted again, pointing at the sword at the second dream's willowy waist. That sword. Many people also looked at the sword at the second dream's waist, some of them puzzled. The second dream's complexion became even uglier. She was momentarily speechless. You have nothing to say to refute me. That sword is called the Chaotic Evil Sword, and it is a spirit artifact. Di Shi Tian gave it to you as a token of his love. You said that Di Shi Tian treated you the same as everyone else, but did anyone else give you a spirit artifact? Your actions are unrighteous. Lin Ling coldly shouted. The word unrighteous reverberated through the square, echoing endlessly. It even spread to the entire 7 profound martial house. Far off in the distance, Xianxia stood in the valley of the mountains. As he listened to that mighty and righteous voice, his body trembled. His second brother had made a move. He had made a move against the proud daughter of heaven that he thought was perfect. Plop! He fell to his knees. He had given up on himself, but his second brother had gone to seek revenge. He had gone to retrieve the dignity that he had lost. His second brother was still fighting. Moreover, his second brother's move had been like a thunderbolt. He had broken the undefeated legend in his heart, and had even challenged the perfect daughter of heaven in many people's hearts. At this moment, the square was deathly silent. Countless people looked at the sword at the second dream's willowy waist, their pupils constantly flashing. A spirit artifact was priceless. Xianxia had actually given such a treasure to the second dream. However, the second dream had turned her back on him. This was truly a bit too much. It gave people the feeling that she was heartless and unrighteous. The proud daughter of heaven, the second dream, it seems that she is not as perfect as the legends say. Some people began to mutter to themselves. Then, their voices spread out like the wind. Many people's impressions of the second dream began to waver. The second dream stubbornly stood in place. Her long black dress fluttered in the wind. Her delicate body trembled with anger. The crowd was already questioning her, and all of this was brought about by Lin Ling. Chapter 8:14. Sees the radiance. Lin Ling followed up his victory with another shout. Perhaps you think that I am deliberately mystifying you, but listen well. The 7 profound martial houses' first-generation house master, Old Man Qixuan, is not a martial artist from the rainforest Holy Land. He came from a foreign land, and his martial arts were also brought from a foreign land. His name is Old Man Qixuan, and he has received 7 disciples. What? Didn't the 7 profound martial houses' first-generation house master receive 6 disciples? The crowd began to talk, but soon an old man lightly said, "There is also one that is not an official disciple of Old Man Qixuan, but a secret disciple. She is not in the rainforest Holy Land." This old man was not from the 7 profound martial house, but came from the heaven-bearing mansion. Because he was powerful, he was much older than most of the people present, and naturally knew some of the secrets hidden within. What surprised him was that not many people knew about this matter, but that arrogant young man knew about it. How could he know that 3 days ago, Lin Ling had learned that the second dream wanted to be conferred the title of elder? A massive plan had sprung up in his heart, and then he had used the eye of time to quietly observe the 7 profound martial house. In these 3 days, he had completely memorized everything about the 7 profound martial house. Therefore, in terms of familiarity with the 7 profound martial house, there were few people present that could compare to him. "You are unfaithful, and you are inferior to me. Can you become an elder?" Lin Ling took another step forward. He was getting closer and closer to the second dream. The crowd was breathing rapidly. Lin Ling was too fierce. He had actually suppressed the perfect proud daughter of heaven. Moreover, Lin Ling seemed to be more suitable than the second dream to be an elder. The second dream's glory had been split in half by Lin Ling. This was a great shame to the second dream. This boy is brave, and meticulous. He is free and easy, frivolous. What a good seedling. The ancient powerhouses of the major martial arts halls looked at Lin Ling with appreciation. Moreover, you are unfilial. Just as the second dream was rendered speechless, Lin Ling unleashed another barrage of attacks. You said that you are a nameless person, and your father is the current mannerhead. However, your mother, who gave birth to you, carried you for 10 months, and was connected by blood and flesh. Yet you never thought of looking for them after you grew up, treating them as nothing. Yet you took a strong person as your father, all for the sake of enjoying the feeling of being high above others. Tell me, where did your filial piety come from? I pity your parents. Perhaps they are still being bullied by others, but your daughter is enjoying all the glory and wealth. The second dream, the second dream. Do you know that blood is thicker than water? Lin Ling reprimanded loudly, causing the second dream's beautiful face to turn incomparably ashen. Before this, she had said that as a teacher for a day, as a father for all living things. Those heroic words had moved the hearts of the people in the square, but now Lin Ling's words had made her an unfilial daughter. The second dream is a little ugly. Blood is thicker than water. How could she forget it so easily? She didn't even look for her parents. Many people looked at the second dream indifferently, especially some of the elders. Their eyes were filled with thick disdain. In an instant, the second dream in the square no longer seemed to be a perfect girl favored by the heavens. Instead, she was being condemned by everyone. The second dream's body trembled violently. Today was her day of glory, the first step of her life's goal. She was supposed to have completed it perfectly, but Lin Ling's appearance had stolen her light and made her into an incomparably ugly person. This was an unrighteous, unloyal, and unfilial person. Now, do you still have the right to be proud of being an elder? Lin Ling looked coldly at the second dream and said. He knew that the second dream must be incomparably angry at this moment, but he was very happy to see this scene. From a moment the second dream harmed his elder brother, from the moment she harmed him, Lin Ling, the second dream was already half a step into hell, consigned to eternal damnation. As for the mansion Lord Skylin, his eyes were ice cold. At this moment, he discovered that he had underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling was even more terrifying than Sakura. At least, after Sakura was crippled, he no longer had the strength to fight back. However, Lin Ling wasn't. His battle intent was boiling, and the more he fought, the braver he became. Moreover, he had just escaped from a life-and-death crisis 3 months ago. 3 months later, he returned with revenge and with a thunderous momentum. He made his disciple lose face today. Tianlin quietly looked at a middle-aged man in front of him. A formless voice sounded, causing the middle-aged man's eyes to light up. He strode forward. He was Su Fan. Lin Ling, you said that the second dream isn't qualified. Then who do you think is more qualified than her? Don't tell me it's you? Su Fan shouted coldly. At this moment, the second dream had been suppressed by Lin Ling to the point that she couldn't speak. Therefore, he had to step forward to salvage the lost pride. After all, the second dream losing face was equivalent to losing face for the prefecture lord. You old dog, you're speaking again. Lin Ling's gaze turned and landed coldly on Su Fan. Then he smiled indifferently. I'm indeed more qualified than her. Boom! The square was in an uproar. Everyone thought that Lin Ling stood out to oppose the second dream because he wanted to disrupt the second dream's life goal. However, who knew that Lin Ling was even more arrogant than everyone thought? He was arrogant and thought that he was more qualified than the second dream to be an elder. Today's protagonist was the second dream. But not only had Lin Ling seized half of the glory, but he had also snatched away the stage of this proud daughter of heaven. Frivolous and arrogant, this is what a proud son of heaven should be like. All of the martial arts fanatics from the various major martial halls felt their hearts fiercely tremble. They did not indulge in beauty. They only yearned for a stronger powerhouse. But today, Lin Ling had left a deep shadow in their hearts. After all, he had seized the glory of being the disciple of the current 7 profound martial house master. If it were them, they wouldn't be able to do it. They wouldn't dare. As an elder, one must pass the civil, martial, and moral tests. Senior martial house master, may I ask if the second dream has undergone any tests? Lin Ling turned to look at the expressionless Skylin. Skylin's eyes flashed, and he lightly nodded, because everyone agreed there was no need to pass the civil, martial, or moral tests. As the martial house master, how can you so rashly decide on the elder position? Do you think that because you are the martial house master, you can control everything? The 7 profound martial house is a sacred martial hall. It is not a dynasty, it is not your world. Lin Ling icily shouted. This time his sword was pointed at the martial house master. The hearts of the crowd fiercely trembled. Lin Ling was truly fearless. This time, he was reprimanding the Martial House Master. Just who did he think he was? He was only ranked 200 on the Proud Son of Heaven list. This was simply a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Countless shocked eyes looked at Lin Ling. On the square, one man and one sword, his robes fluttering in the wind. It was as if he were the only person under the heavens, looking down at the vast sky with disdain. Mad, God Lin Ling. Today he had once again caused a sensation in the rainforest Holy Land. Mad, God Lin Ling. Today he had once again caused a sensation in the rainforest Holy Land. Skyland's complexion was as calm as before, as if he wasn't angry. But deep in his eyes, a billowing murderous intent was brewing. He wished he could kill this ant, but he didn't dare. He was the aloof and remote Martial House Master, and today all the powerhouses of the Rainforest Holy Land had gathered here. How could he disregard his reputation and attack Lin Ling? You say that you want to seize the elder position of the second dream? Very well. The 7 Profound Martial House is a sacred martial hall. Anyone has a chance. As long as you win the second dream, you can become an elder. Of course, if you lose, then that is because you have overestimated yourself. You must apologize with your death and defend the sacred name of my 7 Profound Martial House. Skyland slowly said. He had given Lin Ling the opportunity, but he also wanted to take this opportunity to obliterate Lin Ling. If I win, then the second dream is deceiving everyone and deliberately mystifying themselves. Therefore, she must apologize with her death. However, after that threatening voice sounded out, Lin Ling's entire body exuded a tremendous aura. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his firm voice sounded out. This battle was not a battle of martial arts, but a battle of wits. He, Lin Ling, would fight. Chapter 8:15. Heaven and Earth Examination. Lin Ling accepted the challenge. The crowd's eyes widened. Lin Ling's arrogance soared to the heavens. Not only did he want to steal the glory of the second dream, he even agreed to a battle of life and death with the second dream. This was like a dream. Lin Ling seemed to be unable to see through himself. Indeed, Lin Ling's mouth was powerful. His eloquence was like a lotus flower. His imposing manner dragged the second dream from the altar into the mortal realm. The second dream didn't seem as sacred and perfect as before. She was still a distance away from the position of an elder. However, it was undeniable that the second dream was still very close to the position of an elder. This was something that Lin Ling couldn't compare to. However, Lin Ling still wanted to fight. Could Lin Ling compare to the second dream? Could it be that Lin Ling was so arrogant that he thought he was the perfect heavens chosen? Lin Ling's relatives and friends were shocked. Some were worried about Lin Ling. In fact, Lin Ling had done very well today. At least in the hearts of the crowd, the second dream's reputation was stained. However, how could Lin Ling be a match for the second dream? Although this wasn't a battle of martial arts, but a battle of wits, Lin Ling was still no match for the second dream. Are you sure? The palace lord looked at Lin Ling calmly. His soft voice floated out again. At the same time, the second dream was also looking at Lin Ling. She knew that Lin Ling had a mysterious aura about him, but she was the palace lord's disciple. She had grown up in the rainforest Holy Land and was a darling of the heavens. Lin Ling couldn't compare with her. She didn't know where Lin Ling's confidence came from, but with so many eyes focused on her, she still revealed a worried expression. Lin Ling, I know that you have a bad impression of me, but you really aren't my match. Why do you insist on a life or death battle with me for the sake of fighting spirit? As she spoke, she looked at the palace lord. Honorable master, withdraw the life or death battle. Lin Ling is a rare talent. If he dies here, it will be a loss for the 7 Profound Martial House. Her words seemed as if she couldn't bear to see Lin Ling die. But the truth was that she was trying to beautify herself and erase the bad impression she had of him. In the square, many people's eyes flashed. Some of the youths actually sympathized with the second dream. This woman was truly a proud daughter of the heavens. Lin Ling had targeted her at every turn, but she still pleaded for mercy for him. What kind heart! However, Some of the older powerhouses and martial fanatics were indifferent. They knew that the Second Dream's plan was to retreat in order to advance. This was a very shrewd move. This was equal to goading Lin Ling into a corner. This woman was truly intelligent. She wanted to use this life or death battle to obliterate Lin Ling. Slut, you don't need to pretend to plead for mercy. You want to refuse, but I won't agree. However, before the palace lord could speak, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded out, filled with a powerful self-confidence. The crowd was once again stirred. Lin Ling was unafraid of death. Did he really think that he would win? Fierce. Some of the powerful martial artists from the martial hall nodded in appreciation. This youth had the drive that a martial artist should have. He didn't attack, but when he did attack, it was like a thunderbolt. The 7 Profound Martial House is the sacred martial hall of the Rainforest Holy Land. It is not owned by one person. It represents the most powerful place in the 100 domains where talents are raised. Although today is a matter of the 7 Profound Martial House, it is also related to the other martial halls. Therefore, for the next examination, I will be the witnesses. At this moment, an old man from the Howling Sky Academy walked out. This person's status was obviously not low. I will also request the heavenly abode to be the witness. The Xian elders from the other martial halls also walked out, causing the palace lord to frown. Today was supposed to be a gathering of great figures, and there were many things that were out of his control. However, Lin Ling's appearance, his strength and decisiveness, seemed to have attracted the praise of many powerhouses. Thus, today's small matter of conferring the title of elder was gradually becoming more and more chaotic. Lin Ling, this ant, the palace lord coldly roared in his heart. He had never thought that Lin Ling would take advantage of this situation. Good, prepare for the civil, martial, and moral tests. Then, the palace lord shouted, causing the hearts of the crowd to surge. The civil, martial, and moral tests were held by the 7 martial halls. It was a heaven and earth examination for conferring the title of elder and disciple. It was created by the Holy Land of the Rainforest Holy Land, the Saint Palace. Of course, in the past, this was only a decoration. If one wanted to confer the title of elder, the truth was that it depended on the palace lord and the Xian elders. However, today was different. Because of Lin Ling's rebellious and unruly behavior, the palace lord was no longer in control of the situation. If he followed his own thoughts, he could still confer the title of elder to the Second Dream, but he would become a laughingstock. Suddenly, the palace lord regretted. Because of the conferment of a Second Dream, he had invited a large number of powerhouses to come. He wanted to cause a sensation in the Rainforest Holy Land, but the result was that Lin Ling had borrowed this power. Lin Ling, what a treacherous junior. Of course, although he was furious, he was still very confident about the upcoming heaven and earth examination. The civil, martial, and moral test an elder's civil, martial, and moral virtues. If he is moral, he will be loved and respected by his disciples. If he is literate, he will know the heavens above and the earth below. Only then will he be able to nurture a genius. Otherwise, how can he not be a genius? Elder Dao from the law enforcement hall walked out and looked at the crowd expressionlessly. Many people nodded their heads. Elder Dao's character was upright, and they believed that he was suitable to be the chief judge this time. The 2 disciples who were vying for the position of elder prepared to touch the heaven and earth merits board. Elder Dao's cold voice sounded again. Then, a few Xian elders appeared and displayed their powerful strength. It was as if they were moving mountains and filling seas. They brought a stone tablet that was almost 20 meters tall over and smashed it on the ground with a loud boom. The Heaven and Earth Merits Board was made from a rare spiritual origin stone. Then, an ancient array was carved into the stone. As long as one's strength did not surpass the person who set up the array, it would be able to detect the good and evil of the person who entered the array, as well as his merits and demerits. Every martial hall had a Heaven and Earth Merits ranking. Normally, it was created by the first-generation Manor Master. It was to prevent people from becoming the martial hall's elder. After all, if a person who killed countless people became an elder, It would be a stain on the martial hall's reputation. It would be a nightmare. Rumble. The ancient stone tablet sat on the ground and intimidated the crowd. They didn't dare to look directly at the stone tablet, as if it was the punishment of heaven and earth, especially those martial fanatics who killed people like they were cutting grass. Their martial hearts were shaken, and they didn't dare to look directly at the Heaven and Earth Merits Board. This board is a test of morality. Many people started to discuss. With the Heaven and Earth Merits Board, they could see the merits and demerits of Lin Ling and the second dream. If he failed 2 out of the civil, martial, and moral tests, he wouldn't be qualified to be an elder anymore. Soon, countless eyes fell on Lin Ling and the second dream. They were looking forward to it. One was a perfect girl blessed by the heavens. Her talent, intelligence, and background were all perfect. She was like a favored child of heaven. On the other hand, the other was a nameless youth who even had the fierce reputation of mad god. Between the two of them, who had the higher morality? In fact, there was no need to guess. It was definitely the second dream who had the higher morality. After all, Lin Ling had the reputation of mad god. How good could his morality be? This meant that Lin Ling had lost the first round of the 3 heavens, earth, and moral tests. And if he lost the second round, with so many experts watching, Lin Ling would probably have to atone for his sins with his death. Sorry for the late update. It's the last day of 2015. Best wishes to everyone. Chapter 816. Heaven and Earth Test of Virtue. Actually, I won the Heaven and Earth Test of Virtue with an unfair advantage. Elder Dao, can this test of virtue be considered a draw? The second dream spoke softly. She seemed to want to give up on the first test. The crowd was stunned for a moment. Then the young men who worshipped the second dream burst into cheers. The second dream was indeed worthy of being humiliated by Lin Ling, but she didn't care. Instead, she wanted to give up on the first test to increase Lin Ling's chances of winning. Her attitude was really praiseworthy. Even those who didn't think highly of the second dream were stunned. Could it be that they had misjudged the second dream? No, that's the rule. Elder Dao said expressionlessly. The second dream sighed softly, as if she felt that it was a pity that she couldn't help Lin Ling. The second dream was admired by even more people. Could it be that Lin Ling's words were just slander? In your dreams, bitch. You want to give up on the first test because you don't dare to let others know your virtue. How can an unfilial person like you have any virtue? At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. He looked at the second dream with an overbearing aura. Lin Ling knew that the second dream was putting on an act. Hypocrisy and treachery disgusted him, so he didn't bother to pretend to be polite. He directly called her a bitch. When the word bitch came out, the young men who worshipped the second dream gritted their teeth in anger. Lin Ling was so hateful. He had once again blasphemed their beloved daughter. No matter how shrewd the second dream was, she couldn't stand Lin Ling's repeated scoldings. This made her grit her teeth fiercely, but she revealed a lovely expression. Lin Ling, our misunderstanding is too deep, but you will understand me in the future. Bah! Her eyes were as deep as the night, and there was a hint of affection in them. It could make any young man fall in love with her. Bitch, get lost. However, Lin Ling's heart was as hard as stone. He was not tempted at all. The second dream was silent. She was surprised by Lin Ling's determination. Then, she lifted her small feet and walked towards the Heaven and Earth Merits list. She wanted to be the first one to take the test. Of course, when she passed by Lin Ling, her fake mask was finally torn off. Lin Ling, I admit that I underestimated you. I didn't expect your revenge to be so terrifying. However, you still underestimated me. Today I will kill you here. Then let's wait and see. Lin Ling was not surprised by the second dream's change in attitude. This woman was quite shrewd. Everything that she had shown before was just for show. Now, the second dream was whispering in a low voice. That was the real her. However, Lin Ling had to admit that the second dream was indeed very powerful. After all, his elder brother, Sakura, was already a top-notch genius. His rise was like thunder, and he shocked everyone. However, he was still defeated by the second dream. This explained everything. The second dream was not old, and was about the same age as him. If she was given another year, it would not be difficult for her to stand at the top of the Heaven's Pride list. However, the second dream did not have chance. The moment she arrogantly attacked him, she was destined to fall. Under countless gazes, second dream took light steps and appeared below the heaven and earth merits ranking. Her black robes fluttered in the wind, and her slender waist gave people the feeling that she was a fairy under the night sky. She was filled with mystery. Second dream stretched out her small hand and gently touched the heaven and earth merits ranking. The heaven and earth merits list was divided into 6 colors: black, gray, white, red, and the highest, purple. Black represented the devil. He killed people like flies and had committed countless crimes in the past. Gray represented the dark and sinister nature. Although he did not commit countless crimes, he was not a good person and was not suitable to be an elder. White was an ordinary person and had the qualifications to be an elder. Red was a good person. He had a kind heart and was highly respected. As for purple, that was a sign of boundless merit. There were such people, but even in the 7 profound martial house, there were very few of them. The second dream is like a fairy that descended to the mortal world. She should be purple or red. Many youths that worshipped the second dream whispered. In their hearts, the second dream was still perfect. At this time, the second dream's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. This was the first time that she had seen the heaven and earth merits list, so she was a bit nervous. She didn't know what her final color would be, but she guessed that no matter what the result would be, it would be better than Lin Ling's. The heaven and earth merits list slightly swayed, and a faint gray light appeared. Not only that, but within this light, the second dream also appeared those that she had killed in the past. The heaven and earth merits list was extremely terrifying. It could unearth the secrets hidden in a person's heart. The second dream's complexion changed. With this unearthing, her image had been tarnished. One by one, people that had died at the hands of the second dream appeared. There were a total of 98 names, and this caused the heaven and earth merits list to turn gray. The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't think that a perfect daughter of heaven would kill people. What's so strange about this? In the world of martial arts, sometimes there will be some rascals that will provoke the second dream, and then they will be killed by the second dream. Who here hasn't taken a life before? Someone defended the second dream, causing the crowd to quietly accept this. But they were even more in awe of the heaven and earth merits list. These secrets had been unearthed. After the gray light faded, the heaven and earth merits list quietly changed. The gray clouds dissipated, and a white light filled the air. White. The heaven and earth merits list had finally determined that the second dream was white. This meant that she was an ordinary person and had not committed any great crimes. Even if she had killed someone, she had made up for it with her merits. Good. She's truly worthy of being a daughter of heaven. Although she has killed, she has helped even more. That's why she is white. In the world of martial arts, white is very rare. Cheers! The crowd cheered. Although the heaven and earth merits list had 5 colors, they believed that white was the rarest color. Moreover, if they were to touch it, most of them would be gray. The second dream, white merit. Yes. After a while, Elder Dao announced the results. The second dream had reached the qualifications to become an elder. The so-called helping others is actually to beautify oneself and make others think that one is a fairy who has descended to the mortal world. That's why she helped. Haha, white. How ironic. Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling's disdainful voice rang out, causing the worshippers of the second dream to roar in anger. Lin Ling, how despicable. He is blaspheming their goddess again. However, some of the more knowledgeable martial artists' eyes flickered. Lin Ling's words were not without reason. The second dream might have saved many people, and she had helped many others. That was because she was a daughter of heaven, and she had no choice but to help others. However, her helping was not her nature. She just wanted more people to worship her. Lin Ling, mad god, you are just a demon. How dare you compare yourself to a fairy? Angry. At this moment, someone in the crowd angrily shouted. Many people's eyes flashed. Lin Ling's name had already shaken the entire seven profound martial house. Many people knew that Lin Ling had exterminated the Battle Evil faction, annihilated the Saint race, and encircled the Great Prairie. A massive number of people had died under Lin Ling's hands. In addition to the murderous aura that Lin Ling emitted from time to time, everyone was sure that this boy was at least a gray rank. Chapter 817. Shocking the entire audience. Let's watch a good show. Many people coldly sneered. Even Old Sword and the others frowned. They knew that Lin Ling's result would not be good. Lin Ling, it's your turn. The second dream looked at Lin Ling, her words filled with schadenfreude. At this moment, she was a pure and innocent fairy maiden, and Lin Ling was a demon with an extremely thick demonic nature. How could he compare to her? I don't need your nonsense. Lin Ling cried out coldly. He strode towards the heavenly merit ranking in a free and unrestrained manner, causing quite a number of people to nod their heads. Although this person possessed a demonic nature, he was magnanimous and untamed. Hence, he possessed a certain aura. This was especially the case for some young ladies. Their hearts began to pound as they looked at that arrogant back. Obviously, compared to the second dream, they admired Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you can do it. It was unknown who shouted these words, but in the square, many young girls began to shout their support. This caused many young boys to feel jealous. Lin Ling was just a demon's son, and yet he dared to compare himself with a fairy maiden? That's right, this was a comparison between a demon's son and a fairy maiden. What a mysterious boulder. At this moment, below the massive heaven and earth merit list, Lin Ling was quietly standing. His handsome face revealed a trace of shock. This was a divine stone created by the first martial house master. Unless his strength surpassed that of the first martial house master, he would not be able to hide any secrets from him. This meant that he could not change the heaven and earth merit list. In this world, strength was revered. If today Lin Ling had the strength to dominate everything, then he would not have come to stop the second dream, but would have directly humiliated and obliterated them. Unfortunately, the current Lin Ling still lacked time. He had not grown to the point where he could dominate everything. Therefore, he could only follow the rules of the seven profound martial house and give the second dream a painful blow, and take the first step towards revenge. Ha! Without any hesitation, Lin Ling slammed his palm on the heaven and earth merit list. He did not have much confidence in this merit test. After all, he knew how many people he had killed. Rumble. The heaven and earth merits board swayed slightly, and a gray light burst out instantly. Ha! Gray, as expected of the devil's son. Many people rejoiced in his misfortune and were not surprised by this result. However, in the next moment, the gray light surged like waves and gradually changed color. The black light was like hell, and billowing killing intent filled the air. Black. It was the lowest level. This meant that Lin Ling had killed a lot of people, at least 100,000. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared at the slender figure under the huge stone tablet. Over there, a blue and white robe fluttered in the wind. He was wild and untamed, rebuking the wind and rebuking the clouds. Although he was black in color, at this moment, he gave them the feeling that this youth was like a monarch descending upon the world, that the heavens belonged to him. Anyone who resisted, anyone who wanted to kill him, would be killed. Killing one is a crime. Killing 10,000 is a hero. Killing 100,000 people, the king of kings. Although many people were rejoicing in his misfortune, they were even more afraid of Lin Ling. This lad was indeed the son of the devil god from the Nine Serenities Hell. Lin Ling was also stunned at this moment. He did not expect his reputation to be so bad. It was actually a billowing black light. However, he smiled and did not care at all. He had killed many people, but he was magnanimous and knew why he killed. Black light, the first round, Lin Ling has lost. The corners of the mansion master's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. There were still 2 more heaven and earth tests. Lin Ling had no chance of winning. Elder Dao looked at Lin Ling in surprise. He did not expect this lad to be so decisive. He then nodded and was about to announce the results of the Heaven and Earth Merits Board. However, at this moment, the Heaven and Earth Merits Board swayed violently. The billowing light bloomed like a cloud. It was white like a cloud, quietly blowing away the black light. What? The crowd trembled violently. Under the light, they saw everything that Lin Ling did when he was young. When he was in the 100,000 mountains of the Guyan sect, there was once a martial artist who bullied the commoners. The youth wielded his sword and dressed in a long robe. He was like a clean white cloud in the sky. He repelled the tyrannical martial artist and helped the old woman and her grandson. This was a pure and innocent heart. Rumble. The Heaven and Earth Merits Board was dazzling again. The fiery red light bloomed and blew away the white light. Light of a good man. The crowd was in an uproar. They seemed to think that there was something wrong with the Heaven and Earth Merits Board. Otherwise, how could Lin Ling be called a good man with his infamy? Under countless eyes, the red light showed the battle of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom in the sky-fragrant city. The youth wielded a large sword and led his flame legion to wipe out the enemy and save a large number of commoners in the sky-fragrant city. This lad kills people like scything flax. I finally know why he killed. An old man muttered to himself as he looked deeply at the youth beneath the Heaven and Earth Merits Board. Why did he kill? It was because he killed to stop killing. He killed one person and carried an infamy, but he saved 10 people. This youth was willing to bear everything for others. This was even more admirable than the second dream, where he molded himself in order to help others. Is he still the demon's son? Some people in the crowd doubtfully asked. The red light was still the demon's son? Rumble. However, this was not the end. On the Heaven and Earth Merits Board, a brilliant light flashed. A noble purple light erupted, shocking everyone. Impossible! Screams. Horrified cries sounded out. Even the martial house master who had been sitting there indifferently stood up in shock. The 7 profound martial house did not have a purple light, but it was extremely rare. It would only appear on the bodies of some truly respected seniors. Even the martial house master himself might not have a purple light. However, a youth that was not even 20 years old had a purple light. How is this possible? Fake. This must be fake. The second dream's tender body shivered. She was a proud daughter of the heavens, a fairy maiden as pure as a lotus flower. But Lin Ling was the son of the demon god. His body was filled with a thick murderous aura, and the smell of blood permeated the air. So, how could Lin Ling be nobler than her? Compared to Lin Ling, she was nothing but a toad. The Heaven and Earth Merits Board has made a mistake. How could the mad god's merits outweigh his faults? Many people shook their heads, unable to believe the facts in front of them. However, at this time, in that noble purple light, an illusion finally appeared. The wind blew, blood flowed, and the battlefield burned like fire. Countless common people wept, sorrowfully looking at the world. There, the powerful saint race had arrived, wanting to erase everything. They were worried, they were afraid. Their parents, their children, every day felt like a year. However, one day, the king returned. At the border war of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, he had single-handedly resisted the enemy. At the war of the saint race, he had single-handedly fought against countless heroes. 180,000 people had died in rivers of blood. This youth had shouldered the title of Death God, shocking the world. It was as if he had become the world's most ferocious killing demon. However, after this youth, 1 million people had risen. These were all the people of the cloud domain. This youth had killed people in order to save people. He had killed 18 people, saving 1 million people. His merits outweighed his faults. Purple light bloomed. In the end, a shocking scene appeared in the vast purple light. Farewell, our king. Farewell. Bang. The millions of people of the cloud domain shouted. In the skies, fireworks bloomed. Countless people fell to their knees, layer upon layer. Their momentum was magnificent, shocking the mountains and rivers. The common people of the cloud domain were sending off their legend. The name of virtue was well-deserved. Chapter 8:18. The Heaven and Earth Test. The plaza was silent. At this moment, no one doubted Lin Ling's purple light anymore. No one had the right to mock Lin Ling for being the demon's son, and no one dared to look down on Lin Ling's murderous aura anymore. In fact, they did not even have the right to mock him. Everyone looked at Lin Ling in shock. They never thought that this young man with the title of Mad God would have such a kind side to him. A young man with a fierce tiger in his heart sniffing the roses. Ha! Lin Ling walked back step by step. The plaza was still silent. Only Ancestor Tai Yin and the others behind Elder Jian were looking at Lin Ling excitedly, with gratified smiles on their faces. Lin Ling was their flag, their sky. Sorry, the filthy demon's son, won the first round. Lin Ling's cold voice floated out from his mouth. He looked at the second dream indifferently, his clear eyes filled with disdain. At this moment, the second dream gritted her teeth. Previously, when she shone brightly, everyone thought that she was clean and pure. Even the stain from Lin Ling's mocking of her for being heartless, unloyal, and unfilial had disappeared. At that time, she was proud and thought that Lin Ling had smashed her own foot with a rock. But now, Lin Ling was nobler than her, more pure and innocent than her. She was like a toad. She was even more lowly than Lin Ling. Blessed by the heavens? What a joke. The second dream could not say anything. Although the Heaven and Earth merit list did not mean that Lin Ling had won, Lin Ling had left a bigger stain on her reputation. If it were anyone else, it would not have mattered, but she was a blessed by the heavens. She had her own pride and nobility. Therefore, this stain was worse than death. Lin Ling was so hateful. For this round, Lin Ling wins. Elder Dao looked deeply at Lin Ling. He knew that the strong had the ability to dominate everything. However, many of the strong did not care about the helplessness of the weak. They even thought that the weak should be bullied. A youth with a pure and innocent heart, like Lin Ling, was very rare. Compared to those arrogant geniuses in the martial arts hall who only knew how to enjoy the feeling of being above others, Lin Ling was much better. Lin Ling became strong to protect more things. Next, the Heaven and Earth Test of Literature. Old Dao's words woke the crowd up from their shock. Everyone's gazes to Lin Ling and the second dream. But this time, they did not dare to underestimate Lin Ling. Moreover, the second dream was no longer a goddess in their hearts. Instead, Lin Ling was more like the son of the heavens. You pleaded for leniency on my behalf before, so I'll do the same this time. Let's give up on the test of literature. After all, if we really compete, you'll definitely lose. In the silent square, Lin Ling's arrogant voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the crowd's pupils to dilate. Previously, the second dream had been very sarcastic. She had said that she would forfeit the test of virtue, and that Lin Ling did not need to compete anymore, because Lin Ling would definitely lose. However, the result was that the second dream had lost disgracefully. Now, she was so embarrassed that she could not say anything. However, just as the second round began, Lin Ling launched a powerful attack. He also looked down on the second dream. It was as if he was saying, "You will definitely lose the test of literature. Look at how useless you are. I will give you a chance. Both of us forfeit." Very arrogant. As usual. Lin Ling, you are so handsome. What kind of girl is she? Compared to Lin Ling, she is like a toad. In the crowd, the young girls looked at the young man with admiration. At this moment, the young man was emitting a dazzling light. The second dream, who was supposed to be a girl of the heavens, looked like an ordinary girl. You. Second dream clenched her silver teeth. Lin Ling's revenge was indeed crazy. He wasn't here to kill her, but to attack her from all sides. And this kind of attack was very frightening. It was very hateful. After all, killing a proud person wasn't difficult. However, defeating his pride was even more difficult. This revenge was even more frightening. The second dream was very proud, but Lin Ling was even prouder than she was. He had tyrannically defeated her in the second round. So you want to compete? In literature, that includes knowledge of martial arts, familiarity with the 7 profound martial house, astronomy, geography, alchemy, martial arts. You want to compete with me? You're not qualified. You. Lin Ling stepped forwards, his imposing aura filled with contempt for the second dream. You are not qualified. A soul-stirring voice floated out, causing many people's hearts to fiercely tremble. But they did not know why, but this time they believed in Lin Ling, especially the alchemists of Exquisite Valley. They still remembered the dazzling brilliance that Lin Ling had blossomed in Exquisite Valley. If the second dream dared to compete with him, she would be utterly defeated. The second dream hesitated. She felt that she had lost a great deal of face, but finally sighed and said, "Thank you. No need. No need. I am not giving you a chance, but I want you to lose with nothing." Sigh. Lin Ling gently smiled. His smile was filled with contempt and bloodthirst, causing the second dream to tremble. Lin Ling was humiliating her again. Good. Prepare for the Martialist World Assessment. Martial House Master Skyland's icy voice sounded out. Today was his apprentice's dazzling moment, but Lin Ling's appearance had turned her into a laughingstock. The Martialist World Assessment is not a test of strength. After all, the title of Elder is given to strength, but the Elder will face a proud Son of Heaven. There will come a day when the strength of a proud Son of Heaven will surpass the Elder. Therefore, the Elder values potential, all-around potential. This Martialist World Assessment is divided into two categories. Second, Martial Arts Deduction. Third, Soul Power Assessment. Elder Dao's icy voice sounded out, making the crowd even more excited. Now that Lin Ling had shone brightly, he was no longer a weak existence. Would Lin Ling be able to win the last round? He will definitely lose. Wen Yuta's assessment is actually an Elder's assessment, while Martialist assessment is considered a proud Son of Heaven. The second dream was ranked within the top 100 of the 7 profound proud Sons of Heaven. She was the youngest on the 7 profound proud Sons of Heaven. Lin Ling was only ranked 200. How could he compare? Elder Tang Tianshu, the 18th prince, said coldly from afar. Lin Ling had risen step by step, getting closer and closer to him. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. Now, he wanted to see Lin Ling lose in the Martialist World Assessment. He was very clear about the second dream's strength. If not for the fact that she was a woman, she would have been able to enter the 18 young masters. Lin Ling would lose everything. Lin Ling is only half a step into the prodigy Son of Heaven. He can't compare to the second dream. Yes, the previous areas were not considered the second dream's expertise, so it was not surprising that she lost. However, the second dream was the strongest in the Martialist World Assessment. Lin Ling relied on unorthodox methods to suppress the second dream, but he could not do so in this round. Lin Ling, do you know what the Martialist World Assessment is? The second dream asked softly under countless gazes. This time, she was not as pretentious as before. Perhaps she could not pretend even if she wanted to. She had been suppressed by Lin Ling to the point that there were layers of stains on her record. Therefore, this time, she took the initiative to be aggressive. I don't know. Lin Ling looked at the second dream calmly and said, "As an elder, one must have a noble royal body. Otherwise, how can one convince the masses? One must have a strong martial arts deduction ability. Otherwise, how can an elder answer a question from a genius? Although not everyone has soul power, an elder must at least have some soul power to be able to sense the heavens and earth." The second dream said proudly. At this moment, she seemed to be proud of her area of expertise. Chapter 819. Your pride, so what? However, Lin Ling's expression was as calm as ever. Haha, it seems that you really don't understand anything. The second dream faintly smiled, her beauty indescribable. Ever since Lin Ling had arrived, she had been suppressed by Lin Ling. But now, she could finally take back her pride. Perhaps she didn't realize it, but as a proud daughter of heaven, she feared Lin Ling more and more. A martial artist does not look at virtue or literature, but at martial strength. This is the way of the king. My king body is above a 7th grade talent. although I am at the late Emperor Spirit Realm. Even a peak Emperor Spirit Realm proud son of heaven is not my match. Therefore, in the martial world assessment, you have already lost. Without a powerful king body, you are nothing more than a flash in the pan. As for martial arts, I'm sorry, but under the guidance of the martial house master, I am proficient in all emperor-level martial arts. Proud. The second dream's proud voice floated out from her mouth, causing the crowd to go into an uproar. Although the second dream had lost a great deal of face, it was undeniable that in the field of martial arts, the second dream was still a proud daughter of heaven. No one could compare to her. She was also the most dazzling existence in the 7 profound martial house under the age of 20. Although my soul force is not strong, my 2 great domains are strong. This is enough for me to win. I forgot to tell you, I'm a proud daughter of heaven that surpasses your big brother. Proud. The second dream spoke again, her black dress fluttering in the wind. Although she was not as perfect as before, the light of her pride was still as dazzling as ever. Sakura, the most terrifying proud son of heaven that rose this year. In one fell swoop, he rushed into the top 100 of the proud son of heaven list. He is the most dazzling existence of the D family bloodline. But the second dream has actually surpassed Sakura. It seems that the second dream is more low-key than I thought. Proud. The crowd began to talk. Sakura. His name had shaken the 7 profound martial house in the past. His fame was even greater than the second dream's. The second dream was a proud daughter of heaven, but in fact, many people thought that the second dream was weaker than Sakura. But now, everyone knew that the second dream was an existence that surpassed Sakura. A 7th grade or higher king physique was very scary. The king body of the 7th grade talent physique could laugh at the top of the heavens chosen list from 200 to 100 and above the 7th grade talent physique. This meant that the second dream was to surpass the 7th grade talent physique. In addition, the second dream was the disciple of the mansion master. He could easily learn all kinds of ancient martial arts. Having a powerful master would save him a lot of trouble. Although Lin Ling was also famous in the 7 profound martial house, many people knew that Lin Ling was Sakura's younger brother. In the past, he had been shrouded in the light of Sakura. Lin Ling could not compare to Sakura. Second brother. In a faraway place, Indra's silhouette appeared under an ancient tree. He stared ahead as his heart trembled. His second brother was still fighting, but he had finally encountered the most terrifying domain of the second dream. In truth, he only knew how terrifying the second dream was after that. The funny thing was, he had always thought that he was stronger than the second dream. And Lin Ling's talent was also very terrifying. But as far as he knew, Lin Ling's talent was much weaker than Indra's. In terms of strength, Lin Ling was not the second dream's match. In fact, his guess was not wrong. However, that was before Lin Ling had left the 7 profound martial house. When Lin Ling returned, everything had changed. Indra simply did not know. You said so much because you want to prove your pride and restore the face you lost before. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, Lin Ling's expression was as tranquil as ever. It's not to restore the face I lost before, but to let you know who you are. The second dream's jade-like hands brushed her hair behind her ears, her eyes filled with endless vigor. Good. I know who I am, and I also know that you are a proud daughter of heaven. Now let's begin. You were the first to come, so now it's my turn. Lin Ling nodded. He was not moved by the second dream's proud expression. Many people nodded. No matter what the final result was, Lin Ling's calm and unruffled aura was much better than many proud sons of heaven. The world of martial arts assessment is very serious. In this world, martial arts is the #1 priority. Lin Ling, enter the ancient martial practice array. Old Saber looked at Lin Ling and said, the ancient martial practice array is only used to test one's martial talent. It is controlled by 12 elders, and spirit crystals are the source of the array. They will be able to see if you have a king body talent. No matter how much you try to hide, you'll not be able to avoid the array. After the king body talent test is over, the 12 elders will use martial arts to deduce the results. You must display the martial arts that appear, and pass the test will be an illusion attack. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The first martial house master, Qishuan Old Man, was truly fierce. He had actually created so many rare things that did not exist in the rainforest Holy Land. Of course, this was also normal. Qishuan Old Man was not originally a martial artist from the rainforest Holy Land. Good. Lin Ling stepped forwards. The 12 elders controlled the ancient array formation, and the array formation was made up of 12 banners that had been left behind by Qishuan Old Man. In fact, the 12 elders did not know how to use this array formation. They only used the banners to control the array formation. This ancient array formation is very complex and mysterious. Lin Ling faintly glanced at the silk banners and was shocked. He arrived at the center of the array in a moment. Silk banners were placed all around, forming an open space with a radius of 50 meters. In the open space, a large number of complex runic patterns appeared. What is the grade of Lin Ling's king body talent? It is said that it is a 5th grade fire attribute king body talent. His king body talent can be upgraded. It is a 6th grade one. The crowd began to discuss. Lin Ling was worthy of being called a dark horse. His king body talent was also very powerful. Unfortunately, his opponent was even more powerful than him. Chi. The array formation was activated, and a dazzling light floated out like fireflies. Many people could not take their eyes off it. Many of them had never seen an array formation before, so they were very curious. One of the elders controlling the array formation was Su Fan. At this moment, he was looking at Lin Ling with hatred, as if he wanted to kill Lin Ling with his eyes. However, he was relieved. Lin Ling was very scary, and his rise was very fast. However, he would not be able to pass the king body talent test. Xiao. At this moment, countless rays of light covered Lin Ling's entire body. At the same time, a terrifying flame erupted, shocking everyone in the square and causing them to suck in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were glued to the scene. On the square, the youth that was shrouded in countless rays of light had turned into a blazing flame. A natural suppressive power filled the air. How terrifying! Someone shouted out in horror. Then, above the ancient array formation, several large characters appeared. 8th grade talent king body. The crowd was shocked. Even the sword elder's pupils shrank. When did Lin Ling's king body talent become an 8th grade talent? As far as they knew, when Lin Ling left the 7 profound martial house, he was only a 6th grade talent. What 8th grade? The second dream was still playing with her hair. However, after that massive aura erupted, her pupils shrank, as if she could not believe her own eyes. She was familiar with the Sakura, so she often heard everything about Lin Ling from him. But Lin Ling did not have an 8th grade talent king body. Could it be that after Lin Ling left the 7 profound martial house, his king body talent had risen by 2 grades? The second dream could no longer remain calm. Her beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent as she looked at Lin Ling. If Lin Ling was so terrifying in martial arts, then this natural enemy of his was even more formidable than she had imagined. Chapter 820. What was perfection? Lin Ling cannot be an 8th grade martial artist. No, he must be suppressed in the second assessment. Master Su Fan roared in his heart. He was one of the elders in charge of controlling the array formation. Thus, he could increase the difficulty of the array formation. Thus, he had a massive number of Emperor Step martial arts appear at the same time. Su Fan, this is not good. If there are too many martial arts, Lin Ling will be injured or even die. An elder on the side noticed this and couldn't help but say, "This is the martial house master's intention." Su Fan replied coldly. He couldn't watch Lin Ling rise to power. That elder remained silent. He was afraid of the chief of the prefecture. What is that? As the crowd looked at the array formation, they suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. From the array formation, a terrifying aura bloomed. All sorts of powerful Emperor Step martial arts appeared, pressing down on Lin Ling with an ancient aura. The ancient martial practice array had another use, and that was to teach martial arts. Its function was similar to the extreme martial sect's Dragon Drum Bamboo Grove. The array formation recorded the martial arts left behind by ancient martial artists. Only the top elites of the 7 profound martial house had the qualifications to study it. After all, the price to open an array formation was very high. Of course, with advantages came disadvantages. Martial arts did not mean that more was better, but that one had to be able to control them. If one was too greedy, then it would lead to cultivation deviation, and even their cultivation would be wasted. At this moment, Su Fan had sent a massive number of Emperor Step martial arts towards Lin Ling. But Lin Ling was only at the Middle Emperor Spirit Realm. How could he resist? The crowd was shocked by the changes in the array formation, but they couldn't see what secrets it was hiding. Only Lin Ling knew that the array formation had changed. In his eyes, over 100 different Emperor Step martial arts had appeared at the same time. These martial arts formed an aura that billowed towards him, making it difficult for him to stand. If it weren't for his incomparably powerful mortal body, then this aura alone would have injured him. Su Fan. Lin Ling's eyes swept around the array formation and soon fell on Su Fan. That old ghost wanted to harm him, and the array formation was only controlled by the elders. No one else could see the flaws in it. Lin Ling, die in the formation. After you die, we will tell others that you overestimated yourself and died while practicing martial arts. Lin Ling could faintly hear Su Fan's cold voice. In your dreams, Lin Ling let out a low shout. His enormous soul force enveloped all of the Monarch-grade martial arts, and the Eye of Time appeared in his eyes, crazily revolving. Deduction. Lin Ling was madly deducing. At the same time, a series of memories emerged in Lin Ling's heart. They were the memories of the limitless Sword Saint. Those dusty memories were actually gradually unraveled after the appearance of the Monarch stage martial arts. The heavens are helping me. Lin Ling was instantly excited. Deducing was even easier now. Starting from the first grade, Lin Ling absorbed the Emperor tier martial arts like a sponge, causing his entire body to emit a dazzling light. Pa. Within the formation, the Monarch rank martial arts that appeared shattered like glass, and every time one shattered, it meant that Lin Ling had learned one. What? He actually doesn't know any of those Monarch rank martial arts? The crowd was shocked, and even the Second Dream's beautiful eyes narrowed. She actually knew many of those Monarch rank martial arts because her master was the Mansion Master, and he had already taught her. However, Lin Ling didn't know any of those Monarch rank martial arts, and he was learning them on the spot. Pa. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling was able to deduce all of those Monarch rank martial arts, and he even learned them. What a terrifying comprehension ability. The experts of the various martial arts halls sucked in a breath of cold air. They had seen some geniuses with powerful comprehension ability who could memorize martial arts with a single glance, but it was rare to see someone like Lin Ling who could comprehend martial arts at a crazy speed. After all, no matter how powerful one's comprehension ability was, they could only learn one martial art after looking at it. However, Lin Ling was able to learn 100 martial arts at the same time. What kind of monstrous genius was this? In fact, they didn't know that Lin Ling's comprehension ability was above average, but couldn't be called a monstrous talent. His advantage was his soul force, and the reason that he could learn martial arts so quickly was because of the memories of Limitless Sword Saint. After all, Limitless Sword Saint had grown up in the 7 profound martial house. How could he not know the martial arts of his predecessors? Fierce, he's already a 3rd grade Monarch rank martial art. The crowd stared at the youth in the middle of the formation and sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, the youth's long hair was fluttering in the wind, and his clothes were flapping in the wind. He was telling everyone just what a true genius was. He was also telling everyone that the Second Dream wasn't the only one that was strong in the field of martial arts. So what if he had the Mansion Master as his master? Impossible. How could this be? The Second Dream shook her head, her heart suffering another blow. Compared to Lin Ling, was she perfect? Within the array formation, Lin Ling's strength was crazily rising. Although his boundary hadn't changed, his martial arts experience was like rivers flowing into the sea. As for Su Fan, who was controlling the array formation, his forehead was dripping with a cold sweat. He had already maintained the array formation to its fastest speed, and over 100 Monarch rank martial arts had appeared at the same time. However, Lin Ling was still safe and sound. Old dog Su, make the array formation revolve faster. I'm tired of waiting at such a slow speed. An icy cold voice sounded out from the array formation, causing blue veins to bulge on Su Fan's forehead. Lin Ling was very flamboyant. While he was learning Monarch rank martial arts, he still had the time to curse him. 7th grade Monarch rank. At this moment, the crowd was staring at Lin Ling suddenly. Mu Ran discovered that today's stage wasn't the second dream. The second dream was a supporting role, and Lin Ling was the main character. Complete comprehension. Finally, the entire audience fell silent. Only a powerhouse from Holding Heaven Mansion spoke out in fear. Monarch rank martial arts. Complete comprehension. If such a genius were to reach the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, he would be able to easily defeat those at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Soul power, come on, old dog Su Fan. Make the array revolve faster. Within the ancient array formation, Lin Ling looked down on the crowd as his domineering voice sounded out at the same time. Then, illusions appeared one after another. They were lifelike illusions of the 7 emotions and 6 desires of a person. If one's soul power and heart of martial arts were not firm enough, they would definitely fail. Moreover, these illusions came from the ancient array formation, so they were definitely more terrifying than ordinary illusions. However, since Lin Ling's soul power had always been one of his strongest techniques, this stage was easier for him than before. Good wine. Under countless fearful gazes, Lin Ling stood proudly and took out a jug of wine to drink boldly. Since Elder Su Fan wanted to harm him and embarrass him, he would teach him a lesson. Raise the sword, ride the horse, and wave the phantom rein. White bones fly like the mountain birds. Dust is like the tide. People are like the water. Only a few people in the pugilistic world can return. Strong wine, heroic poetry, and an ancient array formation that could intimidate people. This boy is actually a proud son of heaven with a terrifying soul power. Many people of the 7 profound martial house knew that Lin Ling had soul power, but the powerhouses of the other martial palaces did not. At this moment, as they saw Lin Ling proudly face the ancient array formation and recite a soul-stirring poem, they couldn't help but be excited. If it weren't for Lin Ling being a proud son of heaven of the 7 profound martial house, they would have even wanted to recruit Lin Ling into their own martial palaces. What was perfection? This was it. Of course, it wasn't just them who were moved. When the Extreme Unity Martial Sect's patriarch saw Lin Ling, he was also moved. Revolve the array formation. Speed it up. Let the giant illusions suppress him. Outside the array formation, Su Fan's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. It wasn't easy for the elders to control the array formation. They had to exhaust all of their energy. At this moment, as he saw Lin Ling proudly smile at him, he became even more furious and crazily revolved the array formation. Chapter 821. Killing Su Fan Rumble. Inside the ancient martial arts training formation, the formation began to surge. Layers of illusions surged out, and within the formation, the young man's long robes fluttered. With strong liquor in his hand, he remained unfazed even if the sky collapsed. So cool. Some of the young girls in the crowd felt their hearts beat violently. Today's Lin Ling was truly intimidating. Puff! Finally, the sound of blood spurting out came from the edge of the formation. Su Fan seemed to have been struck by divine lightning. His body flew backward and smashed onto the ground. Blood kept flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Forcefully operating the formation is beyond his control, and the formation's power is reflected back on him. This elder is so embarrassing. Looking at the heavily injured Su Fan, the expert from the martial arts palace seemed to have guessed something and snorted in disdain. They guessed that Su Fan had done something to make the array more difficult than usual. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the perfect prodigy in the array and overestimated himself. As a result, he had shot himself in the foot. Boom! The array formation was controlled by 12 people. After losing one person, the array formation exploded with a roar and smoke billowed. The array formation had lost its effect. In the billowing smoke, Lin Ling's slender figure walked out step by step. That handsome face that did not lose its indifference made the crowd speechless. Lin Ling had won once again in the martial arts heaven and earth examination. Moreover, he won beautifully. Pa! Lin Ling walked up to Su Fan step by step. Looking at the heavily injured Su Fan, he stepped on Su Fan's face. You want to harm me? It's time to settle the old scores between us. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. The grudge between him and Su Fan had reached a point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Today, Lin Ling's goal was the second dream. However, Su Fan had once again come out to seek death. How could Lin Ling tolerate this? Puff! Being stepped on by Lin Ling in the face, Su Fan felt deeply humiliated. He was a grand student, yet his face was stepped on by Lin Ling in front of so many people. Lin Ling really made him lose face. He wanted to resist, but unfortunately, he was heavily injured by the backlash from the array formation. There was no way he could resist at all. The feedback from the ancient array was naturally no small matter. Otherwise, the ancient array wouldn't need the 12 elders to control it. Any ordinary disciple would be able to control it. Lin Ling, don't go too far. Seeing Su Fan's face being stepped on, a disciple in the crowd angrily shouted. Su Fan was their former teacher. Lin Ling actually stepped on Su Fan's face. Too arrogant. I'm going overboard. If it wasn't for my solid foundation, I would have been the one who was seriously injured in the array formation. Su Fan is an elder, but he abused his authority. Is he qualified to be an elder? A cold voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the crowd to become even more silent. Lin Ling didn't seem to put anyone in his eyes today. How bold! A mere disciple dares to humiliate an elder. You have violated the rules of the 7 profound martial house. Finally, an elder angrily shouted. Lin Ling was only a proud son of heaven at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, but he was too insolent. If Su Fan wasn't seriously injured, how could Lin Ling humiliate him? You shut up. However, that elder had just walked out when the elders from the various martial halls angrily shouted at him. That elder's pupil shrank. An elder Xian wanted him to shut up. The martial arts world examination is sacred and dignified. How can you abuse your authority? This is a disgrace to our 7 martial halls. For this crime alone, that elder must be punished. An elder Xian coldly said. No one in the crowd dared to speak. Today's events not only represented who could become an elder, but also represented the sacred dignity of the 7 martial halls. Therefore, wrong was wrong and right was right. No one could blaspheme this. Even Martial House Master Tianlin was silent at this moment. If there weren't powerhouses from the various martial halls present, then he could easily stop this. But now he couldn't. Not only that, but if he forcefully stopped this, it would leave behind a bad reputation for him. Therefore, he was silent. He could only watch as Lin Ling did whatever he wanted. If there was someone to blame, then blame Su Fan for underestimating Lin Ling. He hadn't seriously injured Lin Ling in the ancient array formation. Before, I was impulsive and sped up the array formation. I apologize to you, but you cannot touch me. You are a disciple, and I am an elder. If you touch me, then you'll be violating the rules of the 7 profound martial house. At this time, Su Fan coldly said these words. The silence of those around him let him know that under these countless gazes, he had made a mistake. No one could help him, and he had been seriously injured. He could not resist Lin Ling, so he had to apologize. Impulsive, Lin Ling indifferently said. His right hand slowly pulled out the tyrannical song sword from his back. Su Fan's pupil shrank. Lin Ling wanted to kill him. Was he crazy? A disciple had killed an elder, and there were so many eyes watching. Did Lin Ling want to die? No. He didn't dare to kill him. He was just scaring him and making him lose even more face. You don't dare to kill me, because I am an elder, Su Fan said again, and the crowd's hearts trembled. Lin Ling was crazy. He dared to touch Su Fan in front of the martial house master? Did he think that the martial house master didn't exist? Therefore, they did not believe that Lin Ling would dare to kill him. For a time, the square was incomparably silent. All eyes were looking at that frivolous figure. Su Fan, you are very sad. Do you think that I don't dare to kill you? Lin Ling's pupils were full of murderous intent. The billowing murderous intent in his body quietly appeared on his sword. Su Fan's firm heart began to waver at this moment. Lin Ling's eyes were too firm. Did he really dare to kill him? There is no great enmity between us. It is only a small conflict, Su Fan anxiously said. Moreover, in order to kill me, you have violated the rules of the 7 profound martial house. This is also disadvantageous to you. He was suddenly a little scared. He recalled that although Lin Ling was both intelligent and courageous, and was a rare genius youth, Lin Ling was sometimes very impulsive. As long as he decided on something, there was nothing that he did not dare to do. He dared to take responsibility for his actions, free and unrestrained. There is no great enmity between us. How many times have you harmed me? Have you forgotten? If I wasn't so lucky, I don't know how many times I would have died at your hands. Lin Ling's pupils were even colder. His voice was also low. In fact, you don't need to die so quickly. After all, it will take some time for me to reach your level. Unfortunately, you wanted to use the array formation to harm me, but instead you were injured by the array formation. This will only hasten your death. As for a disciple killing an elder, that violates the rules of the 7 profound martial house. Sorry, but I am now an elder. The cold voice floated out like the wind, causing Su Fan's pupils to constrict. He saw Lin Ling's eyes. They were incomparably terrifying and decisive. It was just like the heaven and earth merit list test, killing to stop killing. No, wait. Su Fan crazily roared. He wanted to struggle to his feet, but he was seriously injured. Instead, his injuries worsened, and all he saw in his life was a dazzling sword light. A sword with a monstrous murderous aura, a sword with a firm will to kill. Although it seemed to have strength at the Middle Emperor Spirit Realm, it did not exist at the Middle Emperor Spirit Realm. Xiao! As the sword passed, a bloody scar appeared. Lin Ling slowly withdrew his sword and stood up. Then, step by step, he walked towards the center of the square. On the ground, Su Fan pointed at Lin Ling, wanting to say something. But from his neck, blood sprayed out. Although his cultivation was formidable, it had not reached the point where he could withstand a sword of murderous intent, much less at such a close distance. Su Fan could be considered the strongest martial artist that Lin Ling had killed. Of course, his opponent had not had the strength to fight back. He's dead. The crowd stared at Su Fan on the ground, not daring to believe their eyes. Even Martial House Master Skylin was the same. He had guessed that Lin Ling did not dare to kill him, and was only putting on an act. But who knew that Lin Ling would really kill him? Killing him in front of all the powerhouses of the major martial arts halls. This was crazy. Chapter 822. Becoming an elder, a Saint Spirit realm existence, a powerhouse that many people had to look up to. Even a peak-proud son of heaven would not dare to underestimate such a powerhouse. However, he had died in front of them. All of this was just an illusion. Lin Ling had said he would kill. Taking advantage of Elder Su Fan's severe injuries, he had unhesitatingly slashed out with his sword. Even Elder Su Fan had not thought that he would die here. Even before he died, he recalled everything that had happened between him and Lin Ling. In the past, during the apprenticeship ceremony, he had been a dignified student. However, because he had underestimated a youth, he had suffered terrible consequences. He had been demoted from a student to an elder, and had even been humiliated by this youth several times. But when he had wanted to take revenge, it had been too late. This youth had grown too quickly. Today, in this place where everyone was watching, he would forever disappear from this world. If history could repeat itself, perhaps he would not have forced himself to stand up and humiliate Lin Ling for the sake of the martial house master. After all, the martial house master had not said a single word about his death. Elder Su Fan violated the rules, and this was the sacred and dignified heaven and earth trial. Therefore, today, Elder Lin Ling will clean up the 7 profound martial house and uphold the glory of the 7 profound martial house. In the silent square, Lin Ling's voice floated out, causing many people's faces to stiffen. Lin Ling seemed to think that he had already become an elder. If Lin Ling had become an elder, then he would have killed Elder Lin Ling. At most, he would have received a little punishment, but it would not be a crime punishable by death. After all, Lin Ling's words were very good. He had killed Elder Su Fan for the sake of the 7 profound martial house's reputation. But Elder Su Fan had used his power for personal gain, and in front of so many people, he had lost the face of the 7 profound martial house. This crime was punishable by death. Martial House Master Skylin looked deeply at Lin Ling. He suddenly felt that this youth was even more difficult to deal with than Di Wuji. His previous vision had been wrong. He should have let the second dream cripple Lin Ling first. At least the counterattack that Sakura had brought was not as terrible as Lin Ling's. Of course, Senior Martial House Master, you could say that I have not become an elder, but you can let your proud disciple, the second dream, try out the heaven and earth trial. Lin Ling said indifferently as he looked at the Martial House Lord. He knew that the Martial House Lord wanted to kill him, but he didn't dare to do so. There were many witnesses today, including cultivators from the other 6 major martial arts halls. Therefore, unless the Martial House Lord didn't care about his reputation, he wouldn't dare to make a move. The second dream, you have one chance to kill me, and that is to surpass me. Lin Ling's aura was like a dragon, a tiger, a sword, and a spear. He looked at the second dream. He and the second dream were already mortal enemies. Even if he did not come here today, the second dream would find him sooner or later and kill him. That was why Lin Ling came here today, for revenge. Since both of them wanted each other dead, there was no need to show mercy. Is it the second dream's turn? Countless people looked at the second dream. The second dream was also going to enter the ancient array and surpass Lin Ling in terms of results. Otherwise, she would become a laughing stock today. Ancient array of martial arts. At this moment, second dream was silent. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. Before, she had been extremely arrogant and confident. She had thought that in the martial world trial, Lin Ling would definitely not be able to compare to her. She had thought that she was the darling of the heavens, the perfect daughter of the heavens. However, in reality, she had lost. In a martial arts world assessment, she thought that Lin Ling was a 6th grade martial artist. In the end, Lin Ling was an 8th grade martial artist. In a martial arts simulation, she thought that since Lin Ling did not have the Martial House Lord as his master, he would not have come into contact with high-level martial arts. However, Lin Ling had shocked everyone. His comprehension was terrifying. In the illusion assessment, Lin Ling had a huge amount of soul power, causing the array to reflect back and injuring Su Fan. Lin Ling was the perfect genius. She couldn't compare to Lin Ling. She was confident that she would not be able to surpass Lin Ling if she went to the ancient array. You asked me before what the martial arts world assessment was. I didn't know about it at that time. However, you knew everything and were very proud. Now, show me your pride. Lin Ling's calm voice made the second dream tremble. Lin Ling was humiliating her. The second dream, you are a genius. You will never lose to Lin Ling. Go and defeat him. Some of the young people in the crowd could not help but cheer her up. It's useless. She can't compare to Lin Ling. Even if she won in the martial arts simulation, she is not a match for Lin Ling in terms of soul power. Therefore, although she is still dazzling, she will not be able to compare to Lin Ling's brilliance. Therefore, rather than losing face, it is better to just admit defeat. In the ancient Dao martial palace, a powerful old man said indifferently. The cheering youths quieted down. They couldn't believe the result in front of them. Their genius had lost. In terms of martial arts talent, The perfect genius couldn't compare to Lin Ling. Where did the word perfect come from? Where's your pride? In the square, only Lin Ling's cold voice could be heard. This time, Lin Ling's voice was louder. It was like thunder in a clear sky. He was going to give the second dream the heaviest blow. He was going to turn this arrogant swan into a toad. The second dream's face was cold. She was the main character today, but she had been reduced to a supporting role. It was like her marriage with Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had rejected her marriage in front of so many people. She couldn't refute because she wasn't good enough for Lin Ling. She couldn't compare to Lin Ling. Let me see your pride. Lin Ling stepped forwards, his aura soaring to the skies. The second dream quietly took a step back, unable to say anything. Today, she had been utterly defeated. Countless people watched this scene, their hearts beating with excitement. Today was Lin Ling's stage. He had reprimanded the second dream for being heartless, disloyal, and unfilial. Step by step, he had suppressed the second dream, causing the second dream to fall from her pedestal. At the same time, Martial House Master Skylin had also been incomparably disgraced. His proud disciple had been suppressed to the point that she couldn't say anything. The seven profound martial house is so sacred and strict. Did they allow a waste to become an elder? How ironic. Senior Martial House Master said that everyone agreed that the second dream should be conferred the title of elder, and that the second dream would be the youngest elder in the history of the Rainforest Holy Land. But now, why is she so silent? Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he looked at the Martial House Master. The Martial House Master was a great enemy that he had to trample under his feet. This was the conviction of Di Wuji. Therefore, as long as he had the chance, he would not give the other party any face. You've won. From today onwards, you will be the new generation elder of the seven profound martial house. Tomorrow, I will announce this to the world. The Martial House Master looked deeply at Lin Ling and finally said in a low voice. He had no choice but to acknowledge Lin Ling's position as elder. But all of this was like a dream to him. Not long ago, Lin Ling had won first place in the Dragon Lake competition. He had wanted to make Lin Ling a thorn in the side of all the proud sons of heaven. So he had made an exception and allowed Lin Ling to enter the proud son of heaven role. In his mind, the weak Lin Ling at that time would have had to withstand the anger of countless proud sons of heaven and finally die at the hands of these proud sons of heaven. However, Lin Ling had surpassed his imagination. Not only had he not perished, but he had risen on the proud son of heaven role, and now he had become an elder. This speed of growth was too fast, and it made it difficult for him to breathe. Lin Ling has become an elder. The crowd was also stunned. When Lin Ling had stepped into the square, they had never thought that Lin Ling would become an elder. It had to be said that today's result had exceeded their expectations. Chapter 823. Returning the sword. Today's matter ends here. The Martial House Master stood up and coldly flicked his sleeves as he left. Anyone could see that he was suppressing a tremendous amount of anger. Martial House Master, didn't you say that if Lin Ling lost, he would apologize with his life? And if the second dream lost, she would also do the same. But now that Lin Ling has won, he will only become an elder, and the second dream will be safe and sound. The Sword Elder's eyes narrowed. The Martial House Master had gone back on his words and ignored his previous promise. How treacherous! The seven profound martial house is the sacred hall of martial arts. The position of elder is of utmost importance. Before, the Martial House Master seemed to have casually conferred the title of elder to the second dream, deceiving everyone. Now that the second dream does not have the qualifications to become an elder, the Martial House Master should do something about this selfishness. The Sword Elder coldly shouted as he stepped forward. What else do you want? Martial House Master Skylin stopped, and a powerful aura erupted from him. It was like the wrath of the heavens, causing the entire square to violently shake. Today, his patience had been exhausted, so he did not have the calm momentum that he had at the beginning. Second Meng has disgraced the dignity of the seven profound martial house. He must atone for his crimes with his death. and prove that the seven profound martial house is just. The Sword Elder took another step forward. Behind him, a large number of people also echoed. In this world, there was no such thing as a cheap deal. If Lin Ling lost, he would die. If the second dream lost, she would not die. How could this be fair? What if I don't want to? Martial House Master Skyland's eyes were icy cold. He swept his eyes over those who spoke, causing everyone's pupils to shrink. What a terrifying look. They didn't dare to oppose. If they said another word, they would die. The Sword Elder frowned. The Martial House Master was using his formidable strength to intimidate everyone. The second dream has committed a crime, so the law enforcement hall will punish them. But Lin Ling killed Elder Lin Ling, so it will be difficult for him to escape punishment. Although Lin Ling is also an elder killing another elder is a violation of the rules of the seven profound martial house. Therefore, this matter will also be brought to the law enforcement hall. It was at this time that a harsh voice sounded. It was Elder Sun who had been silent all this time. She wanted to grab hold of Lin Ling's weakness and give him a heavy blow. She also wanted to help the second dream get away with it. Lin Ling killed Elder Su Fan because Elder Su Fan violated the rules, so he deserved to die. Sword Elder shouted in a low voice. Even if they deserve to die, it is not Lin Ling's turn to kill them. The seven profound martial house does not have this rule. An elder can kill another elder at will. Great Sun Child coldly shouted. There is indeed no such rule, but the seven profound martial house has another rule. If an elder wants to harm another elder, then the victim can kill the elder. Before, Su Fan wanted to kill Lin Ling, so Lin Ling killed Su Fan. What crime is there in that? The Sword Elder coldly smiled. The crowd was in an uproar. According to this, Lin Ling killing Elder Su Fan was not a crime at all. After all, Elder Su Fan had violated the rules first, and his crime was already punishable by death. Although the law enforcement hall should punish him, Elder Su Fan had harmed Lin Ling, and Lin Ling was the person involved. Naturally, he had the right to retaliate. After all, you are an elder, and I am also an elder. If you want to kill me, do you think I will just stand there and let you kill me? Naturally, I will retaliate. You, Great Sun Child, was speechless. Lin Ling is not guilty, but the second dream has violated the rules and deceived everyone. Does she really think she can leave like this? Seeing Great Sun Child remain silent, the Sword Elder's aura became even greater, and he shouted out again. Today, Lin Ling had risen with the status of a disciple, and had made them proud and elated. Therefore, as a senior of the D bloodline, how could he lose Lin Ling's face? How could he allow Lin Ling to fight alone? Therefore, he would also fight side by side with Lin Ling. Shut up! Rumble, rumble, rumble. Martial House Master Skylin burst out with a cold shout. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and an incomparably terrifying aura billowed out, shocking everyone present into silence. Such a fierce aura, his strength was unfathomable. Moreover, it seemed that even if he was wrong today, he would not hand over his disciple. If everyone refused, then he would use his formidable strength to intimidate them. After all, he had already lost a great deal of face today. How could he endure the anger in his heart any longer? The crowd was silent. Even the Sword Elder's face was ice cold. He knew that even if Martial House Master Skylin did not care about face, he would still protect the second dream. If no one opposes, then today's matter ends here. Martial House Master Skylin calmly swept his gaze across the crowd and said majestically. After that, he took the second dream and wanted to leave. Wait! At this moment, Lin Ling, who had been silent all this while, finally opened his mouth. His expression was calm, knowing that the second dream would not die today. However, he did not know why, but he did not feel any disappointment. Instead, he had a sense of anticipation, as if he wanted to take revenge on the second dream on a bigger stage. The second dream had harmed his elder brother and caused the death of Old Man Xiao. How could he let her die so easily? That would be letting her off too easily. Therefore, Lin Ling had always had an idea in his heart. He wanted to give the second dream more than one blow. He wanted the second dream, this venomous woman, to be consigned to eternal damnation. Elder Lin Ling, what else do you want to do? Martial House Master Skylin coldly looked at Lin Ling, his eyes filled with killing intent. Take back my sword. Lin Ling was not afraid at all. He calmly replied, gesturing for Martial House Master Skylin to look at the second dream. The second dream frowned. She knew that Lin Ling wanted to take back his spiritual weapon, the chaotic evil sword. Without hesitation, she turned around and walked towards Lin Ling. After a moment, she unsheathed the scabbard at her waist and handed it over. Lin Ling stood proudly and did not accept it. I gave this sword to my elder brother, and now he is giving it to you. Today you have lost. You have accepted your loss wholeheartedly, but you have left your life behind. I don't mind that. However, when you return the sword, shouldn't you hand it over with both hands? Or do you think that a blessed daughter of heaven like you can only accept defeat because you have lost many times in your life? The second dream's delicate body trembled. She knew what Lin Ling meant. She had lost, so she had to admit defeat grandly and not muddle through. Otherwise, she would not be a perfect, blessed daughter of heaven. After all, if she didn't care about losing once, then that meant that she didn't care about winning or losing in her heart. She could lose many times, and if so, would she still have the status of a blessed daughter of heaven? A person who lost again and again was a mediocre person. A true blessed daughter of heaven could lose once in her life, but she absolutely could not lose a second time. I understand. The second dream handed over the chaotic evil sword with both hands. She faintly looked at Lin Ling and said, Today I have lost. The crowd was stirred. The second dream shocked. The blessed daughter of heaven, had finally admitted defeat today. If they weren't standing in the square today and seeing it with their own eyes, they would never have believed what they were seeing. This also meant that within the 7 profound martial houses blessed daughter of heaven, the one with the greatest potential under 20 years of age was not the second dream, but Lin Ling. Lin Ling might not be able to compare with the second dream's current strength, but in terms of potential, he far surpassed the second dream. Do you know why I was silent before and why I didn't want you to die? Lin Ling still didn't take the sword. Instead, he lightly said, Why? Chapter 824. 3 slaps, because the semi-finals of the 7 profound prodigy ranking is about to begin. I want to challenge you on a bigger stage. Lin Ling's firm voice made the second dream's pupils dilate. Lin Ling wanted to challenge her. The crowd was shocked. It was undeniable that Lin Ling's potential was greater than the second dream's. However, the semi-finals of the 7 profound prodigy ranking were about to begin. Even if Lin Ling could fly, he was not a match for the second dream. After all, the second dream was a top genius at the late stage of the Emperor's Spirit Realm, while Lin Ling was only at the mid-stage of the Emperor's Spirit Realm. Sure, let's start our second battle there. The second dream suddenly laughed. She was looking forward to it. She wanted to kill Lin Ling on a bigger stage. She had lost today, but she was going to take it back tenfold in the future. In the past, you approached my brother with evil intentions. You made him lust after your beauty. Then you crippled his cultivation. Then, in the Rain Sea grassland, you made the 3 great forces come to kill me. You made old man Shao die unjustly. So how could I let you die so easily? Now, I'm taking back my sword, you. Get the hell out of here, you bitch. Piss off. Lin Ling put away the mixed evil sword with his right hand and struck out with his left hand. Slap. Slap, slap. 3 crisp slaps resounded in the square, causing everyone's pupils to dilate. The beautiful girl was once again called a bitch by Lin Ling and slapped 3 times by Lin Ling. Lin Ling was not greedy for her beauty. He hit her when he wanted to. How decisive. You. Piss off. The crisp slaps could not hurt the second dream, but they hurt her deeply. She bit her lips and stared coldly at Lin Ling. She did not expect Lin Ling to hit her. Ever since she was young, Lin Ling was the first one to hit her. Everyone else admired her, loved her, and treated her like a fairy on the altar. Even her every move was considered the most beautiful by others. However, today, 3 slaps had sent her down from the clouds into the mud. It was also telling her that she was actually just a self-righteous and vicious woman. She was a fairy? She was a snake. Piss off, bitch. You disgusted me. Piss off. Lin Ling shouted coldly again. Indeed, in his eyes, Second Dream was not a devastatingly beautiful girl. Instead, she was an extremely ambitious woman with a venomous heart. Therefore, he felt disgusted when he saw her. These 3 slaps, I will return them to you. Piss off. The Second Dream prodigy's prodigy, ranking prodigy. The crowd was silent. Today's fairies had lost all face. Then everyone looked at Lin Ling, their hearts extremely complex. At this moment, the youth in the square was clearly more dazzling than the Second Dream, more glorious. Today, Mad God Lin Ling's name had once again shaken the 7 profound martial house, and even the rainforest holy land. Go! Lin Ling looked at the departing figure of the Second Dream. With a wave of his hand, he led the sword elder and the others away. Today, the first step of his revenge was a success. The Second Dream had lost half of her pride. To the Second Dream, this was worse than death. Even the powerful prefecture lord was humiliated. This was the reason why Lin Ling had come here. As for Lin Ling, he had completely raised the flag of the 7 profound martial house, and was one step closer to the faith that Senior Limitless had left him. Haha, Lin Ling, you've vented your anger today. Look at that beast Tian Lin, his face is so dark today. As the crowd returned to the mountain valley, the sword elder couldn't help but laugh. In the 7 profound martial house, he had seen his blood enemy strut around, and had swallowed his anger. But today, Lin Ling had raised the prestige of their D family bloodline. Good for you, you even dare to fight the Second Dream. I admire you. Lin Ling, I find that I can't see through you anymore. Last time, you were a 6th grade talent with a king body. Who would have thought that after you went out, you would rise to an 8th grade talent? Also, I have a feeling that this is not all of your cards. Now, you have become the most dazzling existence in the 7 profound martial house under the age of 20. Long Xiaochun, Ouyang Feiyong, and the others also excitedly shouted. They had watched Lin Ling rise step by step, and the speed of his growth was simply too amazing. I was just lucky. Lin Ling gently smiled. Others thought that it was easy for him to increase his strength, but no one knew that he had experienced many life or death crises. Ling, Er's weight in their hearts is too great. As old ancestor Extreme Flame and the others saw that Lin Ling was the center of attention, their hearts were incomparably proud. Their fire ancient clan was weak, but in the mountain valley, no one dared to disrespect them. All of this was because of Lin Ling. Before, Sakura was our banner, shielding us from the wind and rain. But now it is you, Lin Ling. As everyone was overjoyed, Long Xiaochun blurted out, causing everyone to fall silent. But Long Xiaochun was secretly annoyed. It seemed that he had said the wrong thing. Sakura had become a cripple, but Lin Ling had risen like a dragon. Although they were brothers, Sakura had always been proud. How could he feel good in his heart? Not to mention, today Lin Ling had taken back his dignity. This made him even more ashamed to see others. On the road of martial arts, there has never been a smooth journey. This is the greatest hurdle in Big Brother's life. I believe that he will cross it, Lin Ling softly said, alleviating the complex thoughts in everyone's hearts. Then, Lin Ling looked at the Fire Ancient Clan and Flame Legion. Grandfather and everyone else, your strength is still very weak, so I will help you increase your strength. He took out the half-spirit artifact that he had obtained in the ancient tomb, the Great Flame Bell. This half-spirit artifact had twice the effect of half the effort on a fire tribute martial artist cultivation. It was very suitable for the Fire Ancient Clan to use. This fellow, you really have a lot of treasures. After Lin Ling took out the Great Flame Bell, Elder Jian couldn't help but stare. As for Ancestor Tai Yin and the others, they were slightly excited. After arriving at the Rainforest Sacred Land, they realized that they were as weak as ants. They were extremely unwilling, but now they had a chance to become stronger. especially the members of the Flame Legion. They were even more excited. They had never imagined that by following their leader, they would be able to come to the legendary Sacred Land and even have a chance to rise. They couldn't help but recall the promise that Lin Ling had made to them in Cloudsea City. If they followed their leader, they would definitely become famous throughout the world. And now, their leader had done it. At present, they were still very weak, but it wouldn't be long before they would be able to shake the rainforest's sacred land with the name of the Flame Legion. The mountains and valleys are rich in spirit energy and are suitable for cultivation. Coupled with my worldly fortune pills, everyone's talent can be improved. Yes, Lin Ling spoke once more, causing Long Xiaoqian and the others to feel envious. Their leader was truly amazing. When he rose up, his friends and family would become stronger as well. It seemed like following Lin Ling was the best decision they had ever made in their lives. Lin Ling constantly took out treasures to improve everyone's strength. After a long time, Lin Ling walked towards the depths of the mountains and valleys. He wanted to see Sakura. Chapter 825. Small World Fusion. Second Brother. Big Brother thanks you. Today, Big Brother will leave, but in the future, Big Brother will fight side by side with you. Big Brother will cross this hurdle. You once said to Big Brother that you will never admit defeat. Big Brother will always remember this. Wait for me to return. The note was written in blood. It was left behind by Sakura. Lin Ling froze in place, and then smiled. Big Brother felt that he did not have the face to see everyone, so he went out to adventure. Whether he became a snake or a dragon, it all depended on this adventure. But Lin Ling believed that his big brother would rise. Adventure, there was a thick life and death crisis, but there were also great opportunities. This all depended on one's own good fortune. However, Lin Ling was not worried about Sakura. This was because he knew that this was his big brother's road of martial arts, and no one else could interfere with him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged under the massive spirit root. At present, he had already established a firm foothold in the 7 profound martial house, and his reputation had risen. However, the enemies he faced were even more formidable. These were the top geniuses of the 7 profound heavens chosen list. These geniuses were older than him, and their talent was no weaker than his. Their strength was incomparably fierce. Therefore, Lin Ling had to continue fighting. He had to become stronger. I haven't broken through for too long. If I want to break through again, it will be very difficult. The only way is to make my foundation more solid. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He was incomparably familiar with his own strength. In fact, Lin Ling's foundation was already the most solid in the 7 profound martial house. His talent was a strong king body. His martial arts foundation was strong. His mortal body was strong, and his soul force was strong. All of his domains were at the perfect level. The only difference was his cultivation. However, there was still room for improvement. The talent king body was Lin Ling's current limit. Unless he reached the late Emperor's spirit realm, it would not be suitable for him to increase his rank. But his mortal body could be improved. He had a Xianxia body. If he cultivated the Xianxia chi art, he could make the small world within his body rise again and increase his strength. This was the cultivation method of the Water Moon Holy Land. In addition, fire was Lin Ling's foundation. He had an 8th grade talent king body and had 80% true meaning of fire. But he could comprehend 90% true meaning of fire. After all, in the Water Moon Holy Land and the Martial Practice Array, he had comprehended many things. Also, the Tyrannical Song Sword could be upgraded. The Tyrannical Song Sword wasn't even a spirit artifact, so it affected Lin Ling's strength. If it could become a spirit artifact, then Lin Ling's fighting strength would increase by 30%. Having a good weapon in hand was every martial artist's dream, and Lin Ling was no exception. With this thought in mind, Lin Ling first tried to comprehend the fiery flames. He thought of the Tai martial school's sect master, Xuani Jinren. His martial uncle had once used a punch that combined his physical body with his king physique. That punch was also the combination of the small world in his body and his innate king physique. It was the combination of strength and the true meaning of martial arts. It's a bit like the combination of the fist of the war god and the innate imperial body that I cultivated in the past. Lin Ling muttered to himself as memories surfaced in his mind. Flame, extermination, breaking the city with a single punch, burning the earth with flames. The difference was that this martial art was the fusion of the concept of fire and the concept of war, while this martial art was the fusion of the small world hidden in his body and the true intent of fire. Obviously, the latter was much more difficult and powerful. Fusing the small world with the flames in my body, my Xianxia energy art is a fire tribute physical body cultivation method. In order to fuse them together, I need a bridge to communicate with them. Lin Ling stood up and closed his eyes. At this moment, he could sense the 10,000 small worlds within his body. These were cells that contained immense strength, cells that had been tempered by the Tai true fire. They were also the source of Lin Ling's physical strength. Fire! Lin Ling gave a low shout. From the vermilion bird, Dao platform within his body, a steady stream of flames surged towards these small worlds. If one had to make an example, Lin Ling's body was the void and these small worlds were planets. At this moment, Lin Ling was using his fire to turn these planets into planets of fire. Of course, this process was extremely difficult. It required a bridge to communicate with them. If the fire couldn't enter the small worlds, then the small worlds wouldn't be able to fuse with the true intent of fire. It's so difficult. It's a test of my patience. Lin Ling frowned, but what he didn't lack the most was patience. This feeling was like searching for a needle in the boundless sea. Moreover, there was a thread that slowly pulled on that needle. Time quietly passed. Many people passed by. Seeing Lin Ling standing there motionless, they didn't disturb him. As for Long Xiaochun and the others, they felt an urge to immediately cultivate. Lin Ling's strength was already very strong, but after returning to the valley, he still didn't waste any time cultivating. Lin Ling's strength was in fact obtained through blood and sweat. Lin Ling had the diligence that a martial artist should have. At this moment, in the valley, Lin Ling was still standing there quietly. Gradually, the first small world was successfully connected. The true intent of fire entered, causing the small world to turn a fiery red. The cells not only contained powerful spiritual qi, but also the power of fire. So difficult. Lin Ling wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had used up an entire day to fuse the first small world. It really was difficult. Soon after, he continued to guide the fire, causing the flames to wrap around each small world. Time passed unknowingly, and 3 days quietly passed. A powerful aura erupted in the valley. It was a very mysterious aura. It seemed like an explosion of power, but also like an explosion of flames. In the valley, many people rushed over. The power from before was too terrifying, causing them to think that some ancient demonic beast had arrived in the valley. However, when they arrived, they found that the ground was covered in sweat. Lin Ling was standing there quietly, and the ground was deeply sunken. It was at least 5 meters deep. Lin Ling seemed to have become incomparably heavy. Lin Ling, what happened to you? The Sword Elder worriedly shouted. He was Elder Xian and had seen many things, but he had never seen this kind of cultivation method. I'm fine. Lin Ling smiled and jumped out of the deep hole. When he landed on the ground, a loud rumble sounded. Everyone was so shocked that they sat down on the ground. Their faces were filled with fear. Lin Ling didn't seem to be huge, but he gave people the feeling that a demonic beast had crashed down. The Sword Elder's pupils constricted. Lin Ling's physical strength seemed to be very solid. He was a martial artist from the Rainforest Holy Land. Although he knew that the Water Moon Holy Land cultivated the physical body, he obviously didn't expect that Lin Ling had already obtained the essence of the Water Moon Holy Land's martial arts. I just casually cultivated for a while. Seeing a large number of people appear, Lin Ling was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that the reaction would be so big. He waved his hand and quickly left. His whole body was covered in sweat, and he needed to wash it off. casually cultivated for a while. Long Xiaochen looked at the huge, deep hole, and his mouth couldn't close. Casually cultivating could create a deep hole in the ground. Then what would happen if he seriously cultivated? The others also opened their mouths, but suddenly, they couldn't say anything. This little guy is hiding a secret that we don't know. Chapter 826. Dragon Pavilion in a mountain valley, in a small stream. Lin Ling's entire body was immersed in the water. It was indescribably refreshing, and the corners of his mouth curved up in a smile. 10,000 small worlds had successfully fused with the true meaning of fire. Originally, his innate body was of the fire attribute, but now it had become the exclusive fire attribute innate body of the vermilion bird's flames. This was equal to opening a door. In the future, when his small worlds awakened, they could also become small worlds of fire. With the true meaning of fire and the small worlds fused together, the advantages were naturally great. Lin Ling's true meaning of fire had reached 90%. Before, he had also experimented with a wisp of the true meaning of fire in his fist. He had been able to leave a fist mark on the ancient spirit root. This was very terrifying. The ancient spirit root was the root of the ancient tree in the rainforest Holy Land. It was as hard as iron, mysterious and vast. There weren't many people in the 7 profound martial house that could leave behind a fist mark. But just a casual punch had the extreme power of heaven and earth fire. If the true meaning of fire was used at full strength, Lin Ling guessed that it should have reached a half-step 100% true meaning of fire. What kind of concept was this? This meant that Lin Ling's true meaning of fire was about to reach the peak. The peak of martial arts. There was no need to doubt its power. But the true meaning of sword was a half-step 90%. It was weaker than the true meaning of fire. If the true meaning of sword and true meaning of fire were fused together, just what kind of strength would that be? Lin Ling didn't dare to imagine. I've successfully cultivated the true meaning of fire. Next is to upgrade the Tyrant Song Sword. The Rainforest Holy Land is vast and boundless. I can go to the main city to take a look. Lin Ling muttered to himself. After washing up, he slowly left the mountain valley. Currently, the semi-finals of the 7 Profound Heavens chosen list were getting closer and closer. He had to quickly increase his strength. Just as he left the mountain valley, a figure appeared in front of him. She wore a long blue dress, a beaded crown on her head, and green deerskin boots on her feet. She gave off a lovely and charming feeling. Lin Ling's eyes followed her slender and tight legs, and he suddenly saw a familiar face. Tangyu, the little princess of the great Tang Empire of the 5 great ancient countries. Tangyu, how come you're here? Lin Ling was a bit surprised. Tangyu was a proud son of heaven, and had come to the 7 Profound Martial House with him. I wasn't at the 7 Profound Martial House for a while. I just came back yesterday, and then I heard about your magnificent feat, Lin Ling. You're really fierce. I entered the 7 Profound Martial House with you, and now you've surpassed me by so much. Tang Wei charmingly laughed. Lin Ling smiled and said, I was just lucky. You're so modest in front of your friends, but in front of your enemies, you're so domineering. I really wonder if you're the same person. Tang Yu was obviously very familiar with Lin Ling's temperament, and couldn't help but chuckle. She was really surprised by Lin Ling's brilliance. She was the little princess of the great Tang Empire. She had outstanding talent and an illustrious family background. Logically speaking, her strength should have far surpassed Lin Ling's. However, Lin Ling had nothing and only relied on himself. Yet, he still towered over her like a legend, and even surpassed her even further. This was unbelievable. All right, you should be very familiar with the main city, right? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something. Do you know where I can forge a weapon? Yes. He wasn't familiar with the main city, so he wanted to ask Tang Yue. I know. You want to enhance the power of your tyrannical song sword. I just happen to know a senior with superb skills who can enhance a martial artist weapon. Of course, the reward is also higher. Tang Yue said. Lin Ling helplessly nodded. Not long ago, he had a lot of spirit crystals, but they were all swallowed up by the ancient flame devil's soul. He had a lot of treasures and pills on him, but he was lacking in spirit crystals. Of course, although he didn't have enough spirit crystals, he could still go take a look and find a way to get enough. Then, he told Tang Yue his idea, and Tang Yue nodded in agreement. Of course, Lin Ling had Tang Yue go with him. In fact, he had another thought. Tang Yue was the little princess of the great Tang Empire, one of the 5 great ancient countries. She should know about Yu Yu. The two of them chatted as they walked. That Yu Yu who awakened the terrifying king body? Yes. After hearing Lin Ling's question, Tang Yue gasped. This made Lin Ling's eyes light up. Tang Yue knew Yu Yu? Although she also has the bloodline of the great Tang Empire, she is also a member of the desolate race. Tang Yue said helplessly. Then, seeing Lin Ling's confusion, she couldn't help but explain, the 4 great desolate races are the ancient races that are above the 7 great martial arts halls. They're like hidden clans in the rainforest sacred land. Not many people know about them. Yes, and the head of the 5 great ancient countries, the great Tang Empire, is backed by one of the 4 great desolate races, the Sparrow race. Although this ancient race has the same bloodline as the great Tang Empire, only those with the orthodox bloodline are qualified to enter the desolate race. Anyway, I have never had the chance to meet them since I was young. Yes, Tang Yue's face was filled with helplessness, but more of it was reverence. Reverence for the 4 great desolate races. Lin Ling gasped. Even you don't have a chance? Nope. Tang Yue had the status of a little princess, yet she didn't have a chance. This meant that the desolate race was very noble and very large. And the current Lin Ling was someone that even the 5 great ancient countries had to look up to, not to mention the 4 ancient desolate races. It seemed that the road he had to walk was very long. He wondered where his mother was in the rainforest sacred land. The two of them talked as they walked. Soon, they left the 7 profound martial house and arrived at the main city of the rainforest sacred land. The main city was also called the Holy City. It was vast and boundless. In the past, when Lin Ling had helped the Great Qin Empire, he had only occupied a corner of it. But the one who controlled this place was the legendary number 1 person in the rainforest sacred land, the Holy King. Lin Ling had only been to the main city once, and this time he was going to the core area. This caused Lin Ling's pupils to dilate. In the streets and alleys, there were even more powerhouses. He could see peak Emperor Spirit Realm existences everywhere, and even Saint Spirit Realm existences. The main city is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Besides the martial artists of the 5 great ancient countries, there are also the geniuses of the 7 great martial halls, as well as the hidden desolate race people. There are many powerhouses here. Tang Yue explained as she walked. Lin Ling also saw that there were many youths on the streets. The weakest of them was at the middle stage of the Emperor's Spirit Realm. They should be the geniuses of the other martial halls. Nodding, Lin Ling didn't say anything and followed Tang Yue. The goal of this trip was the Dragon Pavilion. This pavilion had an illustrious reputation in the main city because the owner was a mysterious person who had the skill to forge weapons. It had to be known that there were many alchemists in the rainforest sacred land, but there were very few powerhouses that could upgrade weapons. I'm not too sure about the origin of that senior from the Dragon Pavilion. My family told me not to underestimate him, but as far as I know, that person seems to be from one of the 4 great desolate races. Tang Yue said to Lin Ling. The two of them walked down the street and soon arrived in front of a magnificent building. This building soared into the clouds, and a massive dragon was carved around the building. It was majestic and mighty, and after one glance at it, they didn't dare to look at it again. Its aura was terrifying. Amazing. That dragon carved an ancient array. Chapter 827. Rules. By the way, the origin of the Dragon Tower is mysterious, and there are many cultivators who come here every day, so the Tower Master has a strange habit of only accepting one order at a time. Tang Yu said again, causing Lin Ling to shrug helplessly. It was good to have a strong skill. If he wanted to forge for others, he could forge for others. If he was not in the mood, he could wait until the next day. Looking at the entrance of the Dragon Tower, there were still people coming in one after another. There were many visitors. However, only accepting one order was a bit too competitive. After all cultivators wanted to have a powerful weapon in their hands, so they would not let go of such an opportunity. The weakest cultivator who can enter here is at least at the late stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. This is an unwritten rule. Most people who are not strong enough are not allowed to enter. Tang Yu said again. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Although he was not at the late stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, Tang Yu's strength seemed to be lower than his. Tang Yu laughed and blinked. Of course, this is excluding those with status. Therefore, the cultivators who enter the Dragon Tower are either rich or noble. If they're not the top geniuses of their families, then they're the top geniuses of the martial arts hall. They all have a great background. Of course, many of them are unworthy of their reputation. Like me, I enter because of my family status. Lin Ling nodded. No wonder Tang Yu's strength did not meet the requirements, but she could enter. Shameless boasting. This is a sacred place. Those who enter are all geniuses. How can it be like you said, relying on your family status? Someone on the side coldly shouted. This person was about 20 years old. He was wearing a golden brocade robe and had his hands behind his back. He seemed to be very uncomfortable with Tang Yu's words, because Tang Yu said that most of the people who entered here relied on their family status. Not all of them were strong. This made him feel like he was being humiliated. A woman who can't see herself clearly dares to be so arrogant. You even brought a weakling at the late stage of the Emperor's spirit realm here. Do you think you can enter this tower? The man shouted again. It's none of your business. Tang Yu's beautiful eyes narrowed. At the same time, she shouted coldly, causing that person's expression to change. This woman actually dared to reprimand him. Lin Ling helplessly smiled. Tang Yue was the little princess of the Great Tang Empire. Sure enough, she had the willfulness and unruliness of a princess. Of course, this was much better than many noble ladies. At least, Tang Yue would not casually provoke others. It was just that if others provoked her, she would not show mercy. You're very bold. Don't think that you can show off just because you have a mid-stage Emperor's Spirit Realm guard with you. Have you forgotten where you are? The young man shouted again, thinking that Lin Ling was Tang Yue's guard. Of course, in his eyes, this guard was too weak. Lin Ling shook his head even more. He had become a guard, but he shrugged and didn't intend to say anything. Anyway, this was caused by Tang Yu herself. She could solve it herself. You're only at the late stage of the Emperor's Spirit Realm. Do you think you're top genius just because you're wearing the robes of the Heaven Baron province? According to my guess, you're just a piece of trash ranked 200 on the prodigy list. Tang Yu's mouth was also incomparably sharp. You can die now. These words seemed to have hit the young man's sore spot. His cultivation level was high, but he didn't seem to be a powerful genius. You dare to be a member of the Great Tang Empire. However, just as he took a step forward, a cold voice rang out behind him, causing the young man to frown. He turned around and stared at the person who had come. The person who had come had long hair tied behind his head. He was handsome and elegant, and had the temperament of an alchemist. However, his face was somewhat cold, causing the young man's heart to tremble. He recognized this person. It was Tang Tianshu, one of the 18 princes. Although young Master Tang was also at the late stage of the Emperor's Spirit Realm, there was no doubt about his strength. Sorry, I said the wrong thing before. I apologize. The young man immediately bowed to Tang Yue. He couldn't afford to offend young Master Tang. Moreover, he knew that the girl in front of him was actually from the Great Tang Empire. What surprised him was that the dignified little princess of the Great Tang Empire would bring such a weak guard with her. Get lost, Tang Yue shouted, causing the young man to lose face and enter the Dragon Pavilion. However, he didn't go far. He was still looking at Tang Yue when his eyes suddenly fell on Lin Ling. He found that Lin Ling was smiling, and his smile was cold and indifferent, as if he was laughing at his ignorance. He couldn't afford to offend the people of the Great Tang Empire, but he couldn't afford to offend this guard. He actually dared to laugh at him. This was too bold. In fact, Lin Ling's lips were slightly curved up, but he wasn't looking at the young man, but rather at the 18th prince, young Master Tang. Tang Yue, who allowed you to be with such a lowly commoner? You've lost the face of the great Tang Empire. Young Master Tang slowly walked over, coldly looking at Lin Ling, and then reprimanded Tang Wei. Behind him were the top geniuses of the seven profound martial house, Golden Rock Z, and the other youths. Each one of them was a powerhouse ranked around 100 on the Proud Son of Heaven list. Tang Tianshu, who I'm with is none of your business. Although Tang Yue and Tang Tianshu came from the same ancient country, they weren't very familiar with each other. Who you're with is none of my business, but it affects the pride of the noble great Tang Empire. You're a princess, yet you're with a lowly commoner. If this were to spread out, my face would be lost. Tang Tianshu shouted again, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. Lin Ling's expression was still calm, as if he didn't care at all. 18th Prince Tang Tianshu. Before Lin Ling went to the cloud domain, this was a proud son of heaven that he had to look up to. But now that he had reached the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, his strength was even more formidable, and he no longer placed Tang Tianshu in his eyes. You've gone too far. Tang Wei didn't know about the grievances between Lin Ling and Tang Tianshu. She thought that Tang Tianshu was deliberately making things difficult for her, so she couldn't help but coldly shout, Tang Wei, let's go. If a dog bites you, you can't bite the dog back, so let them bark here. Lin Ling advised. Tang Wei was stunned for a moment. Then she burst into laughter. In fact, she didn't like Tang Tianshu because the latter often lectured her as an elder, so when she heard Lin Ling's words, the gloominess in her heart was relieved. Dog! Tang Tianshu's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was scolding his noble bloodline in front of so many people. Junior brother Tang, there's no need to be angry with a lowly commoner. He just became an elder by luck, and he thinks that his strength is enough to make him look down on everyone. But in reality, he's still a weakling in the middle stage of the Emperor's Spirit Realm. Moreover, the second dream has already said that Lin Ling will be left to her, so let's not do anything. Jin Pengzi said from the side. Lin Ling was dazzling, and his name was famous in the rainforest sacred ground. His status was above his own, but his strength was only SOSO. In the world of martial arts, without strength, everything was useless. Therefore, it wouldn't be long before Lin Ling was beaten back to his original state. Moreover, according to the rules of the Dragon Tower, one must be at the late stage of the Emperor's Spirit Realm to enter. If he doesn't meet the requirements, he can't enter. Chapter 828. World of the Seven Great Martial Hall Geniuses. These people are too much. Tang Wei unwillingly shouted. She felt injustice for Lin Ling, because these people had cultivated for a longer time and were at the top of the Proud Son of Heaven list. They looked down on Lin Ling. But if Lin Ling had cultivated for the same amount of time, would they have the qualifications to be proud in front of Lin Ling? Why bother? Lin Ling didn't care. He waved his hand and led Tang Yue into the Dragon Pavilion. To him, his current ranking on the Proud Son of Heaven list wasn't high. But in a few days, the semifinals would begin, and he would rush in the Proud Son of Heaven list. At that time, these people who were gloating over his misfortune wouldn't be able to open their mouths. Moreover, the second dream was very confident in themselves. They didn't want anyone to touch him. They wanted to kill him in the semifinals of the Proud Son of Heaven list and regain their lost pride. Unfortunately, the second dream would be disappointed. Wait, your strength has not reached the requirements. You are not allowed to enter the Dragon Pavilion. The two had just stepped into the Dragon Pavilion when a servant blocked their way. This person's strength was actually at the Saint Spirit Realm. A Saint Spirit Realm servant, the master behind the scenes of the Dragon Pavilion, really had an extraordinary background. I am the princess of the Great Tang Empire. Tang Wei took out her identity jade card. The servant glanced at it and then nodded. In fact, the rules of the Dragon Pavilion were not arbitrarily set. If one was too weak, then the requirements for a weapon would not be high. The master of the Dragon Pavilion disdained to forge one, and if one's background was too small, then they would not be able to afford the reward. The Dragon Pavilion would not welcome them. After all, the Dragon Pavilion was not a market where anyone could come in and join in the fun. What about you? The servant was expressionless as he looked at Lin Ling. At the same time, behind the Dragon Pavilion's gate, Tang Tianshu and the others looked over. They were looking forward to seeing the ugly scene of Lin Ling being denied entry. Even the proud son of heaven from the Holding Heaven house that had been reprimanded by Lin Ling was the same. Your status as an elder of the seven profound martial house is not enough. Jin Pengzi teased. He was at the late stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, so he could enter easily. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was a lowly commoner and a piece of trash. He would be blocked at the entrance, and their stay naturally attracted more people's attention. Many people smiled and were not surprised by this result. Perhaps everything was as Tang Yu had said. The people who came here were a little hypocritical and liked to use their powerful family background to make others feel inferior. Mine. At that moment, Lin Ling didn't know what everyone was thinking. He slowly took out his identity jade tablet, which made Tang Tianshu and the others' pupils dilate. Lin Ling had an identity jade tablet? Who was he? It had to be known that the status of an elder of the seven profound martial house had no effect here. You may enter. That person glanced at Lin Ling's identity jade tablet, then stared deeply at Lin Ling. There was a trace of horror in the depths of his eyes as he stepped aside. Thank you. Lin Ling nodded lightly and strode in with Tang Yu. How is this possible? Tang Tianshu and the others' pupils constricted. Lin Ling was a lowly commoner, not as noble as they were. But how could he enter? One of them slowly stepped forward and respectfully asked, Senior, that person's strength did not meet the requirements, and his status was not high either. He should not be able to enter. The servant looked at Tang Tianshu and the others. He knew that these were the top geniuses of the martial hall, so he was not cold. He slowly said, This child is one of the 24 family heads of the Great Qin dynasty. He is also a newly risen family head. He is the youngest family head I have seen so far. What? Family head? Jin Pengzi and the others' pupils constricted. The family head of one of the 5 great ancient countries was a position of virtue and prestige. He could summon the powerhouses of most of the ancient countries. This was not a small status. Lin Ling was a lowly commoner. Compared to Lin Ling, besides Tang Tianshu, they were all lowly commoners. When did Lin Ling become the family head of the Great Qin dynasty? Tang Tianshu's face turned green. He knew what the family head represented. In fact, in terms of status, Lin Ling was higher than him. The word lowly commoner seemed to be reserved for him. As for the Tuotian house genius who was watching the show, his heart trembled violently. He thought that Lin Ling was a bodyguard, but who knew that he was the family head? No wonder the youth ignored him from the start. It was a form of disdain. Lin Ling, how can you enter here? At this moment, in the long and luxurious corridor, Tang Yu looked at Lin Ling in shock. Previously, she wanted to use her status to let Lin Ling in. Family head identity jade token. Lin Ling said as he waved the jade token in his hand. This was the identity that the Great Qin Empire changed for him after he returned to the Rainforest Holy Land, allowing him to replace old Master Qin. However, Lin Ling did not care much about this, so he did not take it to heart. Family head? Then your status is not lower than mine. Tang Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. She also knew that the family head status was noble. At least in her knowledge, she had never seen such a young family head. The Great Tang Empire did not have one. Even in the 5 great ancient countries, Lin Ling was the first family head to be less than 20 years old. Patriarch of the Great Qin dynasty, elder of the 7 profound martial house, Lin Ling had created many miracles. Lin Ling smiled. He still did not care much about the family head status. After the two passed through the luxurious corridor, an even more luxurious hall appeared in front of them. At this moment, there were many people sitting in the hall. Each of them had a powerful aura and were either rich or noble. Although there were many people in the hall, it was incomparably quiet. Everyone was quietly waiting for the arrival of the house head. There are so many heaven's pride from the martial arts halls, and even some Saint Spirit realm existences. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. There were so many powerhouses here. They were all top heaven's pride from the other martial arts halls' heaven's pride rankings, ranked around 100. This could be called the world of geniuses. For top 100 heaven's prides to appear in the same hall at the same time was indeed a rare sight. Some of them had incomparably terrifying king bodies, some of them had reached the pinnacle of martial arts, and some of them had powerful cultivation realms, and some of them had mysterious weapons in their hands. Each of them had a powerful domain, and it was a riot of colors. Lin Ling looked around in shock, and then the corners of his mouth curled up. He had stepped into the circle of top heaven's prides from the 7 martial arts halls, and also the circle of powerhouses from the Rainforest's Holy Land. Who is this person? He is at the middle stage of the Emperor's Spirit Realm. He is the weakest existence in the Dragon Tower today. His face is unfamiliar, but looking at his age, he should be a heaven's pride from the 7 martial arts halls. There are so many heaven's prides. Does he have the qualifications to enter? The hall seemed to be quiet, but whispers could be heard. Many people here knew each other, and they were all wary of each other. However, when a new face appeared, they would naturally reject him. After all, if one more person appeared, there would be fewer chances to compete for the position of the house head. Moreover, those who appeared here were either rich or noble, and all had illustrious reputations. If that young man appeared without any background, it would be equivalent to humiliating them, tainting their noble status. Young man, how about a toast? Just as Lin Ling and Tang Yu found a table to sit down, a calm voice sounded from the second floor. Then, without waiting for Lin Ling to say anything, a glass of wine shot down with an extremely terrifying aura. It seemed like a toast, but in reality, it was also a test and a lesson. Chapter 829. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. His opponent's attack was too fast, and he didn't even have time to see his face. Although the cup of wine seemed light, it seemed to contain martial intent. This place was indeed filled with geniuses. Just a simple attack was already so powerful. He believed that none of the mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses would be able to withstand this cup of wine. After all the geniuses present were at the late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm. Naturally, their attacks wouldn't be weak. Moreover, they were all top-tier geniuses. Of course, Lin Ling wasn't one of them. Lin Ling was the perfect mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm genius. Ha! Lin Ling stretched out his right hand and caught the cup of wine. The moment his palm touched the cup, an indescribable force exploded. It was as if 2 powerful punches had collided in midair, causing the void to shatter. Pa pa pa! And within Lin Ling's body, the 10,000 small worlds were crazily erupting, forming a strength of 10 million that was transmitted to Lin Ling's palms. He didn't even use the true meaning of martial arts. He used just the strength of his mortal body to block that cup of wine. What a terrifying force. Good wine. Lin Ling's proud voice echoed in the hall. Under countless gazes, the youth took the cup and gently placed it in his mouth. Many people's eyes narrowed. The person who had been tested and taught a lesson was a prodigy from the Central Martial Hall. He was at the late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm and ranked 150th on the prodigy ranking. Although he wasn't a peak late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm prodigy, he was still an existence that couldn't be underestimated. As for Lin Ling, he was only at the mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm and had no reputation at all. I wonder which of the 7 martial halls this person is from. In terms of strength, he should be ranked around 160th on the prodigy ranking. That was just a test, and he didn't use his full strength. But at least, that means that the youth isn't weak. The vast hall was silent as everyone discussed in low voices. They were all top prodigies from the 7 martial halls. When Lin Ling first arrived, they were disdainful and even xenophobic. But now, they didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. At least, they were certain that Lin Ling wasn't weak. Was it just that he didn't dare to underestimate them? It's impolite not to reciprocate. Lin Ling's calm voice came from the first floor. Under countless gazes, a cup of wine shot up to the second floor. You dare attack me? On the second floor, the Heaven's Chosen's eyes narrowed. He had wanted to humiliate Lin Ling before, but the result had surprised him. But now, not only did Lin Ling not feel lucky, he even attacked. You're courting death. Did Lin Ling think that he was a pushover? He stretched out his right hand, and an azure water ball appeared. It surged and formed a vortex, wanting to catch the wine cup that was shot over. This was the true intent of water, and its power wasn't weak. Bang! However, when the wine cup collided with the water ball, it was as if a mountain had collided with it. It contained a force of 10 million Jin, causing the water ball to instantly shatter. That genius's eyes narrowed. What a powerful force. Then he stretched out his hands and formed two large water balls, one black and one white. They spun continuously in an attempt to suppress the power of the wine cup. Chi-Chi, the heavens chosen, sat on a chair. The powerful force of the wine cup pushed him backwards, leaving a deep mark on the ground. It wasn't until he was pushed 5 meters away that the terrifying force disappeared, and the wine cup was caught by him. This move was shocking. Brother, it's just a cup of wine. There's no need to be so polite. On the first floor, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded. You. On the second floor, the Heaven's Chosen's face was extremely ugly. Although he had caught the wine cup, everyone could see that he had used all his strength to do so. Even so, he was pushed 5 meters away. It was extremely embarrassing. It was obvious that Lin Ling was humiliating him, especially when he said those words so casually. It made him even angrier. This mysterious young man is quite powerful. He casually attacked before, but I couldn't sense any spiritual energy or martial intent. However, the power of the wine cup was so strong that Tai Yuan almost couldn't handle it. The most terrifying thing is that the mysterious young man is only at the mid-stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. Could this person be a rising junior? Everyone in the hall stopped drinking. This time, they looked at Lin Ling with even more seriousness. Lin Ling was even more mysterious than they had imagined. After the previous exchange, they had tacitly agreed that Lin Ling was qualified. No one dared to provoke him. Although this didn't mean that Lin Ling's strength surpassed theirs, it meant that they didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. This Lin Ling's strength is even stronger than before. As for the 18th young lord, Tang Tianshu and the rest, their faces were solemn. From this exchange, they could see that Lin Ling's strength had increased by another level. He was getting closer and closer to them. No worries. The semi-finals of the Heaven's Chosen rankings are about to begin. When the time comes, even if the second dream doesn't make a move, I will cripple him. Golden Rock coldly said as he stroked the golden feathered rock on his shoulder. In the past, Lin Ling had not given him any face and had arrogantly entered the Sky Universe Palace. This had caused his dignity to be deeply shamed, so he absolutely had to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Fortunately, although Lin Ling's growth was fast, he was still not his match. He is Lin Ling? Yes. In addition to them, there were many other top elites of the 7 profound martial house in the hall. At this moment, they all recognized Lin Ling. The second dream said that she would leave Lin Ling to her. Otherwise today, I would like to see just how strong this Lin Ling is. A top elite said as he fiddled with a wine glass. Everyone's eyes widened. This person was the 70th ranked elite on the Heaven's Chosen rankings, Long Aoxiang. He was fiercer than Golden Rock and the others, and also someone from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. His strength was even stronger than Young Master Soaring Dragon of the 18 Young Masters. The difference between the two was that Young Master Soaring Dragon, who had died at Lin Ling's hands, was not even 20 years old. But this person was 23 years old, and his strength was at the peak of the Royal Spirit Realm. A peak Royal Spirit Realm elite was very terrifying. They could even fight a Saint Spirit Realm powerhouse. Lin Ling, you're so fierce. You've made them not dare to underestimate you. On the first floor, Tang Yue was surprised. She realized that everyone was looking at Lin Ling with a variety of complex expressions. To be able to make the top elites of the 7 Martial Hall fear him, this was undoubtedly a glorious honor. At least in this year's batch of geniuses, only Lin Ling could do this. He was not even 20 years old, but he had stepped into the circle of top elites. This was very rare. They only put me in their hearts for the first time. But there are still many powerful elites in the hall. Lin Ling didn't show any arrogance as he said faintly. He saw many top elites of the royal spirit realm. They should be the top 100 elites of the heavens chosen rankings. Even with his soul force, he could feel that they were unfathomably deep. It seemed that the 7 martial halls were truly filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Lin Ling was only a little famous in the 7 profound martial house. He couldn't compare with these famous elites of the 7 martial halls. Pa! At this moment, the sound of footsteps echoed in the hall. Another figure walked in. This person wore a long blue robe and held a jug of wine in his hand. His long hair cascaded down his back, giving him an indescribably handsome appearance. As the crowd saw this youth, their hearts trembled. Yangon. Chapter 830. Yangon He was a top prodigy of the ancient Dao martial palace and was at the peak of the emperor's spirit realm. It was said that he had cultivated his true intent of martial arts to the peak. Moreover, this person was hiding a powerful spirit artifact. In the past, when the top prodigies of the 7 major sects were sparring, he had once battled the top prodigies of the various sects and made a name for himself. Most importantly, this person had risen up in an instant and was very mysterious. It made people wonder if he was a martial artist from the Rainforest Holy Land and had come from somewhere else. Yangon. After that person stepped in, many top geniuses shouted in a low voice. Among them, Long Aoxiang stood up, smiled, and threw the wine cup in his right hand. A golden dragon appeared and coiled around the wine cup as it shot towards Xianxia. This dragon charged forward bravely as though it was the king of dragons. Dragon soars. Inside the hall, Yangon smiled faintly. His body exuded the terrifying aura of the peak of the emperor's spirit realm. He waved his right hand lightly, and a cauldron appeared behind him. It was the cauldron of the 9 prefectures. The moment the cauldron appeared, it was as if it had taken root in the earth and was incomparably stable. Yangon easily received the wine cup. The cauldron is Yangon's king physique? What level is that? It's a king physique that can grow, and it's a rare king physique of weapons. Many people were solemn, as expected of a top genius from the ancient Dao martial palace. Based on his strength, it was more than enough for him to be ranked in the top 20 on the genius list. What kind of existence were 20 of them? Among the countless geniuses, no more than 100 of them could suppress Yangon. This was a proud achievement. One had to know that there were countless geniuses in the 100 territories. To be able to rank so high in strength, that was an existence as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. At this moment, Long Aoxiang's face was incomparably ugly. Could it be that the other party's strength was truly unfathomable? He snorted coldly and finally sat down. Amazing. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He could also see that his opponent's king body was special. It was actually a cauldron, which was extremely rare. Moreover, his martial intent seemed to have reached the peak stage. Lin Ling evaluated in his heart. If he used his full strength, he might be able to fight the other party, and at most it would be a draw. Of course, this did not include whether the other party was hiding his strength or not. Good wine. Yangon drank the wine in his hand and didn't mind Long Aoxiang's attack. He scanned the hall and found that there were no empty seats. Then his eyes fell on Lin Ling's table and he strode over. Can I sit here? Yangon smiled as he looked at Lin Ling. He did not have the arrogance of a genius. As you wish. Lin Ling faintly smiled, and Yangon also sat down with a smile. Yangon looked at Lin Ling with some surprise, as if he knew the other's identity. After his eyes swept around, they fell on Lin Ling and said, I know you. You are Lin Ling, one of the most dazzling proud sons of heaven of the 7 profound martial house. Huh. Lin Ling was a little surprised that the other party actually knew him. Just who was this person? I got to know you by luck. I have a junior sister who often talks about you in front of me. Yangon picked up the wine cup on the table and filled it to the brim. Heavenly concubine. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. The heavenly concubine was also a disciple of the ancient Dao martial palace. It should be her. Your reaction is quick indeed. Yangon smiled and nodded. He took a sip of wine and said, Your talent is not any worse than my junior sister's. Moreover, there is a familiar feeling about you. You seem to have cultivated your true, martial intent to the peak. Lin Ling was startled. This person was truly worthy of being called a top proud son of heaven. He could see through his secret just by looking at his aura. However, you are still lacking a little bit. The peak of true intent is profound. When you touch upon the profound, you will be able to bring your true martial intent to the peak. Yangon casually said. Lin Ling's pupils shrank. Profound? He suddenly had a trace of understanding in his heart. He looked at Yangon with gratitude. Yangon seemed to be reminding him of something. He cupped his hands across his chest and said, Thank you. Haha, there is no need to thank me. With your talent, it won't be long before you touch upon that domain. I am only letting you understand it in advance. Yangon waved his hand and then looked around the hall. With your strength, 60% of the people here are not your match. As for the remaining peak Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses, you can defeat 30%. After that, it will be difficult for you to win. That's right. Lin Ling nodded humbly, but he also looked at the hall. Only 60%? Yangon's guess was correct. He had indeed comprehended the true meaning of martial to the peak, but Yangon didn't know one thing. Lin Ling didn't know the true meaning of martial, and he didn't know the strength of his body either. Therefore, Lin Ling estimated that he didn't fear anyone at the peak of the Emperor's Spirit Realm at all. This had been proven when he killed the Fighting Evil faction, so he could defeat at least 80% of the people here. The leader has arrived. At this moment, a loud voice rang out, shocking the entire hall. Everyone stopped drinking and chatting and looked at the third floor. The leader had arrived. If they could obtain today's orders, then they would have a chance to increase the power of their weapons. Their strength would increase greatly, and they would surpass the geniuses above them. The crowd was filled with anticipation and excitement. Today, according to the rules, we will only accept one order. You all can report your rewards. Calm. A calm voice floated out from the second floor. What surprised Lin Ling was that it was a woman's voice. Could it be that the leader was a woman? Brother Lin, is this your first time here? Yes. At the side, Yangon looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Yes, it's my first time here, so I'm a bit surprised by the leader's identity. Lin Ling shrugged. Haha, everyone who comes to the Dragon Tower for the first time will be surprised. However, there are very few people who can actually see the leader. However, you should speak softly. If the servants of the Dragon Tower hear you, then the consequences are not a joke. Once, someone from the Lion Orchid country of the 5 great ancient countries dared to flirt here, but he was killed on the spot. That person was the top genius of the Sky-Bearing Prefecture who was ranked 3rd on the Heaven's Pride ranking at that time. Yangon said solemnly. A genius ranked 3rd on the Heaven's Pride ranking. His strength and background must be incomparably terrifying. However, he was still killed. What kind of background did this leader have? I only know that her surname is M.O. Yes, Yangon reminded again, and Lin Ling nodded. At this moment, a calm voice rang out in the hall. 30 million middle spirit crystals. Yes, a young man holding a golden fan and wearing a purple robe stood up indifferently. His eyes were filled with provocation as he looked at the entire hall. This person is at the peak of the Emperor's Spirit Realm. He is ranked 50th on the Sun Moon Sect Pride ranking, Xianxia. His family is backed by the Justice Duan family of the 5 great ancient countries. Yangon looked at that person and made Lin Ling nod. He knew that the latter was introducing these top geniuses. Lin Ling was also a bit interested in this. After all, he didn't know much about the top geniuses of the various martial arts halls. This person's king body is of the 9th grade, the Sun Moon body. It is said that the king body is born when the sun and moon shine together. It is extremely mysterious. Yangon added, it is indeed powerful. Chapter 831. Competition, 50 million medium-grade spirit crystals. The youth in the purple cloud robe had just sat down when another youth stood up in the distance. This was a top Heaven's Pride of Howling Sky Academy. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. From Yang Gan's introduction, he knew that the latter's talent was incomparably terrifying. Not only that, but he also had soul force. He was also a perfect heaven's pride. These introductions allowed Lin Ling to know that the opponents he would face all had formidable capital. However, Lin Ling also discovered that in order to obtain the House Master's forging opportunity, the 7 major martial arts halls would take turns to have their own heaven's pride of heaven step forward to bid. It was extremely orderly, and there was no competition at all. After Howling Sky Academy, it was the ancient Dao Martial Palace's turn. This time, Yang Gan drank a mouthful of wine and then stood up. 1 high-grade spirit crystal. Chi. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. In order to forge a weapon, this Yang Gan seemed to have paid a great price. After all, many people had never seen a high-grade spirit crystal before. Even Lin Ling looked at Yang Gan with surprise. It seemed that in order to obtain the forging opportunity, all the heaven's pride of heaven were going all out. 1 10,000-year-old root ginseng, 3 9-flowered red fruits, and 50 million medium-grade spirit crystals. However, just as Yang Gan sat down, the heaven's pride of Towering Sky Mansion opened his mouth again. In terms of price, he had suppressed Yang Gan. Although Yang Gan's high-grade spirit crystals were rare, the former spirit grasses were also extremely rare. In addition to the spirit crystals, the price had suppressed Yang Gan's. It looks like I failed. Yang Gan helplessly shook his head. He wanted Lin Ling to understand that the price he had quoted was not as good as the others. If he couldn't take out a higher value treasure, then that was the same as losing the forging opportunity. High-grade weapon sky rain hammer, purple gold gourd, tower opening axe, 3 dragon river chariots, 1 10,000-year underground fire, and 50 million medium-grade spirit crystals. Someone shouted out a price. Countless eyes looked over and saw that it was the 7 profound martial houses long Aoxian. This person was indeed worthy of being a genius of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, one of the 5 great ancient nations. For example, the Tyrant Song Sword that Lin Ling was currently using was a high-grade weapon. However, the Dragon River Chariot that the Dragon River Chariot was talking about was said to be a high-grade weapon. It was said that the Dragon River Chariot was the placenta of a dragon fetus. It was said to be the placenta of a dragon fetus, just like the placenta of a human's birth. However, it was more noble and was a rare material for alchemy. As for the 10,000-year underground fire, it was said that the fire burned for 10,000 years without being extinguished. It was also a rare treasure. Therefore, the crowd fell silent. No one could compete for this price. The top geniuses of the various martial arts palaces all had ugly expressions on their faces. However, very quickly, another genius stood up, as if he was determined to obtain this opportunity. Then, he shouted out a frightening price. However, there were not many treasures, only one. Half-spirit artifact, spirit gathering, praying mat. The crowd was in an uproar. A half-spirit artifact had also been taken out. This fellow was too domineering. Moreover, a spiritual gathering praying mat was said to be able to gather a massive amount of spiritual energy. If one cultivated under the praying mat, their cultivation speed would be 10 times faster than outside. Then, many people looked at this person and discovered that he was the great Tang Empire's proud son of heaven. No wonder he was like this. It had to be known that a half-spirit artifact was extremely rare. For instance, if the geniuses present had a half-spirit artifact in their hands, they might not have come to compete for this opportunity. After all, the purpose of forging a weapon was to have it reach the qualifications of a half-spirit artifact. But this great Tang Empire's proud son of heaven had taken out a half-spirit artifact. Did he want his weapon to become a spirit artifact? Tang Fei, Long Aoxiang coldly glared at the opposing party's proud son of heaven, his eyes burning with anger. At present, he was the one who had shouted out the highest price in today's competition. However, the other party had interfered, causing his plan to fail. However, in order to obtain the house head's forging opportunity, he would not give up. His eyes swept through the entire hall. Currently, it was not the 7 profound martial houses' turn to bid, so he temporarily endured. But after round, none of the other martial hall's proud sons of heaven had come out to bid. This caused him to coldly smile. It was the 7 profound martial house's turn. "I'll go." However, just as he stood up, a calm voice sounded out from the first floor, causing everyone's eyes to narrow. It was the mysterious youth from before, Lin Ling. Long Aoxiang frowned. He was just about to stand up, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would beat him to it? This ant was really courting death. "Get lost!" Long Aoxiang coldly shouted. To him, Lin Ling was nothing more than an ant. If it weren't for the second dream, wanting to kill Lin Ling, he would have already taught Lin Ling a lesson. After all, Lin Ling was an enemy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. It was just that he had always thought that Lin Ling was nothing more than an ant, so he disdained to do anything to him. After all, this sort of small ant would naturally be cleaned up by someone in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. But who would have thought that, before he could even make a move, Lin Ling had already snatched away his qualifications? "You're talking to me?" On the first floor, Lin Ling calmly looked at Long Aoxiang. Beside him, Yang Gong was also surprised. He didn't think that Lin Ling would stand up to bid. It had to be known that if one stood up to bid, then the price had to be higher than the previous person, otherwise they would offend the house head. So while he was surprised, he also introduced Long Aoxiang to Lin Ling, surnamed Long. Lin Ling's eyes were icy cold. He had never had a good impression of anyone from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. "I told you to fuck off. Did you not hear me?" Long Aoxiang once again shouted with dignity. "Who do you think you are? Do you think I'll fuck off just because you told me to? Then I'll tell you to fuck off too." Lin Ling didn't fear him at all. Long Aoxiang's eyes widened. This Lin Ling was only at the Middle Emperor Spirit Realm, but he was far too arrogant. Don't you know the rules? The 7 martial halls take turns to shout out the price. When did an ant like you come out and embarrass yourself? Someone reprimanded Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a newcomer. Although everyone recognized his qualifications, Lin Ling didn't understand the rules. He had violated the agreement that all the top proud sons of heaven had already reached. Are you blind? Now it's the 7 profound martial house's turn, and I'm from a 7 profound martial house. Why can't I bid? Lin Ling coldly looked at the person who spoke. The person was stunned, unable to say anything. Indeed, the rules here were that the 7 martial halls took turns to shout out the price. But Lin Ling wasn't from the circle of top proud sons of heaven, so everyone ignored him. But Long Aoxiang was, so everyone recognized his qualifications. Now that Lin Ling had stood up to bid, the crowd naturally thought that Lin Ling had broken the rules. But the truth was that Lin Ling hadn't broken the rules. He was just not like the other proud sons of heaven who feared these top proud sons of heaven. Although you have the qualifications to shout out the price, there are so many people in the 7 profound martial house. Since when did it become your turn to shout out the price? Long Aoxiang glared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had challenged his dignity, and now he was even more arrogant. His anger was not light. Yes, there's so many people in the 7 profound martial house. If you can shout out the price, why can't I? Since you say that I can't, then when did it become your turn to shout out the price? Lin Ling glanced at Long Aoxiang, disdainfully replying, "Who is this boy? He's so arrogant. He actually dares to provoke the peak Emperor Spirit Realm." Long Aoxiang. Chapter 832. Rich and overbearing. Perhaps Lin Ling also valued this forging opportunity, but since Long Aoxiang had stood up to speak, then according to common sense, Lin Ling should have given this opportunity to Long Aoxiang instead of stubbornly resisting. After all, Long Aoxiang's strength was incomparably terrifying, and his background was also enormous. If Lin Ling wanted to snatch this opportunity, he would also provoke a great enemy. This boy is Lin Ling. However, in the silence, a calm voice sounded out, causing the hearts of the crowd to fiercely tremble. In the rainforest holy land, every once in a while a dark horse would rise up, their name shaking the entire holy land. And this time, Lin Ling was in the limelight. He had besieged the Rain Sea Prairie, annihilated the Battle Evil faction, declared war on 2 ancient countries, taken revenge for the second dream at the 7 profound martial house, and even became the youngest elder of the Rainforest Holy Land. All of these deeds were shocking and awe-inspiring. It was hard not to know of him. Even some peak elites of heaven knew of Lin Ling's name. It's actually him. No wonder he's so arrogant. The crowd thought to themselves. They finally understood why Lin Ling had stood up to bid. Moreover, they had heard that this boy had a grudge with the Heavenly Dragon Empire, so he wouldn't give Long Aoxiang any face. Even so, many people still thought that Lin Ling couldn't see through them. You too, have you finally decided who it is? As Lin Ling and Long Aoxiang were arguing, an old man's voice sounded out from the third floor. It seemed that he was dissatisfied because the two were evenly matched. Lin Ling, you're very good. I hope you can be arrogant to the end, you ant. Long Aoxiang's voice was incomparably gloomy, his killing intent monstrous. If this wasn't Dragon Pavilion, he would have already obliterated this ant. He would have even ignored the second dream's warning. Unfortunately, this was Dragon Pavilion, not an existence that he could provoke. Be a good boy and sit down. You waste of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Lin Ling coldly said. Although he didn't have any grudges with Long Aoxiang, the Heavenly Dragon Empire was his enemy, so he didn't give them any face. If he conceded to Long Aoxiang today, that would be a humiliation to old Master Qin. Trash. Lin Ling's voice was like thunder, echoing endlessly in the hall. Many peak elites of heaven narrowed their eyes, surprised at Lin Ling's arrogance. Lin Ling was only at the Middle Emperor Spirit Realm, and yet he dared to provoke Long Aoxiang. Aoxiang. Interesting. Even Long Aoxiang has been humiliated by you. But the rest is up to you and me. But can you offer a higher price than me? If you can't, you're in for a good show. Only the top prodigy from the Great Tang Empire was left competing with Lin Ling. On the other hand, the top prodigy from the Great Tang Empire had called out a price of a semi-spiritual weapon. If Lin Ling wanted to suppress the other party in terms of price, then the treasure must be priceless. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and gloated. How could Lin Ling be wealthier than the Tang Empire? I'm sorry, you don't have to worry about my looks. My price is a spiritual weapon, mixed evil sword. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling glanced at the supreme talent of the Great Tang Empire and said softly, "Silence." The entire hall was silent. The Tang Empire's peak elite called out a price of a spiritual weapon, shocking the entire hall and leaving countless other elites with no choice. However, Lin Ling took out a spiritual weapon. That was a spiritual weapon, an existence that surpassed a spiritual weapon. This was also the reason why all the elites came to the Dragon Tower today. They wanted to forge a spiritual weapon, but Lin Ling already had one, yet he used it to exchange for a chance to forge one. What was the meaning of being rich and overbearing? Everyone had personally experienced it. The two words spiritual weapon made it difficult for everyone to breathe. The Tang Empire's elites' eyes were wide open, and there was only one word in his heart: pervert. This wasn't strange. After all, Lin Ling already had a spiritual weapon, yet he still wanted to compete for a chance to forge one. The result of the forging would at most give Lin Ling a new spiritual weapon. If this wasn't perverted, then what was? This was simply superfluous. It even gave people the feeling that Lin Ling was here to play with everyone. It was as if he was saying that he was rich, so he liked to play like this. Lin Ling. Long Aoxiang held a wine cup in his hand. He wanted to drink and wait for Lin Ling to make a fool of himself. However, when the word spiritual weapon came out, he couldn't drink anymore. With a loud bang, the wine cup in his hand shattered, and the veins on his palm popped out. He couldn't fight back against Lin Ling's bid. It was too great. Are you really an ordinary prodigy? I really suspect that you're a peak elite. Beside Lin Ling, Yang Gong was also shocked. Only a peak elite would be so domineering as to take out a spiritual weapon to compete. Lin Ling was indeed not an ordinary elite. All right, I called out the price. All of you geniuses from the 6 martial arts halls can compete. Ignoring the silent hall, Lin Ling looked around and sat down. After drinking a cup of wine, he suddenly looked at Long Aoxiang and said, "Brother Long, you have a chance now." A chance? The crowd's hearts trembled violently. Was there a chance? There was no chance at all. Even if it was Long Aoxiang's turn, he couldn't take out a price that exceeded Lin Ling's. Lin Ling was obviously humiliating Long Aoxiang. Long Aoxiang clenched his fists tightly, trembling in anger. In the end, he didn't say a word. Lin Ling smiled and continued drinking. He also knew that it was a bit of a loss to take out a spiritual weapon in exchange for a chance to forge. However, the tyrannical song sword was left behind by Senior Wuji, and he was already used to it. Therefore, he didn't plan to change his weapon. Instead, he just wanted to upgrade his weapon. He felt that it was worth it to use the mixed evil sword in exchange for a chance to forge. Is there no one else bidding? In the hall, the old man's voice sounded, causing the crowd to fall silent. Then, the chance to forge this time belongs to that young friend. The old man looked deeply at Lin Ling with surprise in his eyes. Obviously, he also felt that Lin Ling was rich and overbearing. He wondered which family he came from. "Young hero, please follow me," the old man said again. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. After informing Yang Gan and Tang Yu, he followed the old man upstairs. In the hall, countless eyes were looking at the slender figure with a hint of coldness in their eyes. Lin Ling, this rising dark horse, was indeed arrogant. He had just risen, and he already didn't put these old men in his eyes. If there was a chance, they would definitely suppress or even kill him. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know what the crowd was thinking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. If he wanted to become stronger, he would have to face the top geniuses sooner or later. Therefore, instead of keeping a low profile, he might as well face it head-on. He followed the old man all the way and soon arrived at the third floor. He lifted the curtain and saw a woman in a green dress sitting there quietly. She was painting at the moment. It was hard to tell her age. She looked to be in her 30s and was filled with the charm of a woman. Every movement of hers was filled with an air of nobility. There was even a hint of calmness that came from a superior person. Chapter 833. The Mysterious Woman, Senior. Lin Ling hurriedly bowed. He'd only taken a glance at her appearance, but her strength shocked him. It was unfathomable. "Just call me Animo." The woman was still painting. She seemed to like painting, and she spoke as she painted. Lin Ling nodded and stood at the side to wait. He had a request, so it was better to follow the rules. After a long time, the woman finally raised her head. Her eyes were like stars that seemed to be able to see through everything about Lin Ling, and it caused Lin Ling's heart to tremble. However, the woman quickly smiled and said, "Can you take a look at this painting for me?" Lin Ling was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that the woman would ask him to take a look at the painting. He immediately took a few steps forward and looked at it carefully. During this process, he smelled a faint fragrance, and it seemed to be the fragrance of peonies. This painting is not bad. It's spirited and charming. However, the peonies in the painting lack the aura of a king. After all, the king of peonies is the king of kings, and it's gorgeous and colorful. However, the painting lacks that sense of magnificence. Lin Ling spoke calmly, and it caused the woman's eyes to be filled with surprise. She hadn't expected that Lin Ling would have such an understanding of painting. After all, in this world, martial arts was number 1, and literature was number 2. There were even fewer people who liked painting. However, a young man who wasn't even 20 years old was able to speak clearly and logically. How could she not be surprised? How could she have known that Lin Ling had once made a name for himself in Ocean of Cloud City? Then what about now? The woman waved her hand lightly, and colors appeared on the ink painting. It was colorful and colorful. Lin Ling was shocked. What formidable strength! Using spirit energy to color. This is the perfection of one's control of spirit energy. However, Lin Ling still shook his head. A painting is something in a painting. If one uses formidable strength to add color, even though it's beautiful, it lacks spirit energy. Then I'll do as you say. The woman was surprised once more. This little fellow didn't flatter her like the others in the past. Instead, he ceaselessly gave his own opinions. Very interesting. His character is really like his father. Wait for me. Lin Ling grinned as he withdrew a huge amount of spirit herbs from the green ring, and then he ceaselessly mixed them into various colors. He'd tested this method in Ocean of Clouds City all those years ago. After all, even though the paintings of the heavens and the earth here were beautiful, the colors were barely satisfactory. So, he was just using the method he'd used in the past. After that, Lin Ling painted all kinds of colors on the flowers. Although the painting didn't reach the level of perfection, it was better than before. It's not the power of spiritual energy, but it's able to add color to the painting. The Peony King, the King of Flowers, is amazing. I'm impressed. The woman's eyes lit up as if she had seen the most miraculous thing in her life. She had never thought that the spiritual herbs she usually used for cultivation would have such a use. Thanks for the compliment. Lin Ling chuckled and wiped his forehead with his hand. It seemed like a normal action before, but he knew that it was to please the woman. Fortunately, his work was satisfactory to the woman. Wait. The woman glanced at Lin Ling. Then she took a step forward and stretched her hand towards Lin Ling's forehead. Lin Ling's pupils constricted, but he still didn't do anything. Your hand is stained with the color from before. When you wiped your sweat, it left on your head, so I'm wiping it for you. The woman chuckled. Her hand was very soft, and when it touched Lin Ling's forehead, it made Lin Ling feel a strange feeling. It was very comfortable, but it didn't seem to be the kind of feeling between a man and a woman. It was like the care of an elder. All right, you look like a child when you're clean. After a while, the woman smiled. Lin Ling was startled. She seemed to treat him like a child. Then he heard the woman ask, "What do you want to forge?" Lin Ling quickly took out the tyrannical song sword and put on the table. He went straight to the point and said, "I want to upgrade the level of this sword." The woman glanced at the tyrannical song sword and nodded slightly. "This sword is not bad. It has drunk a lot of blood. Do you want to upgrade it to a low-level, mid-level, or high-level spiritual weapon? I can tell you that with your mixed evil sword, I can upgrade your sword to a low-level spiritual weapon. But if you want to upgrade it to a mid-level spiritual weapon, the price you offered is not enough." Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Spiritual weapons actually had grades. The mixed evil sword is a low-level spiritual weapon. The woman said again. The mixed evil sword's defense was extremely strong. In the past, it could even block Lin Ling's soul power. This precious spiritual weapon was only a low-level spiritual weapon. If the tyrannical song sword was upgraded to a mid-level spiritual weapon, how powerful would it be? Thinking of this, Lin Ling's heart was excited and he was looking forward to it. I can tell you that the top geniuses of the 7 martial arts halls all have spiritual weapons in their hands. So if you want to go further, your sword must be upgraded. The woman was not surprised by Lin Ling's excitement. After all, young people wanted to become stronger and sharper their swords. This was undoubtedly more exciting than anything else. I want to upgrade it to a mid-level spiritual weapon. Senior, please tell me your conditions. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the woman with incomparably clear eyes. His eyes stunned the woman for a moment. Her heart trembled violently. Your eyes are not like your father's. They are like your mother's. She muttered to herself, which made Lin Ling startled. He asked, "My eyes?" "Nothing." The woman quickly smiled and waved her hand. "If you want to upgrade your sword, you have to pay 80 million mid-level spiritual crystals. This is the lowest price. I will give you 3 days. 80 million mid-level spiritual crystals." Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He was poor now. However, in order to improve his strength, he nodded solemnly and said, "Okay, I will be back in 3 days." He did not know how powerful the tyrannical song sword would be after it was upgraded to a mid-level spiritual weapon. However, he was sure that the tyrannical song sword would be enough for him to use for a long time. Therefore, he had to get 80 million mid-level spiritual crystals within 3 days, even if he had to go bankrupt. Moreover, he knew that this was the cheapest price. If it was someone else, it might not be the same price. "Animo, I will take my leave first." Lin Ling wanted to leave. The woman smiled and nodded. She took out a cup of tea and said, "Have some tea before you leave." Her concern stunned Lin Ling again. However, He drank the tea without any hesitation. After all, if this woman wanted to harm him, she did not need to use any tricks. She could just kill him with her strength. Go come back quickly, the woman said gently. Lin Ling nodded and strode away. Not long after Lin Ling left, the woman's face became cold. Protect him. If anyone dares to come close to him and has killing intent, kill them without mercy. Yes. A few powerful voices came from the room. Then, the coldness on the woman's face disappeared. She slowly walked to the painting and smiled. Sister, this is the first time I've seen this kid. What an interesting kid. Chapter 834. Trading a stall. In fact, she didn't know that Lin Ling would come today. She only knew that her sister's son was called Lin Ling. Then, she paid attention to the rainforest sacred land. At that time, Lin Ling's fame had risen, so she started to pay attention to Lin Ling. When she met Lin Ling, she felt a familiar feeling through Lin Ling's eyes. It was the smell of blood thicker than water. She finally confirmed everything. When Lin Ling came down from the Dragon Tower, everyone had already left. Only Yangon and Tang Yu were still waiting for Lin Ling. When Lin Ling walked down the stairs, they both looked at him. It was as if they were asking something. Lin Ling smiled and didn't hide anything. He told them about what had happened. The Tower Master forged a middle-grade spiritual weapon for you. Lin Ling, your luck is too good. Yangon's handsome face couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. From what he knew, apart from the top geniuses of the 5 ancient countries, most people who received the Tower Master's forging opportunity would only forge ordinary spiritual weapons. There were even some who would only forge high-grade weapons. However, Lin Ling's weapon was actually a middle-grade spiritual weapon. This meant that the Tower Master seemed to think highly of Lin Ling. Of course, there are conditions. You must take out 80 million middle-grade spiritual crystals in 3 days. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. 80 million middle-grade spiritual crystals wasn't a small amount. Although it wasn't expensive compared to a middle-grade spiritual weapon, it was difficult to gather it in 3 days. How about I give you this high-grade spiritual crystal first? Yangon pondered for a moment and took out the high-grade spiritual crystal from his room bag. Lin Ling was stunned. Yangon had only met him once, but he was so generous. This made him feel grateful. However, he shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. I just want to ask, where can I trade and set up a stall in the main city?" High-grade spiritual crystals were priceless. Lin Ling didn't want to owe Yangon a favor. Although it seemed difficult to find 80 million middle-grade spiritual crystals in 3 days, it wasn't impossible as long as he found a place to trade. The Saint Market, Tang Yu immediately said, causing Lin Ling's eyes to light up. Then, he found out from Tang Yu that the Saint Market was the biggest trading place in the main city. Everything was available there. As long as you had a rare treasure, there was no need to fear that no one would buy it. Lin Ling's plan was to use his elixirs to exchange for spiritual crystals. Currently, he didn't have a single spiritual crystal, but he had a lot of spiritual herbs. It was enough to make a large number of elixirs, especially the yang spiritual fruit. He still had a lot of it. All right, then I'll take my leave first. Yangon looked. Yangon deeply looked. Yangon. Yang. 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 In another year, maybe Lin Ling's name would be among the top geniuses of the 7 great martial arts halls. The Saint Market wasn't far from the Dragon Tower. It was a place where all kinds of rare items from the 100 territories gathered. When Lin Ling arrived, he was immediately attracted by the prosperity of the Saint Market. There were many rare items that made his heart beat faster. Unfortunately, he was poor and could only look at them. The Saint Market was also divided into several large areas. Some areas required a powerful identity to enter, while the areas for ordinary martial artists were not so complicated. They could set up stalls and trade as they wished. Of course, those areas were even more chaotic. Lin Ling walked forward, and when he arrived at a stall, his eyes narrowed. Dark sea soul grass. His gaze fell on a stall. The stall owner was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His face was cold. He laid out many spirit herbs and demonic beast bones. Among them, There was a black spirit herb that attracted Lin Ling's attention. This grass was very strange. When it was placed on the ground, it looked like an snake. It did not have a flower bud, and its leaves had 3 eyes. The 3 leaves had a total of 9 eyes, causing people to feel fear just by looking at it. It was said that this was an evil grass that was born in an ocean with extremely dense energy. The grass had a soul. I didn't expect to see it here. Lin Ling was moved. When he was in the Tai martial sect, his martial uncle Xuani spiritual master had told him that the Yin-Si soul grass was one of the spiritual herbs that could restore soul force. If it was combined with the yang grass, it would be able to restore the soul of the ancient flame devil. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't have any spirit crystals to buy it. Lin Ling noted down the stall. He would come back when he had enough spirit crystals. Right now, selling pills was more important. The Heaven's Pride ranking semifinals were about to begin. In this short period of time, the only thing Lin Ling could improve was the He Gemin sword singing. And in the Heaven's Pride ranking semifinals, Lin Ling had missed the preliminaries. He would not miss the semifinals. Not long after, in a corner of the Saint Market, Lin Ling set up his stall. He put up all kinds of rare pills. When the surrounding cultivators passed by, their eyes narrowed and they stopped in their tracks. 7th grade Clear Heart Pill, 8th grade Bright River Sky Pill. These pills are sold in the Great Qin Empire's pill shops, but there are limited quantities. Here, there are even more. That is the Heaven and Earth Fortune Pill. It requires a rare Heaven and Earth Fortune fruit to refine. If I can obtain it, even the less talented juniors in my family can be reborn. I'll buy it. What kind of pill is this? 1 pill costs 1 million spirit crystals, and a bottle costs 10 million spirit crystals? Many cultivators began to discuss. Lin Ling's stall sold pills that were rare and high grade, and one of them cost 10 million per bottle, shocking everyone. Of course, the price was too high, so before they knew what kind of pill it was, the crowd didn't buy it. Instead, they bought the cheaper pills. Lin Ling sat cross-legged in front of his stall, casually collecting spirit crystals. He was overjoyed. If things continued like this, it wouldn't be difficult to gather 80 million spirit crystals in 3 days. After all, he still had a large amount of spirit grasses and pills in his azure ring. As for the most expensive pill, it was the 100-flower yang pill. It could allow a cultivator to quickly recover their spirit energy and had the effect of cleansing the marrow. It was priceless. If it weren't for the fact that he urgently needed money, Lin Ling wouldn't have taken it out to sell. In addition, the ancient demon welcoming pill was also incomparably precious. It could increase the power of a fire-type cultivator's flames. A bottle was sold for 5 million spirit crystals. On Lin Ling's side, business was getting better and better. In the distance, some cultivators looked coldly at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a young man, and a stranger at that, but the value of the treasures he took out was not low. This caused greed to rise in their hearts. And they also saw that Lin Ling was only at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. With such a weak strength, he dared to sell pills with such fanfare? He was simply here to give away money. Can you see where he came from? Someone asked in a low voice. Another person shook his head. From the looks of it, he seems to be alone. If he's alone, then there's no need to be afraid. I thought he would have the support of a cultivator at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. The person from before laughed coldly. Chapter 835. If you want to buy it, then buy it. If you don't, then get lost. Have you paid the deposit for your stall? A cold voice rang out, causing the cultivators in front of Lin Ling's stall to look away. They seemed to know the middle-aged man, and those who were about to make a move sighed inwardly. They were too slow, letting Earth Snake make the first move. Earth Snake had quite a reputation in this trading area. He often robbed the weak, and every time, he would find a convincing excuse. Over time, he became the overlord of this trading area. Moreover, Earth Snake was very strong. He was half a step into the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm, so no one dared to provoke him. The Saint Market is divided into 3 areas. The first and second areas are more noble, so you need to pay a deposit. But this area doesn't seem to need one. Lin Ling frowned. This person had chased away many of his customers as soon as he arrived, which made him a little angry. If I say I want it, then I want it. The middle-aged man was tall and sturdy. He looked down at Lin Ling, then stared at the pills in the stall. If you can't pay the deposit, then it's fine. I'll take 3 pills and leave. You can continue to set up your stall. His gaze fell on the highest priced pill, the 100-flower sun pill, and then he smiled happily. This pill was so expensive, so it must be worth a lot. 10 million spirit crystals. Today's harvest was good. His hand was about to grab the pills in the stall, but at this time, a cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. What if I don't pay? The crowd was stunned. There was an unwritten rule for setting up a stall here. A deposit had to be paid, and if you refused, then you could bear the consequences unless you were at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. It wasn't that there hadn't been people who resisted before, but as long as they weren't at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm, they were all taught a lesson. All the items in the stall were confiscated, and the robbers said that they were breaking the rules, so they were cleaning up the stall for the Saint Market. Right now, this young man was only at the mid-stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, but he dared to resist. Interesting. More people in the distance sneered. They were also stall owners, and some were jealous of Lin Ling's business. Did I hear that right? You dare not pay? The middle-aged man stared blankly for a moment. Then he laughed out loud. A little guy who was still wet behind the ears actually dared to violate the rules. Sorry, I have to give it to you even if you don't want to. A dignified voice drifted out. The middle-aged man's hand was like a tiger's claw as he grabbed the pills in the stall. However, just as his hand was about to touch the pill, another hand strangely appeared and grabbed his arm, causing the middle-aged man's mouth to curve into a cold smile. You're courting death. A massive amount of spiritual energy surged within his body, attempting to break apart that arm. However, how could he know that this arm contained a strength of 10 million? How could an ordinary martial artist like him possibly block it? Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble. Their gazes were fixed on the scene, and their pupils constricted. The young man who had set up the stall grabbed the middle-aged man's palm with his left hand. The middle-aged man's entire arm seemed to have gone limp, as if there were no bones in it. His face was incomparably pale and covered in bean-sized sweat droplets. The middle-aged man's arm seemed to have been broken. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. That young man was only at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, but he actually crippled the middle-aged man who was about to step into the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm in one move. How is this possible? My pills are sold fairly. If you want to buy them, then buy them. If you don't, then scram. If something like this happens again, then it won't just be an arm being crippled. Scram, Lin Ling said indifferently. He already knew that there would be people who were jealous, so he made an example of this. After he finished speaking, he grabbed the middle-aged man's arm with his left hand and threw him into the sky. Whoosh! The middle-aged man's body was tall and sturdy like a bear, but he was thrown hundreds of meters away like a sandbag. When he landed on the ground, the crowd's faces stiffened. This young man's strength was terrifying. For a moment, the hearts of those who harbored ill intentions trembled. They no longer dared to underestimate Lin Ling. Lin Ling sat down cross-legged again, quietly waiting for others to come and trade with him. The crowd was stunned for a moment, then came one after another to buy pills. They didn't dare to neglect Lin Ling, handing over the spirit crystals and taking the pills themselves. Lin Ling was too lazy to talk nonsense. There were all sorts of people here, and it was obvious that most of them weren't good people. So, he directly placed a price in front of each pill and waited for them to pay. After all, sometimes if you talked too much and had a good attitude, others would think that you were easy to bully. Then, they would think of ways to make trouble for you and take advantage of you. Rather than that, it was better to treat them coldly. If they wanted to buy, then buy. If they didn't, then scram. As time passed, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to 80 million spirit crystals. Junior sister, this area is filled with low-level cultivators. What good treasures can there be? The next day, a few young men and women in bright clothes came to this area. The crowd's eyes flickered and they didn't dare to be negligent. After all, this was the sacred land of the rainforest, where all the major forces gathered. Apart from that, there were also local cultivators. They were all existences that couldn't be trifled with. And these people were so young, rich, and arrogant. It was likely that they were from the 7 major martial arts halls. Master said that my martial arts foundation has already reached the standard, but my body's foundation is still too weak. So, I'm only a step away from breaking through to the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. So far, I've used all kinds of pills and spirit herbs to temper my body, but the effect is still a bit off. Sigh. Among the group of men and women, a delicate woman said with some regret, a cultivator's breakthrough depended on a spurt of energy. If they missed the opportunity, it would be difficult to break through again. This woman had obviously failed once before. Now, if she wanted to break through a second time, the difficulty would be higher. Not only did her martial arts foundation have to reach the standard, she also had to reach the standard of her body's strength. But her body's foundation was still a bit weak. As for natural treasures, it wasn't that she hadn't used them before, but because she was born with a slow cultivation speed, many natural treasures didn't have much effect on her. Most of them were wasted. So, she came here to try her luck and see if she could find a more suitable natural treasure. This pill actually costs 10 million spirit crystals a bottle? How expensive! And it's sold in 3 bottles, not 1. How ridiculous! Suddenly, the young girl's gaze fell on Lin Ling's stall. She stared at the Yang Spirit 100 Flowers pill Dao and was a little surprised. 10 million spirit crystals was not something an ordinary cultivator could take out. And unless this young man who set up the stall was stupid, he shouldn't have marked the price of the pill so high. Is there a mistake? Hey, how much is this pill of yours? Next to the young girl, a young man in green brocade clothes said indifferently. He seemed to want to win the young girl's favor. So he also took out a rune bag and prepared to pay the spirit crystals. It's written there. Can't you see it? Lin Ling raised his eyes, glanced at him indifferently, and then replied. Chapter 836. Sale, what if I force you to tell me? The young man's voice turned cold as he released his chi. An ancient purple snake appeared behind him. It was the king body of snakes, and its level was not low. What a terrifying genius. The crowd was shocked. They could roughly guess the young man's ranking on the Heaven's Chosen list. He must be close to the late stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. Get lost. However, when the young man displayed his terrifying arrogance, Lin Ling did not even look at him. His cold voice rang out at the same time. As far as he was concerned, this young man was sick. All the medicinal pills had their prices clearly stated, but in order to prove his existence, this young man insisted on asking all sorts of questions. If he did not answer, then he displayed his strength. If this was not sick, what was? You're telling me to get lost? The young man's eyes narrowed. The young man was only at the mid-stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, and he had never seen him before. He thought that the young man was a nobody, but he was arrogant enough to tell him to get lost? Don't you understand human language? I'll say it again. Get lost, get lost. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he said, get lost, get lost, get lost. The trading area was filled with Lin Ling's voice, causing many people's faces to stiffen. That mysterious youth was so arrogant. You're courting death. Murderous intent appeared in the young man's face as he took a step forward. However, at that moment, the girl next to him stopped him. At the same time, she looked at Lin Ling and said, I understand what this pill is. It costs 10 million spirit crystals per bottle, and you want to buy 3 bottles at a time. But can you tell me what kind of pill it is? Her voice was soft and gentle, like a spring breeze. The young man next to her clenched his teeth, but he didn't dare to do anything because he was afraid of the young woman's identity. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the young man. The young man was very polite, so he had to give him some face. There are 100 pills in each bottle, and each one costs 1 million spirit crystals. So, each bottle is 10 million spirit crystals. The pill is called the Yang Spirit 100 Flower Pill, and it uses the Yang Spirit fruit as the main ingredient. It can quickly restore spiritual chi, and it's effective for both the Emperor's spirit realm and the Saint's spirit realm. Moreover, it can open the human body's limits, cleanse the marrow, and absorb the yang spirit qi. As for why I'm selling all 3 bottles at once, it's because it has the best effect. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling closed his eyes again. When it came to business, both parties were willing. If one wanted to buy, then buy. If one didn't want to buy, then leave. Thus, he didn't say anything else. What? The yang spirit fruit pill? The crowd was shocked. They didn't know what kind of pill it was, but now they knew. It could be said that the spirit yang spirit fruit was a rare spirit qi, but before his eyes, the young man was actually using it to concoct a powerful medicinal pill. Yang spirit 100 flower pill. I think I've heard of it before. The young woman's eyes lit up, and Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. There weren't many people who knew about the Yang Spirit 100 flower pill, and the young woman's background seemed to be extraordinary. Okay, I'll buy it. I wonder if it's cheaper to sell all 3 bottles at once. The young lady looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes and stuck out her tongue. It was obvious that she was reluctant to take out 30 million middle spiritual crystals at once. Brother, just make it cheaper. Lin Ling looked at the young woman in surprise, then nodded helplessly. Okay, 25 million spirit crystals, this is the cheapest. After all, the medicinal ingredients are also expensive. Thank you, brother. The young woman immediately smiled, looking extremely cute. Lin Ling was stunned. Looking at the young woman, he felt a sense of familiarity, but he was sure that he had never seen her in his life. Junior Sister Mo, I think this person has a sharp tongue. He must be a swindler. Moreover, the yang spirit fruit is so rare. How can an ant like him have it? The young man on the side frowned and said, staring at Lin Ling, Hui Yuan, I'm buying it with my own money. What does it have to do with you? The young woman said with some dissatisfaction. The young man seemed to be afraid of the young woman's identity and didn't dare to get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, I'm just afraid that you'll be cheated. You're young and don't understand the dangers of the world. Some people like to fish for fame. Not only do they cheat people of their money, they also use poisonous pills to harm people. The young woman was stunned. She hadn't thought of this, but her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling was also looking at her. His eyes were clean and clear. She didn't know why, but in her heart, she believed that the young man with the clean eyes wouldn't harm her. She didn't understand what kind of feeling it was, but she trusted the young man very much. Moreover, she didn't have high expectations. Even if the pill was ineffective, it was fine as long as it wasn't poisonous. Brother, I'll buy it. The young woman smiled and handed over the spirit crystals without hesitation. Lin Ling nodded and handed over 3 bottles of Yang Spirit 100 flower pills. The young man called Hui Yuan's expression was extremely ugly. He was ignored, and he couldn't help but say, Junior Sister Mo, be careful. I told you to get lost. Didn't you hear me? Just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's icy cold voice was transmitted over, causing Hui Yuan to tightly grit his teeth. This ant was telling him to scram. If not for Hua Xiaoyan beside him, he would have killed this ant. This ant had caused him to lose all face in front of Hua Xiaoyan today. Hui Yuan, you're annoying. You should leave first. However, just as the anger in Hua Yuan's heart rose, the young woman's cold voice sounded, causing Hui Yuan's heart to tremble violently. In the end, when he saw the young woman's determined gaze, he slowly left. Go ask around and find out what the Great Serpent Mansion is. As Hui Yuan left, he coldly said this to Lin Ling. The faces of many people in the crowd stiffened. The Great Serpent Mansion. So he's from the Great Serpent Mansion. Get lost. Lin Ling only had one sentence. Since the other party was being unreasonable, he didn't want to waste time talking nonsense. The young woman didn't pay any attention to Hui Yuan. She picked up the pill and sniffed it. A fragrance wafted over, causing her to smile slightly. This pill shouldn't be poisonous, right? She hoped that it would help her break through to the next realm. After that, she didn't say much and left with a happy heart. Lin Ling smiled, checked the spirit crystals he had, and finally packed up his stall and left. He had 80 million spirit crystals, and he even had an extra 20 million spirit crystals. And the 20 million spirit crystals could be used to buy the dark sea soul grass. Not long after Lin Ling packed up his stall, the young woman came back. She had forgotten to ask Lin Ling for the contact information of the mother-child bug. Now that she had returned, she found that Lin Ling had disappeared. She couldn't help but shake her head in disappointment. She continued walking, and after a long time, she returned to her family. Her family was very mysterious. They were hidden in the depths of the rainforest's sacred land. It was under a huge spiritual root, and it rained all year round as if it would never stop. Xiaoyan, what are you holding? Chapter 837. A Mysterious Pill. Father, these are pills I bought at the Saint Market. The girl seemed to revere the middle-aged man, as she said with her head lowered. Nonsense. The desolate race has countless treasures, yet you bought some trash pills. You are really disappointing. I wanted you to focus on your martial arts, and I thought you would easily break through to the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. But when the sinner returned, your martial heart was unstable. Because of that sinner, you failed to break through. Now, you still do not know your mistake. The middle-aged man reprimanded coldly. It made the girl lower her head. Her eyes were moist as tears welled up in her eyes. Aunt Xianxia is not a sinner. You still dare to talk back? The middle-aged man roared once again. All right, Xiaoyan has just returned, and you are already reprimanding her. How is she to cultivate? At this moment, a beautiful woman walked out and grumbled at the middle-aged man. It made him frown, but he did not say anything. A loving mother leads to a wastrel. Following that, he strode away. When he passed by the girl, he saw the pills in her hand and could not help but wave his hand gently. Pa! Those pills fell to the ground. You bought some random pills to consume. Be careful not to ruin your life. The middle-aged man's voice was deep like thunder before he finally left. As for the girl, her eyes were filled with tears, but she did not dare to say a word. At this moment, she only had one bottle of pills in her hand. As for the other two bottles, they had been knocked to the ground due to her father's disdain. Xiaoyan, can the pills outside compare to our desolate races? You're still too naive. Don't consume this bottle of pills recklessly. The beautiful woman said with a doting look on her face. The girl nodded and did not say another word. She lowered her head and left. Returning to her room, the girl looked at the pills in her hand. She could not help but tear up. The desolate race's honor? Because I embarrassed myself, I called Annie Xianxia a sinner. The desolate race is too unreasonable. Also, my martial path was chosen by me. Why do I need you to decide for me? If you say that the pills in my hands are trash, then I'm going to swallow it. Her eyes were filled with stubbornness. Everyone envied her status, but no one knew the difficulties of being born into a family clan with 10,000 years of heritage. Here, she did not have any freedom. Everything was for the sake of the desolate race's honor. She could not lose any face. Annie Xianxia had embarrassed the desolate race, so she became a sinner. However, Annie Xianxia only wanted to be with the person she liked. Was that wrong? However, the origin of these pills is also unknown. I wonder if there will be any side effects? Just as she was about to swallow the pill, the young girl hesitated. However, when she thought of the young man's clear eyes, she chose to believe him in the end. That pair of eyes was very beautiful, like the stars in the sky, deep and clear, and very familiar. They seemed to be very similar to Aunt Xianxia's eyes, so from the moment she came into contact with the young man, she couldn't help but call him Big Brother, and she couldn't help but believe in that mysterious Big Brother. After a few pills entered her body, a warm Yang Yuan spirit chi began to circulate within her body, causing the young girl's body to tremble. These pills were very powerful. With this thought in mind, she hurriedly swallowed a few more pills. At the same time, she constantly sensed the changes in her body. She realized that her meridians had become tougher. With the Yang spirit entering her body, it cleansed her marrow, and she was reborn. Her realm, which had been stable all this while, was now quietly moving towards the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. At this moment, in the garden, the middle-aged man was looking at the beautiful woman with his brows slightly knitted. Xiaoyan has the bloodline of the desolate race, so she can't lose face. She's already 16 years old, and yet she hasn't reached the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. At this family clan summit, I don't even have the face to meet the old man. You really spoil her too much. The middle-aged man grumbled. Desolate race, it's always the desolate race. Have you ever thought of Xiaoyan? The beautiful woman immediately reprimanded him. In the desolate race, the first thing you do is to think of the desolate race. You can't lose face for the ancient race that has been around for 10,000 years. If you cause Xiaoyan to be even more anxious about breaking through, then what's the point of practicing martial arts? Also, Xiaoyan is also working hard. Didn't she go to the sacred market to buy some pills so that she could break through earlier? But you ended up knocking over Xiaoyan's pills. You've gone too far. The middle-aged man's face revealed a look of guilt. I was also a little anxious. However, Xiaoyan randomly bought some trash pills. It's fine if they don't work, but what I'm most afraid of is that they will affect her martial arts foundation. Furthermore, with her stubborn personality, she won't reject us on the surface, but she will definitely swallow those pills in order to work hard. That's right, I forgot about that. Xiaoyan still has a bottle in her hands. Quick, stop her. The beautiful woman seemed to have thought of something as she could not help but shout out in worry. Following that, the duo's expressions changed. Pills were essential for warriors, but some trash pills or pills that were harmful were not only useless for a warrior's cultivation, they could even cripple a warrior's life. And in front of them, their daughter appeared gentle on the surface, but she was stubborn and rebellious. The more you told her not to do something, the more she would do it. Boom! However, just as the duo moved, a massive aura burst out from the manor. Peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. The duo stopped in their tracks as they stared in shock at the scene in front of them. Their eyes were wide open. Their daughter had broken through. What pills are those? Go, clean them up and take a look. The middle-aged man finally said with a serious tone. After all, the desolate race had plenty of treasures. Their daughter naturally did not lack such treasures, but she had yet to break through. And today, after buying some mysterious pills, she had instantly broken through. That medicinal pill was probably out of the ordinary. The two looked at each other and then bitterly smiled. They had underestimated the alchemist, especially the middle-aged man. He helplessly shook his head. Before, he had knocked those miraculous pills to the ground, but now he was incomparably grateful to those pills. All of this was very ironic, and at this moment in the room, the young girl's face was filled with excitement. All this time, her parents had been pressuring her to break through as quickly as possible, but she had always failed. She did not expect that after buying the mysterious brother's pills, she would be able to smoothly break through. Her body's foundation had become incomparably solid. This was a pleasant surprise for her. She had never even thought that the mysterious brother's pills would have such an effect. Big brother, thank you. The young girl smiled with joy. She took out the mother and child insect, and then bitterly smiled. She had forgotten to leave behind the mysterious brother's mother and child insect. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know what had happened to the young girl. He was walking towards the second district of the Holy Market, sighing in his heart. The rainforest Holy Land was really big, and there were many hidden powerhouses. Even the 7 Profound Martial House was not the largest faction in the rainforest Holy Land. However, he had enough spirit crystals to fight the second dream in the Proud Son of Heaven's semifinals. Lin Ling was even more confident. Sir, how much is this 1,000-bone sea-tooth beast skin? Chapter 838. Expert obliterated 5 million spiritual crystals. This is the skin of a demonic beast comparable to a Holy Spirit realm demonic beast, so it can't be cheap. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling frowned, as if he was reluctant to buy it. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered. He hadn't sold a single treasure today. If this continued, the deposit he paid would be in vain. After all, this was the second trading area, and one needed to pay a deposit to set up a stall. For 1,800,000 spirit crystals at most. I can't go any lower. The middle-aged man said softly. How about this? I'll buy it for 4,500,000 spiritual crystals. Lin Ling squatted down in front of the stall with a decisive look on his face. The middle-aged man laughed in his heart. The skin of the 1,000-bone sea-tooth beast was worth around 3 million spiritual crystals, so he could still make a profit. Deal. The middle-aged man nodded. I still think it's a loss. Give me all the spiritual herbs that you don't have. Lin Ling didn't want to lose out and took some of the spiritual herbs from the stall. The middle-aged man was obviously a shrewd man. At the same time, he took the more expensive spiritual herbs and let Lin Ling take some of the cheaper treasures. Alas, I didn't make any profit from this transaction, the middle-aged man said with a sigh. Lin Ling smiled and packed everything up. He paid the spiritual crystals and left with a smile on his face. The dark sea soul grass was also taken away by him. The middle-aged man was still gloating, thinking that Lin Ling had suffered a great loss. He had made a total of 1,500,000 spiritual crystals from this transaction. However, at this time, an old man appeared in front of the stall. He stared at the middle-aged man and said, 10 million spiritual crystals. Give me the dark sea soul grass. 10 million spiritual crystals? The middle-aged man's heart beat violently. This was a large sum of money. But what was the dark sea soul grass? Did he have it here? You sold the dark sea soul grass. Alas, I'm late. However, the old man looked at the stall and shook his head helplessly. He took the spiritual crystals and strode away. The dark sea soul grass was sold. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly remembered the treasures the young man had taken before he left. There must be dark sea soul grass among them. This meant that he had lost 10 million spirit crystals from the deal with the young man. That really is a little fox. The middle-aged man roared furiously. Earlier, he thought that he'd made a huge profit, but in the end, he suffered a huge loss. The most ironic thing was that he'd mocked the young man for being stupid, but now, he couldn't laugh anymore. At this moment, Lin Ling was happily leaving the Saint Market. After 3 days of trading, he had a great harvest. Not only did he manage to gather 10 million spirit crystals, but he also found the Xianxia soul grass. As long as he could find the Xianxia soul grass, he would be able to awaken the soul of the ancient flame devil. Then, he would have another life-saving trump card. He walked all the way to the Dragon Tower. However, at this moment, Lin Ling realized that the vast street seemed to have quietened down. Although there were people in the restaurants and markets, they were all silent and looked at him from time to time. He could even faintly hear people whispering. What a sad genius. I don't know which martial arts hall he's from. He actually offended the Great Serpent Mansion. The Great Serpent Mansion is an ancient clan with an inheritance of the Rainforest Holy Land. They are local martial artists. How dare an outsider provoke them? That young man seems to have no background. He's going to suffer. The voices came from the restaurant. Although they were hidden, Lin Ling's soul power was so strong that he could hear them clearly. The Great Serpent Mansion? Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He instantly remembered the young man called Hui Yuan. It's him. I don't care which martial arts hall you're from. I don't care who you are. You must die here today. Finally, a billowing killing intent filled the air. Several martial artists in green robes quietly appeared. They stood there in the shape of the Big Dipper. Each one of them was incomparably strong. They looked at Lin Ling with arrogance, as if they were looking at a dead man. This is the Rainforest Holy Land. I'm also a disciple of the martial arts hall. Aren't you afraid of provoking someone by being so arrogant? The other party had arrogantly arrived and wanted to kill him. Lin Ling's voice turned incomparably cold. Sorry, but if the Great Serpent Mansion wants to kill someone, no matter where they come from, we will kill them. The leader said in a low voice. His face was indifferent, as if he didn't care to speak too much. All you need to know is that you've offended the young master of the Great Serpent Mansion. As expected, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Sure enough, it was that young man named Hui Yuan from before. That person should also be a heaven's pride of the martial arts hall. However, he didn't follow his wishes and actually sent people to kill Lin Ling. He then looked at the other party. There were 7 of them, and all of them looked calm and indifferent. It was as if they were already determined to kill him. Moreover, 6 of the 7 were at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and the leader was at the Holy Spirit Realm. The Holy Spirit Realm. Lin Ling had yet to challenge an expert at the Holy Spirit Realm. To be able to summon a Holy Spirit Realm expert to kill him, the Great Serpent Mansion was indeed not to be underestimated. Perhaps they weren't as strong as the 5 great ancient nations, but they weren't too weak either. Apart from that, their king physique is also very strange. It seems to be a snake. Lin Ling said in his heart. He was in a bit of trouble now. However, since the other party had already surrounded him, he would just have to fight. After all, even if he begged for mercy, the other party wouldn't let him go. Whoosh! Tyrannical Song unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the 7 people. Lin Ling's voice was as deep as the abyss, and thick killing intent leaked out. Among the 7 of you, 6 of you will die. Killing intent seeped out of Lin Ling's eyes, causing the entire street to become inexplicably cold. The eyes of those who were watching the show narrowed. What a terrifying killing intent. They thought that Lin Ling was just an ordinary mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm genius, but they didn't expect his aura to be so terrifying. You know, ordinary genius. The leader's eyes narrowed. Even though he was at the Holy Spirit Realm, he could still sense the thick killing intent coming from the other party. It was likely that he had killed hundreds of thousands of people in the past. Geniuses who were decisive in their killing intent were the most difficult to deal with. Even if they died, they would drag a few people down with them. For some reason, he didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling anymore. After all, Lin Ling was only at the mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm, while he was at the Holy Spirit Realm. Holy Spirit Realm cultivators didn't dare to underestimate an Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. To him, this was like a fantasy. Don't hold back. Surround and kill him with all your might. Don't think about bullying him with numbers. Just complete the young master's mission. The leader of the Holy Spirit Realm cultivators said in a deep voice. His expression was incomparably serious. The 6 people behind him felt their hearts tremble. Their leader had a very high opinion of this young man. He wanted them to use all their strength and even bully him without caring about numbers. Come, let's fight. Lin Ling's expression didn't change. If there was a change, it would be his thick killing intent. Moreover, the killing intent and battle intent in his body had begun to boil. Let's fight. A terrifying aura erupted from Lin Ling's body, causing the entire street to tremble. The eyes of those in the distant restaurants narrowed, and they widened, afraid that they would miss something. Chapter 839. Great Snake Demon Divine, weapon billowing infernal chi filled the streets, causing the sky to darken. The 7 figures shook and their clothes turned to dust, revealing their tall and sturdy upper bodies. Mysterious runes appeared on the surface of their bodies. They looked like snakes, but also like ancient characters. In the distant crowd, some strong martial artists frowned. Those were Great Serpent Demon Divine weapons. It was said that the Great Snake Demon Divine weapons had a very strange bloodline. It could allow ordinary martial artists to possess a powerful Snake King body. From then on, they would support the Great Snake Demon Divine weapon. And those martial artists that obtained the Great Snake Demon Divine weapon's favor were called Great Snake Demon Divine weapons. Each one of them was an existence that could fight against 10,000. Kill. A giant snake with 7 heads appeared from within the surging murderous aura. It was purple in color and looked ancient and brutal. It seemed to be a demonic creature that had been sealed underground. Snake. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. These 7 people seemed to be at the peak of the royal spirit realm, but their king bodies weren't weak. They were at least at the 7th grade, and the one leading them had an 8th grade king body. Lin Ling had fought an ordinary peak royal spirit realm martial artist before, but Lin Ling had never fought one with such a powerful talent. This was truly worthy of being called the Holy Land of the Rainforest. The martial artists here were fierce. Great Wisdom Confucian Snake. In front of him, a shout filled with killing intent sounded out. The 7-headed monster beast rushed towards him. This attack method, this aura, it was similar to the martial artists of the Snake Swamp country. Shua. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with an unprecedented firmness. He could not avoid this battle. He raised his sword. 10 million points of strength gathered together, and the true meaning of the sword and killing intent gushed out. You're courting death. However, at this moment a hoarse voice sounded out. Rain began to fall from the sky. It was like the clouds and rain of Mount Wu, hazy and hazy. Amidst the endless rain, a single drop of rain shot towards one of the 7 people. Punk. That person's king body was also incomparably terrifying. It was the original form of a snake. However, the giant snake head suddenly trembled and then exploded. Blood and water rained down. He's dead. The remaining 6 people's pupils constricted as they stopped in their tracks. The people in the restaurants on both sides of the street sucked in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying strength. 10,000 raindrops were used to kill the enemy. Could it be them? However, they were all hidden ancient clans and rarely appeared in front of the public. Why would they make a move today for that young man? Who are you? Why did you kill us? The martial artists of the Great Serpent Mansion looked at the skies with solemn expressions. They could feel a sort of innate suppression, as if they were facing a rain from the heavens. Swish, swish. The rain was still falling, and there was a beauty in the haze, making people immersed in it. Bang! Another expert from the Great Serpent Manor had died. His body was pierced through by the rainwater, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. His strength was terrifying. He had easily killed a peak Emperor Spirit Realm expert. Sir, we are from Great Serpent Palace. Be careful not to get yourself into trouble. The leading Great Serpent Palace cultivator's heart trembled, and he had no choice but to bring out his backer. Great Serpent Palace is an ancient clan that has been passed down for 1,000 years in the Rainforest Holy Land. They were not native to the Rainforest Holy Land in the beginning. They migrated here 1,000 years ago. You don't have the Great Serpent bloodline. You are merely Great Serpent Demon Divine Soldiers. So what's wrong with killing you? The ancient voice rang out in the sky. The rain continued to fall, and another Great Serpent Palace cultivator died. Who are you? The leading Great Serpent Palace cultivator was even more frightened. The other party knew their origins, but he still dared to kill them. Who exactly was he? Are you planning to offend Great Serpent Palace for an ant? The cultivator roared again. He could not understand. After all, there were countless geniuses in the 7 major martial arts palaces. They had casually killed a genius, but in exchange, they were killed by a powerful expert. It was hard for them to accept this. You are strong, so you came to kill others. Since I am strong, I will naturally kill you. The majestic voice rang out in the sky again. This time, the rain poured down, and all the remaining Great Serpent Palace cultivators died, leaving only the Holy Spirit Realm cultivator alive. The cultivator's body trembled, and his heart was filled with regret. He was a rare Holy Spirit Realm cultivator, and he was above everyone in the Rainforest Holy Land. However, he seemed to have run into trouble today, and he might even die here. It was all like a dream. Moreover, he sensed that the people around him had disappeared, and only the rain covered him. It was an extremely strange sight, and it also meant that the other party was much stronger than him. Is this all you want to say before you die? The ancient voice rang out again, and it echoed endlessly. I won't kill you anymore. The Holy Spirit Realm cultivator said in fear. He was scared, and he knelt down with a thud. He no longer had the domineering aura that he had at the beginning. Instead, he begged for mercy. Senior, please tell me where you came from, so that I can report back to Great Serpent Palace. He was not a genius, so he did not have the martial heart of a genius who fought bravely. When he saw a cultivator stronger than him, he naturally knelt down and begged for mercy. Saving his life was more important. The man from Great Serpent Palace knelt down. On both sides of the street, the crowd was shocked. The man from Great Serpent Palace was domineering, but he was also afraid of death. The crowd's eyes fell on Lin Ling previously. Lin Ling was surrounded by powerful cultivators, but he was fearless and fought resolutely. However, the man from Great Serpent Palace did not dare to fight again, and instead he begged for mercy. It was a huge contrast. Don't kill me anymore. In the distance, Lin Ling sneered. Just because the other party was stronger than him, he wanted to shirk all responsibility by saying that he would not kill him anymore. Unless the mysterious cultivator was a fool, He would not care about what Lin Ling said. Don't kill me anymore. As expected, a disdainful voice came from the sky. Do you still want to report back to Great Serpent Palace? It's a pity that you won't have the chance to go back. However, since you asked about my background, I can tell you. It's just one word, rain. If you understand it, then you understand it. If you don't, then you don't. Rumble. Heavy rain poured down from the sky like the Milky Way, rolling toward the last man from Great Serpent Palace. The Saint Spirit Realm cultivators' eyes narrowed. Was he going to die? Was the Great Serpent Palace's cultivators going to be wiped out just to kill a weak ant? Who was the other party? They knew that he was from Great Serpent Palace, but they still dared to provoke him. Rain? Could it be that place? The cultivator's heart suddenly trembled. He understood that it was a place that was even more ancient than Great Serpent Palace. Rumble. The rain seemed weak, but when it fell, it carried an incomparably terrifying power. It caused the cultivator's body to explode, and the seven-headed giant serpent turned into ashes. All 7 of them were wiped out. The street was silent, and only the sound of raindrops hitting the ground could be heard. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. How powerful! The rain seemed to be a martial intent, but it also seemed to be a powerful king physique. It also seemed to be a profound meaning. That kind of martial art domain was too powerful, and it was beyond Lin Ling's knowledge. Little friend, the housemaster has been waiting for a long time. In a hazy rain, an old man holding an umbrella slowly walked towards Lin Ling. There was a smile on his face, and Lin Ling's eyes flickered. It was the servant from Dragon House. That meant that Aunt Mo had asked someone to help him. What was Aunt Mo's background? Just a random cultivator was so powerful. Thank you, Senior. Chapter 840. Spirit Weapon Tyrannical Singing Sword. Haha, there's no need to be so courteous. Master said that as long as a Holy Spirit Realm cultivator appears, I'll make a move. If it's a peak Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator, you'll be able to deal with it yourself, unless you're a peak-level genius. Thank you. The old man looked at Lin Ling and said politely. Lin Ling smiled, but didn't say anything. Aunt Mo seemed to know his own strength very well. She knew that although he was at the mid-Emperor Spirit Realm, he didn't need to fear an ordinary peak Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. So, if the 7 people from before were to fight to the death, Lin Ling could kill them all if he used his full strength and trump cards. The 2 of them walked along the street towards the Dragon Tower. The streets quickly became lively again, as if this wasn't a rare occurrence in the holy land of the rainforest. Lin Ling followed the old man to the Dragon Tower. Lin Ling walked up to the 3rd floor alone. The curtains were still hanging there, and a unique feminine fragrance filled the room. But when Aunt Mo saw Lin Ling, her cold face immediately revealed a happy smile, making Lin Ling feel a little awkward. He didn't have much contact with Aunt Mo, but she treated him very well. This kind of kindness wasn't romantic. It was more like a senior spoiling a junior. Why are you in a daze? Aunt Mo laughed softly. Lin Ling scratched the back of his head. Sometimes, he didn't know what to say in front of such a beautiful woman. So, he could only take out 80 million spirit crystals. Not bad. You managed to gather this much in just 3 days. Looks like Aunt Mo has underestimated you. You're hiding some secrets that Aunt Mo doesn't know about. Aunt Mo looked at Lin Ling with admiration. From what she knew, Lin Ling didn't have a strong background. He didn't have a strong family background. At most, he was one of the 24 family heads of the Great Qin Empire. But Lin Ling's surname wasn't Qin, so he definitely wouldn't ask for spirit crystals from the Great Qin Empire. This meant that Lin Ling had used 3 days to gather these spirit crystals. To be able to rely on himself for 3 days, this was not something that any genius could do. Then, after Lin Ling removed the tyrannical song sword, she checked it with a serious expression. Come and find me at this time tomorrow. Light appeared on her hand, and her jade-like little finger waved continuously, drawing out one ancient rune after another. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. That was an ancient formation. According to legend, if one wanted to increase a weapon's might, they had to rely on materials and ancient formations. No wonder blacksmiths were rarer than alchemists. Not wanting to disturb Aunt Mo, Lin Ling quietly left. Outside, there was an old man waiting for him. He brought Lin Ling to stay in the Dragon Pavilion. That night, Lin Ling sat cross-legged, his eyes flashing. After leaving the 7 profound martial house and arriving at the main city, Lin Ling saw many more powerhouses and proud sons of heaven. He could be considered to be standing in the circle of the top powerhouses of the Holy Land in the rain, but his background was still a bit weak. The semi-finals of the Proud Son of Heaven list. Then, Lin Ling's lips curled up in a smile. He wanted to win this tournament. He wanted to fight the second dream in the final battle and defeat the Martial House Master's disciple. The second dream had a king body talent that was not inferior to his own. Not only that, but his cultivation was also higher than his own. In addition, the Martial House Master was his master, so the martial arts he studied were definitely extraordinary. On the surface, Lin Ling didn't have any hope of defeating the second dream. After all, the second dream was not only invincible in the late Emperor's spirit realm, but could also easily defeat a martial artist at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. But that was only on the surface. At present, Lin Ling's king body talent was not weak, and his physical strength was also formidable. In addition to his 2 true meanings of martial arts, he was confident that he could fight any chosen of heaven. In addition, the tyrannical song sword was also very exciting. A medium great spear artifact, just what kind of power would it bring? Time quietly passed. Early in the morning of the next day, Auntie Mo pushed open the door and entered. She smiled as she looked at Lin Ling. In her soft, jade-like hands, a new tyrannical song sword appeared. This sword had already turned blood red, and there were mysterious runes engraved on its surface that Lin Ling could not understand. Moreover, it was larger than before, almost as tall as Lin Ling. It was filled with a domineering and magnificent aura. It made one feel that with this sword in hand, the world was theirs. Lin Ling's heart violently beat. He wanted to take the tyrannical song sword, but as his hand touched it, he immediately felt that the sword was very heavy. He couldn't lift it. Auntie Mo, this sword? Lin Ling looked at Aunt Mo in surprise, but Aunt Mo just smiled, shrugged her shoulders, and said, "Long swords are sharp and can kill without blood. Heavy swords have no sharp edges and can't be used for craftsmanship. I can see that your body is very strong, so your fighting style should be swift and fierce, unstoppable. For this sword, I have forged a heavy stone into the mountains for you, so it can reach a weight of 10 million jin. In fact, it can be increased even more, but you can't control it at the moment." 10 million jin? Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. His physical strength was only 10 million jin, and this sword was 10 million jin. This was very frightening. If he could control this sword, it would be equivalent to 20 million jin of strength. However, he couldn't lift it right now. Drip some blood in and try. Auntie Mo pouted at the tyrannical song sword. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and he quickly dripped some blood into the sword. At the same time, a feeling of resonance was transmitted to his heart. It was as if he was the sword, and the sword was him, and the sword was not as heavy as before. Spiritual weapons have spirits, and only the master can control them. Therefore, after you control this sword, the sword will be much lighter. Auntie Mo smiled. Lin Ling was overjoyed. When he lifted the sword again, the sword was not as heavy as before, but in fact, it still had a weight of 10 million jin. When he waved the sword, astral winds whistled, as if the whole room was stirred up by him. Mid-grade spiritual weapons are not as simple as they look. There are some secrets within, and you will have to explore them yourself. Remember, swords have spirits. Auntie Mo's eyes were filled with pride. This sword was forged by her, and she had put in a lot of effort, so she was very proud. Lin Ling nodded heavily, and he was looking forward to it even more. Besides the weight, what other secrets did the tyrannical song sword have? He wanted to ask, but when he saw Auntie Mo's haggard face, he couldn't bear to ask anymore. He guessed that Auntie Mo had put in a lot of effort to forge the tyrannical song sword. That level of concentration had already exceeded 80 million mid-grade spirit crystals. "Thank you, Auntie Mo." Lin Ling received the sword and bowed to Auntie Mo. "Haha, It's good that you like this sword. I heard that you will be participating in the semi-finals of the 7 Profound Martial House's Proud Son of Heaven list. Let this sword become famous. Although the semi-finals of the Proud Son of Heaven list is not the final competition, it will still attract the attention of all the major influences of the Rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling, can you break into the top 100 and become a top Proud Son of Heaven? Auntie Mo helped Lin Ling up, and then looked at Lin Ling. I can. Lin Ling nodded. This was the semi-finals, and most of the Proud Sons of Heaven that he would face would be at the late Emperor Spirit Realm. Although he was at the middle Emperor Spirit Realm, he still had the confidence to fight. If he could break into the top 100, then he would be stepping into the circle of top Proud Sons of Heaven. This was also the circle of top Proud Sons of Heaven like Long, Aoxiang, and Yongguan. Chapter 841. The semi-finals were about to begin. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He took out the tyrannical song sword and began to search for the secrets of the tyrannical song sword. A spirit artifact shouldn't be as simple as its sharpness and weight. Perhaps it had other hidden characteristics. For instance, the chaotic evil sword had a formidable defensive power. Speed. The speed of a sword can be used on a martial artist. After searching for a moment, Lin Ling found the first sword secret. It was speed. It was actually using the true meaning of the sword to increase one's movement speed. The stronger the true meaning of the sword, the faster one's movement speed would be. It would allow the sword wielder to have the speed of a thunderbolt. This was also sword steps. On the road of martial arts, there were clear boundaries. The true meaning of the sword was the true meaning of the sword. It was related to the sword's speed, power, and true meaning. There were very few people who had the true meaning of the sword, but they could use it to increase one's movement speed. After all, the two were different domains. But the tyrannical song sword could fuse together and connect the two. Of course, this speed was not as flexible as a dragon, but rather the speed of a straight line. It was as straight as a sword. The straight line speed was very fast, like a sword breaking through the void. This was why it was also called sword steps. A spirit artifact has its own characteristics. Mine is a medium-grade spirit artifact, so there should be more than one. Lin Ling was incomparably expectant. His strength had once again risen. His Middle Emperor Spirit Realm was even more solid. Then he continued to study. 3 days quietly passed. Tomorrow was the 7 Profound Martial House's Proud Son of Heaven list semifinals. This semifinals could be considered a sensational event in the Rainforest Holy Land. Although the Rainforest Holy Land was filled with powerhouses and influences, no one dared to underestimate the 7 major martial arts halls. After all, these proud sons of heaven represented the future of the Rainforest Holy Land. Therefore, every time a martial arts hall held a Proud Son of Heaven list grand tournament, the crowds would come to watch. Many people wanted to see just how strong the 7 profound martial houses' Proud Sons of Heaven were. After the Dark Horse had risen in the preliminaries, would another Dark Horse rise in the semifinals? Moreover, if they were dazzling stars in the semifinals, then these Proud Sons of Heaven would have to face off against the Proud Sons of Heaven of the major martial arts halls. Therefore, these peak Proud Sons of Heaven also wanted to know who their next opponent would be. The semifinals had not yet begun, but the 7 Profound Martial House was already bustling with noise and excitement. A large number of powerful martial artists had arrived in advance, as if this was a grand event in the Rainforest Holy Land. The semifinals aren't a competition between the top geniuses, but there are still powerful geniuses. For example, the 18th Prince, young Master Tang, has a powerful background. He's at the late stage of the Emperor's Spirit Realm, and his talent is number 1. He's already close to the top 100 of the genius rankings. That's the previous ranking. There will be a new ranking in the semifinals. Although young Master Tang is powerful, he's not the most dazzling one. Yu Yueshan is also very powerful. He's at the late stage of the Emperor's Spirit Realm, but it's said that he's killed many cultivators at the peak of the Emperor's Spirit Realm. In my opinion, the second dream is still the disciple of the Prefecture Lord. In fact, a lot of people have come to watch her in today's semifinals. It's said that the seven profound martial houses mad god Lin Ling wants to fight the second dream. There are more people than usual at the seven profound martial houses main gate. The proud sons of heaven from all the major martial arts halls had arrived, constantly chatting with each other. Lin Ling is only at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. He can't compare to the second dream. Before, he had humiliated the second dream. In this battle, the second dream will not let him go. Lin Ling, you're courting death. Many people disdainfully said. Although the second dream had been disgraced before and no longer had the divinity of a proud daughter of heaven, it was undeniable that she was still very strong. Pung pung pung. At the same time, outside the gate, the proud sons of heaven had already begun their great battle. The proud sons of heaven from the seven profound martial house and bright sun temple were comparing notes. Zhong Taizhan, late stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, ranked 122 in the seven profound martial house. His opponent is bright sun temple's Su Yifan, ranked 110. The two of them had formed a grudge during their adventure. Now that they've met, they really don't want to accept each other. As the crowd looked at the two youths standing outside the gate, they began to whisper amongst themselves. These two were proud sons of heaven from the rainforest holy land that could not be underestimated. Their strength was incomparably formidable. Of course, on the surface, the bright sun temple's proud son of heaven was ranked higher, and he was also stronger. Su Yifan, you're nothing but trash. I've already surpassed you. A proud voice floated out from the mouth of one of the youths. This was the seven profound martial houses Zhong Lingshan. The crowd's eyes flashed. Zhong Lingshan had surpassed Su Yifan. It had to be known that according to the proud son of heaven ranking, Su Yifan was ranked higher, and he was also stronger. Although they didn't come from the same martial hall, the proud son of heaven rankings of the seven martial halls were more or less the same. Of course, there was another possibility, and that was that Zhong Lingshan had already surpassed Su Yifan. It was just that he hadn't rushed into the proud son of heaven ranking, so everyone thought that he was still ranked 122. This meant that Zhong Lingshan was planning to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat in the semifinals. Speak. Who doesn't know? Battle is everything. On the other side, Su Yifan was tall and slender. His face was handsome, but his head was bald. He was like an arhut that had descended into the world. This was the style of the bright sun temple. Although he was bald, he was wise and heroic and incomparably handsome. Many of the young girls present were moved by his appearance. Su Yifan was handsome, but Zhong Lingshan's appearance was ordinary. From the surface, he couldn't compare to Su Yifan. As you wish. Su Yifan. Zhong Lingshan faintly smiled. He stepped forwards, and a massive late Emperor spirit realm aura bloomed. His right hand grasped at the void, and a halberd appeared, shrouded in a purple light. Take my spear. If you don't lose, then I will not forfeit tomorrow's proud son of heaven ranking semifinals. Su Yifan. The proud voice floated out from Zhong Lingshan's mouth, causing the crowd's eyes to widen. How heroic. Then you forfeit yourself. Su Yifan. Su Yifan disdainfully smiled. His body shook, and an ancient Buddha appeared behind him. His innate king body was incomparably mysterious, as if it were indestructible. Xiao. Two figures approached from afar and collided in midair, causing the blood of countless people to boil. This was a clash of geniuses, a battle of arrogance. Some of the young boys' and girls' eyes flickered. When would they be able to be so dazzling? Boom! In midair, a deafening sound rang out. Then, a golden figure flew out and smashed into the ground, spitting out blood. The crowd's pupils constricted, and when they looked over, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Su Yifan had lost. He couldn't even block a single move from Zhong Lingshan. How is this possible? You've cultivated your martial intent to 80%. On the ground, Su Yifan stared at the proud figure in midair and couldn't help but roar. Su Yifan, you're just trash. Trash. In midair, Zhong Lingshan smiled proudly, enjoying the countless shocked gazes. At this moment, he felt that he had amazed everyone with a single feat, and his name had shaken the 7 major martial arts halls. Moreover, this was only the beginning. In the next semifinals of the Proud Son of Heaven ranking, he would let everyone know that his martial intent wasn't 80%, but half a step to 90%. Half a step to 90% martial intent was very dazzling. After all, it came from a 20-year-old youth, and not some ancient expert. This child's talent is very powerful. Yes. Chapter 842. Easily crushed. The next time you see me, take a detour. Now get lost. Scram. Zhong Lingshan slowly floated down. He looked at the empty space on the ground with arrogance and said indifferently, "You." Scram. Su Yikong's expression was extremely ugly. Previously, he was so proud that he attracted countless gazes, but now, he was like a stray dog. He had to take a detour when he saw Zhong Lingshan, so he suddenly gritted his teeth, stood up, and turned to leave. He had no face to stay here. Scram. Scram. Along the way, the people who were still in shock were all forced to make way for him when he shouted angrily. His powerful aura erupted. Although he was not Zhong Lingshan's opponent, he was still a genius ranked in the top 100 on the Prodigy roll. There were still many people weaker than him, which made many people unhappy. However, considering the other party's strength, they all made way. After all, it was better not to provoke Su Yikong now. Scram. Scram. Su Yikong strode away, but a slender figure appeared in front of him. This person was not old, not even 20 years old. He was dressed in a blue and white robe and carried a huge sword on his back. He walked forward while drinking, as if he did not notice the bustling scene around him. The strangest thing was that the young man had a monkey sleeping on his shoulder, as if it was a toy. A big sword, a little monkey, a blue and white robe, and a wine jug. It was a very different outfit, even a little unique. "I told you to scram. Didn't you hear me?" Scram. Su Yikong glanced at the young man and did not take him seriously at all. The young man was only at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. There were many people at this level in the 7 major martial arts halls. However, the young man continued to walk forward as if he did not hear him. Who is this person? Is he crazy? Su Yikong had just lost. It was time for him to lose face. He blocked the way, and he was charging into Su Yikong's anger. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air, thinking that the young man was stupid. "Looks like I lost a match, and everyone thinks I'm a pushover." Scram. Veins appeared on Su Yikong's handsome face. He took a big step forward, and a golden fist surged out. The wind and clouds rolled, and strong winds blew in all directions. This fist was his king body's fist, and it was also a fist with martial intent. It had reached 70% completion. So domineering. The eyes of the crowd flashed. Su Yikong didn't seem to be holding back at all. He was already using his strongest attack. Could it be that he wasn't afraid of killing that young man? Moreover, that young man was too strange. Even though he knew that the attack was empty, he didn't dodge or retreat. Instead, he continued to drink. Pa! Under countless gazes, the young man's left hand continued to drink from the wine jug, while his right hand stretched out and easily blocked Su Yikong's punch. Rumble. A terrifying wave of spiritual energy erupted from the two palms. The power even caused the air to burn. It was incomparably dazzling. What? The crowd's pupils constricted. Even though Su Yikong had been defeated, there was no need to doubt his strength, and it shouldn't be difficult for him to be ranked at the 120th position on the Genius rankings. However, the mysterious young man had easily blocked his attack, and the most terrifying part was that the young man was only at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. How is this possible? Su Yikong's eyes were also wide open. He had lost once before, and now it seemed that he had lost again. Are you looking for people to behave atrociously because you lost? The young man's calm voice sounded out. He slowly drank a mouthful of wine, and then his right hand exerted a little force. Suddenly, Su Yikong cried out in pain. His arm seemed to be grabbed by a monster beast, as if it were about to break. The young man shook his head. He lifted his right hand and swung Su Yikong like a sandbag, and then smashed him into the ground. With a bang, the earth split open, and the cracks continued to spread. Su Yikong spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. This was incomparably shameful. The young man didn't even glance at Su Yikong. He stepped over Su Yikong's body and continued to drink as he walked, causing the crowd to fall silent. What a terrifying strength. The young man didn't care about the gazes of those around him. He wore a blue and white robe and calmly walked towards the 7 profound martial house's entrance. It's him. Zhong Lingshan's face was dignified as he looked at the young man. He quietly stood in place, not saying a word. Others might not know who this young man was, but he did. This young man was the mad god Lin Ling. Was that your full strength? As the young man passed by Zhong Lingshan indifferently asked. After all, Lin Ling's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. He didn't know if Lin Ling had used his full strength to defeat Su Yikong, or if it was just a small test, so he asked. When you see an elder of the 7 profound martial house, shouldn't you respectfully address him and not rudely ask such questions? Lin Ling said without looking at Zhong Lingshan. Because Zhong Lingshan was surprised, he seemed to have forgotten the taboo between martial artists. That was to not casually ask others about their cultivation methods or martial arts. But Zhong Lingshan had asked. This was very rude. Zhong Lingshan's body trembled, and he looked at Lin Ling. Finally, he clenched his teeth and said, "Disciple Zhong Lingshan greets Elder Lin." Lin Ling nodded, and without another word, disappeared from the entrance. Zhong Lingshan looked at that slender back, his eyebrows tightly wrinkled. Although he was confident that Lin Ling was not his match, he didn't know why. But after looking at Lin Ling, he felt a sense of fear and trepidation, as if he were facing a top genius of the proud son of heaven. Was this an illusion? Zhong Lingshan shook his head. It must have been an illusion. It should have been Lin Ling's status as an elder that intimidated him. As a late Emperor Spirit Realm martial artist, how could he fear Lin Ling? Elder Lin, he is Lin Ling? The crowd was stunned for a moment, and then began to talk. They had finally seen the most famous mad god of the 7 profound martial house, Lin Ling. In the semi-finals of the Proud Son of Heaven list, all the proud sons of heaven have returned. Some have come back from adventuring, and some have come out from closed-door seclusion. The Proud Son of Heaven list has begun to reshuffle. I wonder how far this Lin Ling will be able to go. Those older powerhouses muttered to themselves. From what they could see, Zhong Lingshan and Lin Ling were both geniuses that surpassed everyone's imaginations. They would absolutely cause the Proud Son of Heaven list to be reshuffled. Lin Ling has returned. In the rainforest's holy land, atop a giant ancient tree, a young girl in a long black dress stood there. Her eyes were as dark as the night as she looked into the distance. She quietly stood there, but it was as if she had disappeared from this world. Meng, Lin Ling is a very cunning person. He is an ant, and you are a proud daughter of heaven. But when he was conferring the title of elder, he actually dragged you down from the altar. That was a very beautiful move. Even I have to admit that Lin Ling is truly fierce. However, the humiliation that he has given you in your second battle, you must return it 10 times over. From the side, a cold voice floated out from Martial House Master Tianlin's mouth. The young girl nodded, and deep in her eyes, an incomparably thick, killing intent flashed. She stroked her delicate cheeks. Lin Ling had once slapped her 3 times. He is still at the Middle Emperor Spirit Realm. He is not worth mentioning. The young girl coldly said, This boy is brave and resourceful. Although his talent is fierce, he still cannot compare to you. Before he grows, we must thoroughly erase him. Chapter 843. The semi-finals began. Lin Ling, you still haven't made a breakthrough in your cultivation? When Lin Ling returned to the mountain valley, everyone gathered around him. Elder Sword checked Lin Ling's cultivation and couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Lin Ling still hadn't made a breakthrough. Currently, there were more than 150 geniuses participating in the semi-finals of the Prodigy ranking. Among them, there were mid-stage and late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses. Lin Ling's cultivation level was the lowest. So many people didn't have high hopes for him. Long Xiaochun and the others helplessly smiled. They wanted to comfort him, but they didn't know what to say. Of course, although Lin Ling's strength wasn't enough to challenge the proud son of heaven list, it was enough to be proud of. After all, Lin Ling was a genius of the same generation as them, and they didn't even have the qualifications to enter the proud son of heaven list. My cultivation hasn't increased, but my strength has. Lin Ling looked at everyone and smiled. He knew that everyone was worried, but he couldn't explain it. Only the semifinals could prove everything. Tomorrow is the semifinals. Rest well today. Elder Sword looked at Lin Ling and smiled. At the same time, he cheered for Lin Ling, old ancestor Extreme Flame, and the others also did the same. Lin Ling's heart warmed. He strode into the depths of the mountain valley and sat down cross-legged. Then he looked up at the pitch-black sky and said, "The second dream, the second battle of revenge, begin." Then Lin Ling untied the tyrannical Song sword and gently held it in his hand. At this time, the sword was covered with ripples. The 10 million weight was not hidden at all. Layers upon layers of pressure pressed down on Lin Ling's body, causing Lin Ling's body to sink. Ever since he had dripped his blood on the tyrannical Song sword, Lin Ling had been able to freely control the weight of the tyrannical Song sword. Naturally, he could also make the 10 million weight appear. Carrying the 10 million weight was also a kind of cultivation. It allowed Lin Ling's inner world to constantly awaken. To assist in cultivation, this was the second secret of the tyrannical Song sword. The second day quietly arrived. The 7 profound martial house's proud son of heaven list semifinals had finally begun. Early in the morning, the 7 profound martial house was incomparably lively. All of the major forces had gathered, and even the martial house masters of the 7 major martial halls had arrived. Although the semifinals were not as sensational as the finals, it also meant that in the semifinals, there would be many proud sons of heaven that would step into the finals. Furthermore, that Dark Horse Prodigy might even appear in the 100 Regions Prodigy competition that was held once every 5 years. Even the Palace Master is here, and so are the experts from the 5 great ancient kingdoms. There weren't so many experts in the previous semifinals of the ancient Dao Martial Arts Palace. They're all here to see the second dream. It said that many people are curious about the second dream's imperial body. The crowd was incomparably expectant. In their eyes, a massive martial stage floated in the 7 profound martial house. This martial stage was very large, just like an island. The rumbling sound was deafening. The martial dais appeared. Many people looked up at the martial stage, especially the ordinary proud sons of heaven. They were looking forward to the day when they would also have the opportunity to step onto such a martial stage. The 7 profound martial house semifinals have begun. The participants are the proud sons of heaven that are ranked below 100 on the 7 profound martial house's proud son of heaven list. The minimum strength requirement is the middle royal spirit realm, and you are qualified to step onto the 10,000-foot platform. An ancient voice sounded out, shaking the hearts of everyone. The semifinals were also a great competition to determine the ranking of the proud son of heaven list. Here, one could amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, break into the top 100 and step into the circle of top proud sons of heaven. Or one could be surpassed by others and lose their pride and dignity. In the 7 profound martial house, countless proud sons of heaven's eyes narrowed, their fighting spirit boiling. As for the proud sons of heaven that were watching, their hearts surged. Once upon a time, they had also had such a martial stage. Once upon a time, they had also strived for such a martial stage. The second dream has come out. How beautiful! At this moment, the first figure flew towards the martial stage in the sky. Her long black dress was like a peony flower in broad daylight, filled with a sacred and inviolable flavor, causing a massive number of youths to look up at her. Although the second dream had been slapped 3 times by Lin Ling and was no longer as sacred and noble as before, it was undeniable that she had the martial house master backing her. She was still the most dazzling existence in the semifinals. Bang! As the second dream neared the martial stage, endless flames spewed out from beneath the martial stage. There was also a massive amount of thunder and lightning. It was incomparably terrifying, as if it were tempering the martial stage. The first test has appeared. The crowd's pupils shrank. The semifinals were not as simple as a single arena tournament. At the beginning, there was also a test. After all, this was a great competition that was highly anticipated. If some weak people were allowed to go on stage, that would be a disgrace. Thus, the first test was to determine the qualifications of the proud sons of heaven. The flames were the 7 profound flames, and the thunder was the 9 earth's heavenly thunder. They would be able to eliminate the weak from the martial stage. Pa! The second dream gently extended her hand. Endless black light bloomed and enveloped her entire body. It was as if she had disappeared into the night sky. Then, she stepped onto the martial stage. The first proud son of heaven had appeared on the lofty platform. It was the second dream. She had obtained the qualifications. Amazing. She has obtained the qualifications so smoothly. The crowd was full of praises. It's my turn. The second figure appeared. It was young Master Tang of the 18 Princes. His body was covered in a dazzling golden light. He stepped on the imperial elixir fire and shot towards the lofty platform. The flames and thunder could not even get close to him. The second proud son of heaven to obtain the qualifications had appeared. Both of them had illustrious reputations. They deserved to be recognized. On the third, at the same time, the other proud sons of heaven flew up one after another. Now that it was their turn to shine, they naturally did not want to be outdone. However, while some succeeded in ascending the lofty platform, some failed. They were burned to death by the 7 profound flames, and some were blasted to smithereens by the 9 earth's heavenly thunder. To ascend the stage, one needed to have a certain level of strength. If one did not know his own strength, he could not blame anyone if he died. How terrifying! It seems like it's not easy to become a dazzling proud son of heaven. Some of the weaker proud sons of heaven trembled with fear and gave up on ascending the lofty platform. There are about 150 participating geniuses this year. However, more than 30 have been eliminated from the lofty platform. In the distance, the chief of the sky-bearing house smiled faintly. Ascending the lofty platform was the focus of everyone's attention. However, it was also half a step into the land of death. Without courage, one would not dare to ascend the lofty platform. Courage was also one of the essential qualities of a proud son of heaven. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Colorful and dazzling, the remaining proud sons of heaven continued to ascend the lofty platform one after another. They did not lack courage. Lin Ling, time is almost up. Go! At a corner of the vast lofty platform, Elder Jian and the others looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling was about to ascend the lofty platform. They did not think that the lofty platform would be able to stop Lin Ling. All right. Looking at the martial platform in the sky, Lin Ling nodded his head. With a move of his feet, he shot toward the sky. Compared to the dazzling movement techniques of the others, Lin Ling's movement technique was somewhat ordinary. It was just an ordinary leap in the sky. Lin Ling was also the last to ascend the lofty platform. For a moment, he attracted a lot of attention. Some people laughed at him, but those who knew Lin Ling had a serious expression on their faces. All right, looking at the martial platform in the sky, Lin Ling nodded his head and shot toward the sky. Compared to the dazzling movement techniques of the others, Lin Ling's movement technique was somewhat ordinary. It was just an ordinary leap in the sky. Lin Ling was also the last to ascend the lofty platform. For a moment, he attracted a lot of attention. Some people laughed at him, but those who knew Lin Ling had a serious expression on their faces. Chapter 844. 120 Proud Children of Heaven. Regarding Lin Ling's name, there was no one in the rainforest Holy Land that didn't know of him. It was said that this boy was extremely arrogant. He had even dared to destroy the second dream, and had even challenged the second dream in the semifinals. But now, did he have the corresponding strength to be arrogant? That is Lin Ling. Not bad. He is neither arrogant nor humble. He is also a good seedling. But looking at his movement and aura, there doesn't seem to be anything special about him. The Martial House Master of Howling Sky Academy said as he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's aura seemed very ordinary. Indeed, at this moment, Lin Ling didn't have anything dazzling about him. The only thing that left a deep impression on others was that he was calm and steady. But his speed wasn't fast, and his aura wasn't strong. This made some people doubt his strength. No way. When the ninth earthly heavenly thunder blasted towards Lin Ling, he actually almost couldn't avoid it. Someone suddenly cried out in alarm. In their eyes, Lin Ling flew towards the 100,000-foot stage, but facing the test of the 7 profound flame and 9th earthly heavenly thunder, he almost couldn't avoid it. His strength was weaker than they had imagined. The proud children of heaven that had ascended the martial stage also narrowed their eyes. In the past, Lin Ling's name had shaken the 7 profound martial house. They thought that he would have some strength, but now he seemed very ordinary. Some people couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. Lin Ling was at the middle Emperor Spirit Realm, and now he was at the late Emperor Spirit Realm. His strength really wasn't enough. Finally, under everyone's eyes, Lin Ling smoothly ascended the 100,000-foot stage. As he stepped onto the martial stage, he faintly smiled and ignored the disdainful gazes around him. Instead, he walked into the crowd of proud children of heaven. Mad God Lin Ling? He really can only be arrogant in front of weak children of heaven. Some of the proud children of heaven secretly thought. However, the crowd didn't notice that Lin Ling's footsteps left faint footprints on the solid platform. This meant that when Lin Ling was flying in the air, he was carrying 10 million pounds of weight. If it was anyone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to do this. The 10 million weight came from the tyrant's song sword, and it had to fly into the sky. Along the way, it had to avoid the 7 profound flames and the 9 earths' heavenly lightning. Being able to reach the martial platform was already terrifying enough. Unfortunately, no one saw this point. Everyone thought that it was very difficult for Lin Ling to reach the martial platform and that his strength was undeserved. Only the second dream frowned. Based on her understanding of Lin Ling should not be this weak. However, she could not tell what Lin Ling was hiding. Perhaps she was overthinking things. Dong! An ancient bell rang, signaling the end of time. A total of 120 Sky Prides are participating. An ancient voice sounded. The ancient voice sounded out. Originally, the 7 profound martial house had 150 proud sons of heaven participating. But in the first round of assessment, more than 30 had been eliminated and 10 had died. Of course, no one cared about the dead proud sons of heaven. After all, whether or not they wanted to participate was their own freedom. So if they had overestimated their strength and entered the competition and died, then they couldn't blame anyone. 120 figures quietly stood on the 100,000-foot stage. Like the name of the martial platform, they bloomed with a dazzling light, making countless people look up at them. The second dream, young Master Tang. The crowd's eyes fell on the most dazzling existences of the 120. It wouldn't be difficult for those two to break into the circle of top proud children of heaven. The circle of top proud children of heaven was the circle of those at the peak of the Emperor's Spirit Realm. To be able to enter that circle was glory and pride. They also had the qualifications to compete with the other top proud children of heaven. Besides the second dream and young Master Tang, everyone else's chances aren't small. Many people's eyes swept around and saw Lin Ling, but they automatically ignored him. Not long ago, when Lin Ling had scraped the second dream, he had been incomparably domineering and had displayed a formidable talent. Unfortunately, talent was talent, strength was strength. The current Lin Ling was indeed a bit weak. So naturally, the crowd chose to ignore Lin Ling. And on the 100,000-foot stage, the 120 Sky Prides were also looking at each other. After all, they were all rivals, competing for a place on the proud son of heaven list. You're too weak. I advise you to leave on your own, lest you bring shame to yourself. Beside Lin Ling, one of the Sky Prides lightly said as he looked at Lin Ling. He was ranked 150 on the proud son of heaven list. and he had heard of Lin Ling's achievements. In the past, Lin Ling had defeated the strongest Middle Emperor Spirit Realm genius and was ranked 200. Afterwards, he had scraped the second dream. But at that time, what he had displayed was talent, so it wasn't considered strength. So when facing Lin Ling, he had the right to be proud. It's none of your business. Lin Ling looked at the Sky Prides indifferently and said coldly. The Sky Pride's eyes narrowed and a wave of anger surged in his heart. Lin Ling couldn't see through himself. In the upcoming competition, I hope you don't meet me. The Sky Prides coldly said. You're crazy. Lin Ling laughed disdainfully. He didn't even look at the Sky Prides. His gaze landed on the second dream, who was not far away, and the smile on his face deepened. It was a cold smile. The second battle of revenge was finally about to begin. The second dream also looked at Lin Ling, her eyes flashing with a cold light. She was incomparably looking forward to the next battle. She wanted to return the humiliation she had suffered in the past 10 times over. Of course, it was hard to say whether or not Lin Ling would be able to stand in front of her. Young Master Tang also glanced at Lin Ling. Before, in the Dragon Pavilion, Lin Ling had displayed a strength that was not weak. But now, it seemed that Lin Ling was only SOSO. He had used all of his strength to climb up the 100,000-foot platform, so his strength shouldn't be too great. 120 Sky Prides have obtained the qualifications. But according to the rules, all Sky Prides below the top 100 have the opportunity to challenge them and seize their qualifications. At this moment, the ancient voice once again sounded out in the sky, causing Lin Ling's pupils to narrow. Others could seize their qualifications, but the others were accustomed to this. Only they knew that this was indeed the rule of the semi-finals of the Proud Son of Heaven list. After all, climbing up the 100,000-foot platform did not mean everything. Some Sky Pride's movement techniques were weak, and it was not impossible for them to fail on the 100,000-foot platform. Therefore, the 7 Profound Martial House would give them a chance to challenge the Sky Prides on the platform and seize their qualifications. Of course, the 7 Profound Martial House was also very fair. If a challenger wanted to seize their qualifications, they would first have to withstand 3 moves from their opponent. After all, their opponent had ascended the 100,000-foot platform, so they naturally had priority. Otherwise, if they did not ascend the 100,000-foot platform and challenge the Sky Prides below, wouldn't that be very advantageous? Of the 120 Sky Prides on the platform, others can challenge them twice. Moreover, the challenger cannot blame others for their deaths. The ancient voice sounded out again. If a challenger overestimated their strength and was obliterated, then they could not blame others. But those who accepted the challenge did not need to. If they admitted defeat, then they did not need to die. This was also one of the advantages of ascending the 100,000-foot platform. The crowd began to talk. Those Sky Prides that had failed stared at the 120 Sky Prides. They still had a chance, so they would not miss it. Among those 120 Sky Prides, there were definitely some who were weak. For instance, a Middle Emperor Spirit Realm Sky Pride. Lin Ling is one of them. Lai Qing is also one, and there is also He Tianping. These Middle Emperor Spirit Realm Sky Prides should be the weakest. Chapter 845. A Soft Persimmon? I'll go first. I challenge Lai Qing. On the ground, a figure rose from the ground and shot up into the sky. The flames and lightning around the 100,000-foot stage also disappeared, allowing him to easily land on the martial stage. This person was obviously not proficient in movement techniques, so he had been waiting below the martial stage, waiting to take advantage of the geniuses on the martial stage. Challenging me? To make an example out of you, I'll definitely kill you. The genius named Lai Qing said coldly. His heart was burning with anger. The fact that his opponent had challenged him in front of so many people meant that he was the weakest, and it had humiliated him. You're only at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. You're not qualified. The challenger was not afraid at all, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. The 10,000 Zhang platform was very large. The others came to the edge of the martial platform and watched quietly. Lin Ling glanced over and was not very interested. Both sides were too weak and did not enter his eyes. Moreover, he could see that Lai Qing was about to lose. Rumble. Sure enough, Lai Qing was defeated by the challenger. The challenger's movement techniques were weak, but his attacks were powerful. 60% true intent of martial arts. Amazing. The crowd was shocked. The first challenger had succeeded. My turn. Then, the second challenger stepped onto the stage. His gaze swept across the 120 geniuses, and the crowd was filled with anticipation. Who would he challenge? Currently, Lin Ling is the weakest, but Lin Ling is also the most mysterious. For safety's sake, I'll challenge an opponent I'm familiar with. Who you accept my challenge? The challenger finally chose his opponent. His opponent was a relatively low-profile genius. After hearing the challenge, he slowly stepped forward and said, "You're going to die." Then, a powerful aura erupted. The genius was actually at the late stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. He had been hiding his strength. Oh no! The challenger was shocked. He wanted to give up, but it was too late. He was killed by the genius. Those who dare to challenge others had to be prepared to die. After all, the geniuses who had stepped onto the stage had also gone through the trials of the 7 mystical flames and lightning. Sometimes the world was fair. The first challenger has died. Many people were secretly shocked, but they did not think much of it. Instead, they were looking forward to the next challenger. Swoosh! Swoosh! At the same time, 2 figures leaped from the ground and turned into streaks of light, appearing on the stage. These 2 geniuses seemed to be in a hurry and were trying to seize the opportunity to fight. That was why they appeared on the stage. They knew that many geniuses among the 120 geniuses were the strongest, and there were only a few weak geniuses. If they missed the opportunity, they would benefit from the others. However, these 2 geniuses, who were they going on the stage? Many people became curious. The 2 people turned their gazes, and without any hesitation, they said at the same time, "Lin Ling." No way, they're all challenging Lin Ling. The crowd was astonished, and all kinds of voices rose and fell. The 2 of them did not seem to want to miss out on the weakest opponent, so they chose Lin Ling as soon as they stepped onto the stage. Of course, on the surface, Lin Ling was indeed the weakest. Me? Lin Ling was stunned. He did not expect himself to be so popular. 2 people wanted to challenge him at the same time. Did he really look like a pushover? You 2 seem to be in the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. Don't you know that I'm invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm after defeating the top 200 geniuses? Lin Ling asked doubtfully. Are you trying to scare us? The 2 of them exchanged a glance before bursting into laughter at the same time. I know that you've defeated the dark horse of the prodigy ranking, lightning lording, and that you're invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. However, that was a few months ago. For a prodigy, a few months is more than enough time for them to grow stronger. Lin Ling shook his head. Was he trying to scare them? He said coldly, "You might die if you challenge me. Why would you be afraid of death if you dare to come up here? Besides, you don't have a strength. You'll be humiliated by me." Haha, mad god Lin Ling. You're not strong, but you're arrogant. It'll be satisfying to humiliate you. One of them said disdainfully, "I'm a supporter of the second dream. You blasphemed her. So, even if you didn't come up here today, I would still teach you a lesson." The other person said coldly. He looked at the second dream, as if he wanted to get her attention. Lin Ling nodded and did not say anything else. He had said what he needed to say. If they wanted to die, so be it. Only one of you can go up. If Lin Ling wins, the second person can continue to challenge. Who will go first? The ancient voice sounded again. It was Elder Dao's voice. He was the host of the semifinals. The 2 of them looked at each other and did not know what to say. After all, they came together. There was no way to tell who would go first. No need to split. Both of you can go together. All right. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded. The 2 of them narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling seemed to want to fight both of them at the same time. How arrogant! Although Lin Ling was invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, that was in the preliminary round, not now. I can't see myself clearly. Host Elder, If the two of us can't control our strength and kill Lin Ling, will we be disqualified? One of them said coldly. He wanted to show off in front of the second dream, but Lin Ling looked down on him. We won't be disqualified. All right. Before Elder Dao could say anything, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. All right, Lin Ling, don't blame us. All right. The second dream. He slapped you 3 times. I'll slap him 10 times for you. Yes. The two of them spoke, making the crowd look forward to the battle. The two of them were in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm and were quite strong. They were confident that Lin Ling would be able to fight both of them. Would it be an exciting battle? All right. If you can defeat Lin Ling, I promise to watch the sunset with you. Yes. At the same time, the second dream's calm voice sounded from the battle stage. Her face was expressionless. She also wanted to see Lin Ling's strength through this battle. Thank you. Yes. The Chosen, who was secretly in love with Second Dream, couldn't help but be delighted. His fighting spirit soared as he stepped forward. According to the rules, the challenger has to face 3 attacks from you. Hurry up and use those 3 attacks. When it's over, I'm going to humiliate you. Yes. The other person sneered and stepped forward, standing proudly in front of Lin Ling Bang. Lin Ling didn't say anything. He stepped forward and threw out a punch. There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy or martial intent. Those who saw Lin Ling fight for the first time shook their heads. Lin Ling didn't live up to his reputation. Too weak. Before the punch even reached one of them, that person shook his head in disdain. Lin Ling was weaker than he thought. He had dozens of ways to dodge the punch and hundreds of ways to block it. If the challenger didn't have to give him 3 moves, he could easily defeat Lin Ling. Chapter 846. The second round bang. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's fist easily landed on the man's stomach. Time seemed to have stopped. Many people were unable to take their eyes off the scene, not knowing what had happened. However, in the next moment, with a boom, the man's body exploded and turned into dust. It was as if he had been hit by a battering ram. What? The crowd's eyes widened. What a terrifying fist. The other challenger's pupil shrank. The previous challenger's strength was similar to his, but he hadn't been able to block a single punch. If he had been the one to block it, the result would have been the same. Lin Ling was too mysterious. He seemed to be at the Middle Emperor Spirit Realm, but he seemed to have a strength that he couldn't understand. Retreat. He roared in his heart. He no longer had the will to fight. However, it was too late to retreat now. Lin Ling took a step forward, leaving a footprint on the ground of the martial arts platform. Then, he swung his palm out like a shadow. Pa! As if he had been blown away by a strong wind, the challenger flew backwards and crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This was a terrifying slap, full of strength. In order to obtain the attention of the second dream, you want to slap me 3 times? Lin Ling's cold voice floated out from his mouth. He stepped forwards and appeared on top of the man. He grabbed him and slapped him again. Pa! The crisp sound of a slap rang out. A massive amount of teeth and blood flew out from his nose, causing the hearts of those below to fiercely tremble, especially the disciples of the 7 profound martial house. It was as if they had seen the return of the mad god Lin Ling. It had to be known that after Lin Ling had stepped onto the martial stage, because he had been too low-key, they had all thought that Lin Ling's good days had come to an end. But now, that frivolous figure had appeared in their hearts once again. If they wanted to humiliate that figure, they would have to pay the price. You said that I was trying to intimidate you. My strength was very strong several months ago, but now I am no longer your match. Then let me ask you, where did your teeth and blood come from? Pa! With another slap, the challenger was rendered speechless and unable to resist. Slap me 3 times? I'll slap you 10 times. Pa pa pa. The crisp sound of a slap rang out on the stage, causing the 120 geniuses on the stage to furrow their brows. This Lin Ling was stronger than they'd expected. It was likely that there would be few who could match him in the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. You want to humiliate me so that you can watch the sunset as promised by the second dream? Pa! With the final slap, the challenger seemed to have been struck by a terrifying gust of wind. His entire body exploded, turning into dust. One had to know that this was Lin Ling's 10 million points of strength eruption. It was comparable to the damage brought about by martial intent. How could those two people block it? At this point, the two geniuses who challenged Lin Ling were dead. Moreover, the two of them were challenging him together. The crowd was silent. This result was beyond their expectations. After all, if Lin Ling won with all his strength, they would not be surprised. However, Lin Ling seemed to have relied on some strange power to defeat his opponent. This was something that no one could have imagined. Moreover, all of this was very ironic. Those two thought that Lin Ling was the weakest and the easiest to bully, but in the end, they were the ones who died. Physical strength. It seems to be the martial arts of the Water Moon Holy Land. The Rainforest Holy Land has geniuses who cultivate the physical body. This is really rare. In the distance, the various martial arts palaces' palace masters were indifferently commenting. With their experience, they could naturally see that Lin Ling was able to win because of his physical strength. Of course, they were not able to clearly see the extent of his physical strength. After all, the distance was too far, and Lin Ling did not erupt with his full strength. Although they were somewhat surprised, they did not pay much attention to it. After all, this was the Rainforest Holy Land. They had always disdained the cultivation methods of the Water Moon Holy Land. Moreover, they guessed that Lin Ling might have luckily obtained an incomplete cultivation method and cultivated his physical body, temporarily increasing his strength. Unfortunately, to cultivate the physical body, one must first have a strong physical foundation, such as Xianxia body. Secondly, one must have a powerful cultivation method. To cultivate the physical body halfway, this kind of martial arts path would not go far. It was a pity that they did not know that Lin Ling already had a strong physical foundation. Moreover, he had the powerful physical body cultivation method of the Tai martial sect, the Xiantian Qi technique. In fact, in the Rainforest Holy Land, there are also people who cultivate the physical body. However, because there is no follow-up cultivation method, it is strenuous and unrewarding. In the end, they chose to give up. Lin Ling is so silly to waste time cultivating the physical body. He doesn't even know that it is superfluous. The second dream looked at Lin Ling indifferently. Then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Lin Ling did not care about what the crowd was thinking and walked back slowly. Now that Lin Ling had challenged two challengers at the same time, no one could challenge him anymore. His qualifications had been confirmed. After that, the geniuses continued to step onto the stage and challenge their opponents. After a full 2 hours, the challenges finally ended. The first round of assessment has ended. The number of participants remains the same. Next up is the second round of assessment. The ancient voice sounded again. The 120 participating geniuses had to go through assessment and elimination. The winners would move forward, while the losers would be ranked according to their ranking. The second round of assessment is a test of attack, defense, and movement. The ancient voice sounded out again. Attack, defense, and movement were the necessary advantages of a chosen genius. Although they did not represent the complete strength of a chosen genius, they were still able to objectively determine whether or not a chosen genius had the qualifications to enter the proud sun of heaven role. The 7 Profound Martial House was a martial arts palace. They focused on cultivating chosen geniuses and naturally valued the advantages of a chosen genius. In fact, the other martial arts palaces were also like this. The Proud Son of Heaven Role preliminaries and semifinals all had such assessments. A chosen genius, no matter how high their cultivation is, if their attack is weak, their defense is weak, and their movement is slow, then they're not qualified to be a chosen genius. In the past, in the semifinals of our Howling Sky Academy's Proud Son of Heaven role, there was once a chosen genius who scored full marks in all 3 assessments. In the 7 Profound Martial House, besides the second dream, I fear that no one else will be able to achieve full marks. The crowd was filled with anticipation. The semifinals were becoming more and more exciting. In the 7 martial arts palaces, The chosen geniuses were cheering again and again, cheering for the chosen geniuses that they favored. Of course, most of them supported the second dream. After all, a beautiful young girl was attractive, and with her formidable strength, she was even more attractive. Besides the second dream, young Master Tang also had many supporters. Most of them were young girls. These two people were the most qualified to obtain full marks in all three assessments. Lin Ling, you could do it. Lin Ling naturally had his own supporters. Besides the Fire Ancient Clan and Old Sword, there were many people from the ancient Dao Martial Palace who supported him. The most outstanding of them all was the Heavenly Concubine. The Heavenly Concubine naturally would not make a mistake in the semi-finals of the Seven Profound Martial House. Junior Apprentice Sister, that Lin Ling of yours will not lose in the second round. He will at least make it to the third round. On the side, Yang Gan smiled as he looked ahead. Although Lin Ling's cultivation was lower than his, Lin Ling always gave him a mysterious feeling. He guessed that Lin Ling's strength might be below young Master Tang's, but it wouldn't be by much. He definitely won't lose. The Heavenly Concubine had a deep confidence in Lin Ling. Besides the ancient Dao Martial Palace, there were also many young girls from the other martial art palaces that supported Lin Ling. In the past, Lin Ling had taken the second dream from them, and that frivolous shadow had been left in their hearts. Chapter 847. True Intent Puppet, the Second Dream. I will surpass you. Tang Tianshu stood amongst the 120 sky prides. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he stared at the second dream. His eyes were filled with boundless battle intent and pride. Among all the sky prides, his only opponent was the second dream. The rest were all ants and mediocre. The crowd's hearts trembled when they heard those words. As expected of the 18th prince, Tang Tianshu, he was so arrogant that it seemed like he wanted to surpass the second dream. If he could surpass the second dream, perhaps young Master Tang will be able to attract the attention of the second dream. However, while many people were looking at the second dream looked at Lin Ling and said, "Lin Ling, don't lose in the second round." What? Many people were shocked. The second dream seemed to value Lin Ling a lot. However, this was normal. Lin Ling had destroyed the second dream in the past, causing the second dream to lose face. Today, the second dream naturally wanted to avenge itself. However, could Lin Ling reach the level of the second dream? Although Lin Ling had easily defeated two sky prides, those two were only mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm sky prides. Now, Lin Ling was facing a late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm sky pride. I will not lose here. I will still give you 3 slaps. Lin Ling said softly in front of everyone's eyes. Lin Ling seemed to think that he would be facing the second dream in the end. Moreover, he was going to destroy the second dream again. If that was the case, the second dream would lose face. Arrogant as always, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. The 120 sky prides had ugly expressions on their faces. Lin Ling had stolen their limelight and turned them into supporting characters. Among them, young Master Tang was the angriest. He proudly told the second dream that he would surpass the second dream. However, the second dream ignored him and spoke to Lin Ling instead. This was a great humiliation. Lin Ling, you are just a piece of trash. Arrogant without strength. Be careful not to humiliate yourself. Tang Tianshu said coldly to Lin Ling, You better not meet me, or you will die. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. Today, he had come for the second dream. However, Tang Tianshu had overestimated himself and taught him a lesson. In addition to the grudge between him and Tang Tianshu, there was no need for him to show any mercy. As long as he saw him, he would kill. You! Tang Tianshu angrily roared. Lin Ling's words were light and carefree, as if he could kill him as easily as killing a dog. This sort of contempt made him feel even more uncomfortable. What qualifications did a trash at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm have to say such words? The Purgatory channel has opened. All participants, enter. Remember, the test will be life-threatening. If you do not dare, you may forfeit now. At this moment, Elder Dao's cold and emotionless voice sounded out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At the same time, above the 100,000-foot-high stage, a pitch-black channel appeared. It seemed to lead to the depths of hell, incomparably mysterious. All participating sky prides, step into the purgatory channel. The vast voice was like a bell announcing the start of the battle. It rang out once more. The 120 sky prides proudly looked at the pitch-black channel and proudly strode in. Many of them would be eliminated, and some would rise, but they had confidence in themselves. The purgatory channel, the back garden of the 7 profound martial houses, first-generation martial house master. There are many mysterious and strange things inside. Outside the stage, the eyes of the experts from various factions shimmered. Furthermore, more and more people were arriving. Even the 4 desolate races had people secretly arriving. No one even knew that in the churning dark clouds in the sky, there was a mysterious eye watching. The powerhouses were all looking forward to seeing how many geniuses would rise and how their names would shake the rainforest holy land in the future. There was an ancient saying that one should not bully a poor youth. Although these sky prides had not yet reached their heights, no one could guarantee that they would not surpass them in the future. Not only that, but those peak Emperor Spirit Realm sky prides also had dignified expressions. Each new generation would surpass the previous. Of the 120 sky prides, many of them would step into their circle. The tests begin. A voice sounded out in the sky. The clouds billowed, and the scene of the purgatory channel appeared. There were 120 sky prides standing there, and in front of them was a channel that was like a void, full of mysteries. All participating sky prides must reach the end within an incense stick of time. The rules appeared at the same time. Of course, everyone knew that this was not as simple as it seemed. The true meaning puppet is about to appear, someone said with a dignified expression. The true meaning puppet was said to be a mystical object that the 7 profound martial houses, first-generation martial house master, had brought back from the outside. It was a kind of wooden puppet that was as hard as iron. What was most shocking was that these wooden puppets possessed the true meaning of a martial artist. I'll go first. Under countless eyes, the second dream's proud voice sounded out. She knew that today, all the martial house masters of the major martial arts halls had come to see her. Therefore, she naturally had to seize the glory of being first. After that, she stepped into the spatial passageway. Ka. At the same time, there was a sound that made one's heart tremble with fear. Tall, ancient wooden puppets appeared. They were purple in color and emitted a sharp light. They seemed to have a spirit of their own as they threw themselves at the second dream. A true meaning puppet's strength is at the late Emperor Spirit Realm, and it also possesses the true meaning of a martial artist. I fear that even an ordinary late Emperor Spirit Realm martial artist would not be a match for it. Some powerful martial artists muttered to themselves, their complexions dignified. A true meaning puppet wasn't terrifying, but there was more than one in this examination. This meant that the second dream would have to face a massive number of late Emperor Spirit Realm masters, and also masters that possessed the true meaning of a martial artist. What is the second dream doing? Someone asked as they looked at the void channel in the sky. They saw the second dream quietly standing there, motionless like a goddess from the highest heavens. If she doesn't hurry through the channel, then more and more true meaning puppets will appear. The top proud sons of heaven of the 7 profound martial house all had dignified expressions. They didn't understand what the second dream was doing. In the past, when they had gone through the examination, most of them had quickly passed through the channel, not like the second dream. Night! At this moment, a billowing pitch-black color filled the air, as if night had fallen. This deep black was even thicker than the void, and all light was sucked in. The second dream's talent king body. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They had finally seen the second dream's talent king body. It was night. It was truly mysterious. Chi. After all the true meaning puppets touched the dark night, they began to corrode. The second dream was like a goddess descending from the heavens. Her long black dress fluttered in the air, sacred and dignified, pure, and noble. The second dream has passed. In an incense stick of time, she has cut down 3,999 true meaning puppets. At this moment, Old Saber's dignified voice sounded out. The crowd fell into a deathly silence. 3,999. This meant that Second Dream had annihilated over 3,000 experts at the advanced stage of the Emperor's Spirit Realm with a single attack. That was an extremely terrifying strength. Tianlin, this is the first record of the 7 profound martial house.